What up, everybody? It's election day. Ooh, not work the way I thought it would. Some of the results have already started coming in. We got Trump up by 32, unsurprisingly. Mm, there we go. I'm taking up the whole screen now. Oops. How's chat doing? If anybody's even here yet, doesn't look like it. Make sure this is running. Uh, oh. I just realized my camera is not working. I wonder why. Should be. Oh, there we go. There's my camera. Sweet. We already have Kentucky, South Carolina, Indianapolis called. Uh, Vermont. Trump's up 32, still has the popular vote, almost by a million. Unsurprisingly, quite frankly. How's chat doing? If anybody's here yet. Uh oh. Stream might go down for a second. Okay. Hopefully everything's working now. looking really good kicking off. We got Trump up 32-3. He still has the popular vote up by over 1 million.
Was a legalized marijuana petition. Amendment 4 was a legalized abortion. Both look like they are going to go down to defeat because Florida is a red state and it ain't going back. Meanwhile, over in Georgia, the results look pretty ugly for Kamala Harris thus far. Some of the swing counties are moving toward Donald Trump. There's also some problems apparently in New Hampshire. There's some towns in New Hampshire that have had some pretty significant swings to Donald Trump. If you had to game this thing out right now, it looks as though basically Kamala Harris's hopes come down to extraordinarily heavily turnout in Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee.
That may be the entire happen.
Right there. It's just, do enough people show up for her in those 3 big cities specifically? Because the rest of the map looks like it is trending toward Donald Trump over 2020.
Well, that's really encouraging to hear. I hadn't picked up the latest, so I'm really glad I came onto the set to get that update, especially about Amendment 4. So, and all the Christians say amen.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, like
amen, hallelujah.
Where credit is due. Georgia and Florida are 2 states where Donald Trump was at odds with the governor of that state, and the governors of those states have done yeoman's work in actually shifting the voting population of those states. Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, who endorsed Donald Trump, was at odds with them. He's done really good work on the ground in Georgia, even though Donald Trump has been very much at odds with, say, the Secretary of State of Georgia. And, of course, Ron DeSantis ran against Trump, and then DeSantis endorsed Trump and has been campaigning for Trump, and that state continues to get redder and redder. So, again, the early numbers, it's way too early to say anything like things look great. But, again, if you were looking at, like, early trends for Donald Trump, people are showing up to vote. They're showing up to vote. And by the way, if you're in Pennsylvania, you still have 10 minutes to get in line. Get your ass in line if you're in Pennsylvania right now, because that state matters. That is the keystone state for this election.
And speaking of Pennsylvania, we're being joined now by Cassie Akiva, who is joining us from Dave McCormick's election party headquarters in Pennsylvania. Of course, McCormick running for Senate in that state. Welcome, Cassie. What's going on there?
Thanks for having me. Right now, the doors just opened. It's very rowdy here. We have a very loud band behind us. The campaign told me that they're feeling pretty good. There's been a really good turnout in the rural areas, so things are looking good here. The party's just getting started.
What have you been seeing on the ground in terms for support for Trump from Gen Z voters?
Yeah, so we went to a Trump rally yesterday in Pittsburgh, and we wanted to talk to voters about why they were voting for him. And halfway through my interviews, I realized that every single person I interviewed was Gen Z. There were so many Gen Zers there, so it had to be a video about Gen Z support. So take a look right here. Are you supporting Donald Trump?
We are.
Of course.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yes, I am.
I already voted for him.
100%.
I am Trump. Trump all the way.
Donald J. Trump.
Donald J. Trump.
24, baby.
Amen.
And why are you supporting him?
You know, it's foreign policy. I don't want us to go to war. You know, I don't want to be drafted.
Gonna lower our taxes, gonna make
Real.
life more affordable again.
I think mostly the economy.
The stuff that's happened in the past couple of years hasn't been good for our country.
I just think he's for the people, and he's gonna make this country great again.
Pro-life is a very big thing for me.
The economy's dead right now.
Kamala and Joe have done absolutely nothing for this country.
More
I
than
just don't think I'm
dead.
going to be able to buy a house.
Is this your first time voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, ma'am. First election ever.
It is my first time.
It sure is. This is my first time voting.
It is.
Yes. First time voting. Yes, it is. Yes. Yep.
Why is it important for Gen Z to vote for Donald Trump?
Because we're the future.
If you want to be proud to be an American again, vote for Donald J. Trump. It's as easy as that.
Cassie, that's unbelievable. We're going to be checking back with you throughout the evening. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks so much.
Well, I may as well mention here the Decision
Trump's
Desk
still
HQ
up
has Trump
32.
continuing to go up in the possibility of winning Kalshi, which is a betting market. Kalshi has Trump at a 2-to-1 favorite now in the betting markets. The same thing is happening over at Poly Market. So, you know, none of that means anything, but it also doesn't mean totally nothing. Like if we're going the other way, certainly we would be seeing the celebration breaking out. You know, it's a little too early for us to tune over to MSNBC and see like the bullets of sweat coming down people's face, like Robert Hayes in Airplane. But
Don't get cocky.
I know.
You'll need people to vote. You don't. I've been saying this for months now. You do not win presidential elections by supporting candidates. You win presidential elections by voting for candidates. And there's still time for most of the country to vote.
6
Every
minutes
single
till
vote
next
is going to matter.
polls close.
Elections in our lifetime have been decided by so few votes. If you make the decision to sit this one out, you may very well be making the decision for the people who represent your values or more broadly support your values to lose. Ben, Cassie is at McCormick's campaign HQ in Pennsylvania. You actually did some campaigning with McCormick, didn't you?
I did, and that is a tight state. So David's running an extraordinary campaign in Pennsylvania. You remember early on when Trump was struggling to find his sea legs against Kamala Harris, it was actually McCormick's campaign that was putting out most of the great kick-ass ads against Kamala Harris. McCormick is a business person, so he really is data-driven, and so he's really kind of broken down the state into granular detail. He's run a very solid campaign against Bob Casey, who, of course, is a long-time top-level Democratic politico in the state. He was the governor of the state. He's the senator of the state now. That race is a toss-up. It's extremely tight. And so Pennsylvania is going to come down to the wire. And, of course, their voting procedures take forever. There are apparently some precincts that are now going to extend out until 10 p.m. tonight because of failures over there. So that means, guys, take some Red Bull. We may be here just a little while. But, yeah, Dave's a terrific candidate. He's really authentic. I had the chance to spend some time with pretty much, I would say, every swing state candidate with just a couple of exceptions. And David, this crop of swing state candidates this year, this is not 2022. This is not we raided the local loony bin. We actually went out and got a bunch of good candidates like Eric Hovde in Wisconsin, who I think is going to win in Wisconsin, and Bernie Moreno in Ohio, who I think is almost certainly going to win. That's me being confident, but I think he's almost certainly going to win in Ohio. I'd say the baseline for Republican Senate wins, I know we haven't talked Senate races yet, baseline for Republican Senate wins tonight is 52. That includes West Virginia. That includes Tim Sheehy, who I did campaign with in Montana, who's an amazingly good candidate. Tim Sheehy is terrific on the stump, really charismatic, excellent story. He was obviously in I believe, a Navy SEAL. So you know, he's going to win, I think, walking away in Montana. That takes you to 51.
And give us the kind of conservative victories that we're looking for. Ben, I was really proud of you for being out on the stump the way that you were, and we actually put together this video of some of your appearances throughout the election.
This election is the most important election of our lifetimes. Everybody says that every single election cycle, but this one actually is.
Imagine Harris wins. Here's what we get to do in the Senate. We get to say no.
if Democrats were to, God forbid, gain a triumvirate, the kind of damage they would do to the country with the House, the Senate, and the presidency would be almost unthinkable at this point. She has already vowed that she would kill the filibuster if she were given that opportunity. She would then stack the Senate with a couple of extra states. She would stack the Supreme Court.
We're at really very high levels of violent crime. We need to secure the border with the wall and Border Patrol.
The standard of
We should just get rid of
across all
California.
America has gone in one direction, decline.
What's at stake is not just slight differences in the marginal tax rate. What's at stake here are fundamental values, fundamental American values. There is a civilizational battle going on, and this election is part of that battle.
When I was a kid, my dad used to say to me over and over again, he said, Ted, when we look, where do we go? That's what the stakes of this election are.
There's a party in this country that wants the future of America to be stagnation, social decay, foreign policy weakness. And then there's one party and there's one group of people who want America to build, to explode forth. The greatest America has ever been. This is what President Trump means when he says, make America great again.
We want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas, cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. Polls closed. Next poll's closed.
These Senate races are incredibly important, and it's not glitzy, glamorous work to go out and stump for, it's a great thing to go out and stump with Trump, and you were able to co-host a fundraiser for him this year, have him on your show, do an appearance on the anniversary of the October 7th massacre with him, and get some great time with Trump. But it's really the sort of behind-the-scenes stuff that you did in this election on your own dime, I should say. That's not a thing that we're allowed to do.
It was a little expensive, yeah. I mean, I was a little shocked by that, but yeah, it is cool. And going to these different places, I mean, first of all, the amount of respect that you should have for candidates who do this day in and day out is really, really high. I mean, that is a rough job. Until you've been on a bus with one of these candidates, just stopping place after place after place, going with Sam Brown in Nevada and going around to 3 separate events where he tells his life story 3 separate times to 3 separate groups of people.
Hear you?
I mean, it's a grind. It's a real grind. And these people put their lives on hold to go and do that sort of stuff because they're taking it upon themselves. And by and large, they're not doing it because they're career politicians. I mean, a lot of these people are incredibly successful in their day job. Eric Hovde is a very wealthy man. Bernie Moreno is a very wealthy man. Dave McCormick is a super wealthy guy. These are people who have made it, and they've decided they actually would like to give back to the country by going and doing this sort of stuff. So, we should give them, it should be hats off to a lot of these people. I think we never think about that. We hold them accountable. We should hold them accountable. They represent us, and they're supposed to represent our values. But these are people who legitimately take a better life and turn it in for a worse life in order to make the country better. And that, I think, requires us to take our hats off to them. Plus, the American people just kick ass. I got to tell you, being out on the trail with these people is really, really cool. There's some really cool campaign experiences. Pretty amazing. I mean, really, really an amazing country, truly. Like one that stands out was with Bernie Moreno in Northern Ohio. And this was just kind of an amazing thing. So I was in Northern Ohio with Bernie. I speak. It's like 1,000 people in maybe a town of 2,000 people total. And 1,000 show up to this event. And I get up and I give my talk.
That's a cruel thing to say about a man.
And one of the people from the town gets up and says, we want to give you a present. It's like, okay, well, I've been to a lot of events where they give you a plaque.
Oh, next poll's just dropped. Oh, Trump's up 105. It is still early, but things are looking up. We ready for 4 more years of the Oompa Loompa? Who is spamming the hearts? Yeah, there'll be more blue later, but... Still really hoping that they don't try the same bull crap and we actually get like the friggin' results tonight. It's like we have all this advanced technology. There's no way you can't count up all the votes. I don't care if every state has their own. Oh yeah, it's a mockumentary that Matt Walsh did. I haven't seen it yet, but take the "Am I Racist?" test. I don't. Is there a test? No, I think it's just his mockumentary. That'd be funny though. Hold up, let me see if there. I'm sure there is a test. Oh, there is. I'm gonna take it. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes their appearance, but not their ethnicity. Usually. I'll just say no. No. Yes, but as a joke. I'll just say sometimes. Yes. I have a problem. No, I'm kidding. I guess that's cool. I don't know. I guess I'm different. Because I have no idea the backstory. No. Being nice. Just because they want Kamala to win doesn't mean we have to be mean. I wouldn't say anything, I'm not gonna lie. Let me hear someone make a comment that well, we don't know yet. It's still early. It would be nice to get 3 more years of the Oompa Loompa, but no, I don't. No. Because the stereotypes are funny. I wish there was a sometimes button here. I'll just say yes. No, there's no systematic racism. Unless you want to get into the history of Planned Parenthood, but no. View the results of this quiz. Oh, sweet, I'm not racist apparently. Three. Oh, sweet, Texas is next up. There is no systematic racism. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Everybody can be a little racist. Oh, you're retarded? Never mind. I think everybody's a little retarded on the inside, though. Sorry if there's any, like, delays or... But... Okay. Yo. No way somebody joins chat who's named not racist. Well, it's not game over yet. I'll be waiting all night. Oh, there's been some more calls. Oklahoma. Wait. What? I don't know why this is not showing the percentages. Texas, I'm ashamed of you. That's too close. I thought we were all ridiculously conservative. I do apologize if there's any like delays or buffering or anything, then it's been a little spotty. Go back to Daily Wire's coverage.
Our election map coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsor Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more.
Well, of course, the comeback right is there's an ad.
First of all, that wasn't positive enough, so if we could not go back to him again, that'd be great. But Florida, we talked about how great Florida is because it's red and all that. Also, they're going to have all their votes counted.
Yes.
Like,
I mean, her skin looks like that. I mean, what?
The third most populated state in the country.
Say
and
nothing.
So it's just like there's no excuse why every other state in the country can't count all their votes if Florida can.
There is an excuse. Florida is able to count their votes so quickly because Jeb Bush was their governor for 8 years, and then Ron DeSantis has been their governor for, the last 6 years. And as it turns out, Republicans can figure out how to run elections. Yeah. Democrats in swing states cannot figure out how to run elections, almost as though Democrats in swing states are incentivized not to figure out their elections. You know, there's a lot of talk about how we shouldn't have voting machines. And I remember when I used my first voting machine in California, you would make your selections, and then the printout would happen. And the printout was a sort of dot matrix barcode sort of situation. You had no way of knowing what the printout said, and so
is that like a YouTuber or something?
Earlier, there's at least the opportunity for evil, at least the appearance of evil. I used a machine here in Tennessee to vote. First of all, Tennessee has an amazing election. The ballot was basically.
Ooh, I should put out a poll. See what you guys think. Who doesn't care? The Daily Wire? I don't know who Not Racist is. I'm getting more traffic though because it's election day, so your mom is wild. It's not just my friends. No, it's not. I don't think it's Aiden. We got a poll out for who everybody wants to vote for. How's chat doing tonight? There we go, Texas was a little better.
Evil.
Yeah, you know, and the opportunity for evil.
Something about this election that makes it so hard. I'm sure for
Dude,
posters,
why?
who are all being risk averse and basically saying, "Oh, it's a coin toss."
You're the complete opposite of your
but
name,
something
bro.
that's really difficult to model out this election for anyone is that they changed all the rules last time. So in order to be able to model out elections, you have to have precedent to base it on, and we really don't have precedent anymore. And this election,
Yes,
is
Orange Man for the
differently even
win.
than 2020. So
4 more
for
years
instance,
of Mr.
early
Oompa
voting, mail-in
Loompa.
voting usually gives a big advantage to Democrats. This year, looking at early voting out of
that's
Nevada,
right.
that's actually not what it showed. It
Yeah,
showed
I
the
know,
opposite.
I
So
know.
we really just don't know,
Right,
which is
right.
unpleasant for pundits and
But
pollsters
we
to say.
do know this. I mean, one of the maybe the only case that I thought should have
El
been
Vermont.
adjudicated was the case in Pennsylvania where they changed the rules against their
Everybody
own
type
Constitution.
L for
and
Vermont.
Clarence Thomas agreed with me. He's a pretty bright legal mind. Not like me, but I still very. Yeah, he's up there. And I think that the GOP has been much more on top of that leading up to it. I mean, as many people have said, it's easier to put a car together before it falls off a cliff, and I think that was what they were doing after the last election. And I think the GOP needs some praise there for actually paying attention, manning the barricades, making sure the legal
13 minutes
I's
till
were
the next
dotted. I think
poll.
that's really happened to some degree.
I'll add too, I spoke to hundreds of voters in states like Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And one of the questions I asked all of them was, how do you feel about your vote this year? How do you feel about the integrity of this election? And I can't tell you how many of them brought up the fact that the RNC and that Donald Trump were pouring resources in to having poll
Chat,
watchers.
who
And
thinks
that
we're gonna
message
have to wait
is
like a
trickling
week
down
to actually
the average
find out?
voter, where you might think there'd be a fear of them saying, well, if you really think that the election was rigged last time, why would you vote this time? But that messaging from the top, they are aware
Oh,
of the
New
ground
York
that the
voting
RNC
for
has invested so many resources into this. And
Trump.
I do think that contributes to higher turnout than we might have seen.
Let me ask you a
Aren't they
question. Go out
normally
and you
blue?
interview
I don't know.
voters. Do you think you're getting random selections of voting?
We try our best. So in all the states I went to, we would go to different grocery stores, gas
Just walk in.
stations, walk around in different counties. So I'd pull up data from different counties in 2020, and we'd try and get as representative a sample as possible. And to our conversation about
Dang, Kentucky,
polls, like,
unsurprisingly.
why it's so difficult to get an accurate representation, I think that even after 8 years, you might get this idea that, oh, well, the silent Trump voter doesn't really exist. It's become so normalized. They're still out there. They're still talking.
Ugh.
They're much more confident now.
Big L for Massachusetts. I knew they were blue, but...
Who someone was voting for based on...
Oh, you're from New York? Oh, that's cool.
So about 2/3 of people wouldn't talk to me. I'm just very intimidating and manly. I'd walk up to a parking lot. 2/3 would say no, but I'd still ask all those people, well, who are you voting for? And most would tell me. The people who initially said, oh, I'm in a rush, or I can't talk.
Greetings
Those were
from
mostly
Texas.
voters.
Not
The people who
racist.
said, I don't want to talk to you, you're a medium person, or I don't want to talk on camera. Those people were overwhelmingly for Trump. I had an 80-year-old lady who accosted our camera guy, making sure that the camera was off, and then she said, okay, it's off. I'm voting for Trump. I had people mouth the word Trump to me. They wouldn't even say it out loud. And these were in fairly red areas in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan. And so I do think there is still a sizable chunk of people who would not, with a gun to their head, tell a pollster who they're voting for. And that's the question. Have the pollsters figured a way around that?
Right. Trump is now within 2% in Virginia, with 36% in. I'm not a poll reader. I don't actually, I look at the RCP things, but that's.
I wonder why people trust polls. I'm not
Not
going
to
to lie.
belabor the point, but Florida has 88% of their votes counted. Pennsylvania has 7%.
Right.
It's just, there's no excuse for that. That's outrageous.
There really is no excuse, honestly.
Right, well, it's true. That's why,
By the way, I just was thinking.
We have this
if I
advanced
may
counting
interject you, sir,
technology for a
because it's
reason.
Such a serious evening that the Daily Wire evening.
But
does
then again,
not
I guess
function
liberals are too
as
stupid to
baseball
count, so.
When you are removed, you can return to the game. Just a thought.
And actually, since the rule changes, we also have a designated hitter. That's unfortunate.
We're so thankful for tonight's sponsors. We're going to take a moment to tell you about one of them right now, and we'll be right back.
Nobody cares about sponsors. There we go. Texas is starting to get a little more red. It sucks that all the Californians came here and started voting blue.
Video where a lot of our sort of friends of the Daily Wire, people who live here in Tennessee, some of our
8 minutes
family,
till next polls
even some
drop.
influencers who came in from around the country, are together having camaraderie, watching the results. And someone asked me, how are you feeling? And I said, well, I'm not feeling sanguine. I don't.
No, that would be crazy.
I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
Also, I think one of the reasons that we've been able to be successful in business is because, as a general rule, I always take the position that we're a point behind.
Yeah.
Like in every success, I'm the wrong guy to have in the room. Sometimes they'll come to me and they'll say, hey, we really need to give a pep talk to the team. And my pep talk always goes something like, we could have done better. But we did do something good. So I'm not one.
I'll join you, not racist.
I think there's
There is
cautious optimism.
So they're out there, they're drinking MAGA-ritas, I just saw. And so then I was wondering, if Trump
Perfect
does
way to
win,
celebrate.
I will have a glass of the scotch that Matt has here. And if Trump loses, I think I will drink gasoline. I don't know if we have that.
All right, so here's my vow then. If Trump wins, I will drink anything you give me, which is more than I have drunk in 50 years.
Whoa,
I love tobacco. I don't like alcohol. I will drink.
You will really glad.
Yeah, well,
there's
let's
no
go with
question.
Daily Wire. So like
it's funny.
on the same train of thought.
Another moment
Let's
of
see.
levity.
What will I do
I
if
said after
Trump wins?
2016 for years in speeches on the radio.
What would be something
that
funny to do?
The night Trump won,
I'll make sure to record
might
it
have been
too,
the
so
happiest
everybody
night
can
of
see.
my life. And I would add, including the birth of my 2 sons. So the left
Something they
went
said.
ballistic. The left went, Prager is so evil that he was happier when Trump won than when his own sons were born.
Have you told your sons this?
Oh, they think it's a riot. They tend to believe it.
You know, this may have been covered while I was out, but I'm only just now seeing that West Virginia Governor Jim Justice won his state Senate race, which is the first flip of a seat for the GOP. We've been talking about how important it is that we hold the Senate, whether the result of the
A six-pack
presidential
of
election goes
Monster.
our way or not. The Senate is of vital importance, either for stymieing the Harris agenda or advancing the Trump agenda. So picking up
No
a seat in
stop.
West Virginia
I'm
with
saying.
Justice is a great step.
That, you know, had we lost that seat, we could all go home. That was the seat.
No,
really,
clearly.
it was a
clearly.
guarantee.
Is there a state that you guys who I do
Yeah, if
believe
Kamala
are
wins, I might do
expertise
something
in
like
the
that.
political realm,
drink like a
have
six-pack
more
of
expertise. Is
Monster
there a
Red Bull
state,
nonstop.
don't say California or New York. I mean, a
Get rid of the
possible state
pain.
that if you learned now went for Trump,
Virginia.
that would be it?
Yeah.
It
Might
would
need
be-
something
for all of you,
stronger than
Virginia?
Monster,
Certainly,
though.
if he won Virginia, I think we could go home.
I will-
We could have.
All right, all right.
I will say that I was just at the Daily Wire party, as I said, and our dear friend Siaka, a.k.a. Black Jeremy, did tell me he thinks there's a chance New York goes for Trump. So I don't want you to think that no one is sanguine.
Yes,
I think
there is a certain
four-
amount. There's a certain amount of
It's now
sanguinity.
in Virginia.
New
it's now
Jersey.
48.5 for Trump, 49.8.
Oh, W
Poll,
Tennessee.
37% of the
That's a
vote.
landslide.
I think we can go home now. In general.
At least right now. They haven't
talking a little bit
gotten
about-
Go home
all
and
their
watch
results in,
the
but
coverage at home.
We were go to sleep or what we
Oh.
were talking about with some of the Senate races. There are some real opportunities.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Wisconsin. Look, that's going to depend a little bit on the top of the ticket too. But Eric Hovde's run a good campaign there. I feel good about Bernie Moreno in Ohio. I even feel pretty good about Mike Rogers in Michigan. I'm not saying I feel the odds are still stacked against him in Michigan, but he's got a real shot.
You think Sherrod Brown?
No,
could
okay,
lose?
you know what? You know what
I
I'll
think
do?
that Bernie Moreno has run
If
a great
Kamala
Republican
wins,
campaign. I
I'll
think
eat
that there is a
5
chance that Sherrod Brown
footlongs
loses. I'm not saying I would put money on
from
that.
Subway.
I would put more money on Hovde
That's
than
what
I
I'll
would
do.
on Moreno. But I think he's run a good campaign, and I think Rogers, for that matter. You know, Michigan has trended a little bit blue.
I'll probably
but I think Mike
be
Rogers
extremely sick
Michael, I have
afterward.
to say, to that point, the Rogers-Slotkin race, I saw an all-time troll billboard in this race. I was in Dearborn last week. You know, all around, every single sign is in Arabic, and there's all the flags for different Middle Eastern countries. In the heart of Dearborn is a giant billboard with a picture of Kamala Harris and Slotkin and an Israeli flag, and it says, Kamala and Slotkin, always friends of Israel. And it looks like a Harris ad, and the bottom says something like, you know, paid for by friends of Harris, and it says, these women have always and always will stand with Israel. Right in the heart of Dearborn.
Wow.
4
And
minutes
I
till
saw it
next
and initially
polls.
thought, does the Harris campaign have the worst strategy ever on where to put their billboards? And I looked it up later.
They
and
do,
it's,
probably.
a Republican PAC.
You know, I just to add to Matt's, keep his mood up because he gets depressed. It's ugly, you know. But my friend Jeff Anderson of the American Main Street Initiative, was one of Trump's chief statisticians when he was in office. We've been talking every Sunday basically.
That sounds a
and he's
little
been
desperate.
Saying, oh well, I don't know. And tonight he said his prediction is that Trump has a 55% chance of winning the election. He's a very good poll watcher. And,
I doubt it's a
and
foot
quite,
long. It's probably more
has
like a
not
6
been
inch.
Optimistic. He's been very neutral.
Yeah, but by my math, though, Drew, I'm not a poll watcher either. That means that Trump has a 45% chance of losing. I don't like that.
No, well,
I like the 55%.
However, it's now virtually tied in Virginia. I don't even know what I'm looking at, but it's virtually tied. It's now 49.18 to 49.
And do you think 4 years ago at this?
All right, let's see. Doing good in Texas. I don't know why this map is showing Oklahoma and Missouri. I swear, I'm bad at geography if I mess that up, but I don't know why it's showing them at 0. Fair. But I don't know what you're supposed to do with that much. Like, where are you gonna put all that? Fair.
So I do believe I understand the currents shaping the West in general and America specifically. But the question of what state will do what or what state matters to make the call that I asked it to you, not because I had one in mind. I really wanted to know if you had one in mind, because then I'll watch that state avidly. And you all seem, or at least the majority, seem to say Virginia.
But that's such a reach. I mean, if Wisconsin
How do you
came
curl
in
it?
and Trump won Wisconsin, and we took the Senate
That's
seat,
scary.
That I think is more realistic, and I would feel really good going into the rest of the night.
On the other side of that, if Donald Trump loses North Carolina, it isn't impossible for him to win the presidency, but I think that it would be almost impossible. Not even necessarily because of the electoral math, but because
It's
the Republican,
indicative. It would be
indicative. That would be a terrible thing.
1 minute till the next polls
So
close.
is North Carolina determined by Raleigh-Durham? Because I don't know what else. What am I missing?
Mecklenburg County.
Oh wait, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. So right, Chapel Hill, is that what it's called? So it's all the big university towns have been poisoned by the university.
It's all that little.
My chat was temporarily disconnected.
So so that's a try. So that's it basically, because I can't imagine the rest of North Carolina is Democrat.
What do you think about it, Cabot?
Well, I think,
see if I
Mecklenburg
can
County
refresh it.
is another big one.
Hopefully
there.
the whole
It's
stream's
one
still
for
working.
Charlotte is. I agree with you that I think from an electoral standpoint, you can pick up 16 electoral votes with Nevada and Arizona, which you could well do, or Georgia's 16 as well as North Carolina. But it's more about what it would mean and the indication. And the black vote there is another one that I think is interesting to keep an eye on. They have the 8th highest rate of black voters in the entire country. Georgia's 3rd. So I'm interested to see the turnout of black men in Georgia and the Atlanta area compared to North Carolina.
Also, North Carolina, sorry, just before we go off North Carolina, another reason why that'd be a bad sign is that, and we moved on from it in like 45 seconds.
If the stream's still up,
but in
give me
North Carolina,
1 second. Having technical difficulties, it might disconnect temporarily. Okay, sweet. There we go. Now it's back. Where am I from? It's based out in Texas. Good old Texas. Yes, everything is bigger here. I can confirm.
It continues
I
to
mean
hold
everything.
pretty strong. If Trump pulls Georgia,
He's
the
in the fight.
night's on track. The night is on
he's
track.
in the fight.
Yeah.
And North Carolina right now actually trending in Harris's direction, 51-47, but that's only with just over 10% report. I mean, they're just getting started in North Carolina.
Trump is now ahead in Virginia, but the Times is saying that they believe that race leans toward Harris because of the
Oh, I think the next polls drop. Let's check that.
Matt, to your point about North Carolina and the devastation there, I was on the ground 2 weeks ago in Swannanoa, Asheville, the surrounding communities there. The devastation, I mean, still a month and a half later, most Americans have forgotten about it, and the federal government also seems to have in many ways. But the amount of people I talked to on the
Trump
ground
up
there
at
about the election, these were in
111.
very red areas. Asheville, obviously, very
Let's
red, but
go,
surrounding
Oompa
counties,
Loompa.
those are some of the reddest in the entire state. None of them had even thought about the election. And this was 2 weeks ago. When I asked them, hey,
Notice
polling locations down,
how
you're gonna
all
be
the
able to get
Republican
votes.
states are
They were
already
all
like
like, "Oh, I
completely
forgot that
called,
there's even an election going
but
on."
most of the
I'll be very
Democrat
interested to see
states
what the voter turnout
are
looks like
still
in
trying
those
to figure
counties.
it
Not
out.
necessarily because they aren't able physically to
All
vote,
I'm saying is I'm
because
noticing a
I did hear
pattern.
on the ground from a number of Republican officials that they were getting
I think they
voting
may
centers
need to go
operational,
back to
but that
school.
they're so devastated by other things that it's just the last thing on their mind right now.
And is it still, the area still looks like a disaster zone, or what does it look like?
Yes, it was a disaster zone in entire communities. It looked like a nuclear bomb had gone off. So right now it's still
Nukes.
They were
I
just
love
wrapping
nukes.
up the recovery of bodies when I was there. So I went out with a team of cadaver dogs.
They
with
make
veterans
Big Boom.
there. But the
Big
Do
Boom
the people
fun
have
to
any
watch.
resentment towards the federal government, or how do they feel?
I
Who do they blame?
expected that there would be more. To be totally honest, I expected there would be more when I got there. And anytime I brought up their opinion of the federal government or their opinion of the Biden-Harris administration, they, with the exception of one or two people, they just said, I don't want to talk about politics right now. They said, I lost my neighbor, or my house got destroyed. I don't want to talk about politics.
No, I
There
know
might
it's
be
not
that
the final
resentment there,
counts.
And you know, that might be
Wait,
in
oh,
other areas,
sorry, if I
but the
said
people who
final
were
counts,
actually
that
hit,
that was
I
my
didn't get
brain
the sense
farting.
that they were thinking about the political aspect of it. Although I will say, I talked to a number of victims who said it was 5 or 6 days before they met a single government aid worker, and that the only people helping them, it was the redneck Air Force that I was embedded with for a day, of veterans who just flew out Chinook helicopters that were private to run recovery missions. Those were the people that were on the ground first.
And remember how Bush was excoriated because he only flew over New Orleans at first? But Biden didn't show up at all, I don't think. And Kamala did that ridiculous, camera.
Which, by the way, flying over it is a totally sensible thing to do. What do you want to do? Rappel down into the middle of the flood zone? But Kamala made no attempt to even pretend to care.
So some numbers also coming out from the New York Times. My favorite thing to do on election night is to look at the liberal websites and outlets. So right now, the Times says it's still a toss-up, obviously, but it's estimating Trump 279, Harris 259. The New York Times is giving Trump a 59% chance of winning, Harris a 41% chance. What matters here is that it's trending in Trump's direction. So it's breaking away a
The
little
New
bit.
York Times is predicting a Trump victory?
Yes.
They are
Though
right
it says it's a toss-up, but they're giving a decisive
Did I have something
chance.
to drink?
It's interesting that the liberals too think it's going to be Trump
Whatever we
wins.
give you, right?
That's right. Yes. No, absolutely. You can hold me to it.
I really want to know why he stopped drinking before we take him up.
I just become so violent when I would sit around a table with a fellow.
Even my friends, I attack them with it.
So you've never had a Jaeger bomb. Maybe we'll.
You're right. I don't know what it is. Yeah,
We have that at
Don't
the
ask any
bar.
questions. We'll.
I was wondering why everybody at the party is naked now. I don't know if that's
So I want to take a few questions from our Daily Wire Plus members. The first one here, Drew, I'll ask this one of you. If Kamala loses, does she 25th Amendment Biden and become president for the remaining 3 months of his term? Which isn't I guess it is 3 months of his term.
Interesting, probably not. I mean, the country seems to be running perfectly.
Yeah, I
as
don't
well
know
as
why
it was.
she would do
I shouldn't
that.
say it's running perfectly well. It's running as well as it was under
Back when
Biden.
we had a president.
Back when we actually had a president. So obviously, it's being run by a cabal of leftist bureaucrats, secretly manipulated by the Machiavellian Barack Obama from the cellar, or something like that. And so I don't think
Obama
they want to
runs
do anything
everything.
that dramatic. I actually do believe if Trump wins convincingly, there will be wiser heads on the left who start to understand that they are seen, that when they try to silence us, they are seen trying to silence us, which was not true 5 years ago.
I do think that it's true, and Ben said this yesterday while we were on Timcast IRL together, that the left, you have to give them credit for being professional at politics. And they are willing to run more moderate campaigns if they think that that's the path to power. in my lifetime, I mean, by today's standards, Bill Clinton was basically a Republican president, particularly during his first term. He famously said the era of big government is over. That they're willing to do
crazy
that. If
how
that's what
much
it takes to
politics
win.
have changed,
But,
like, actually.
when you get to the stakes in the election, I just want, why do I want Donald Trump to win? I mean, obviously, I liked not being engaged in wars. I liked decisive action to actually defeat ISIS. I liked killing Soleimani in Iraq. I liked the tax cuts. I liked the judicial appointments. I liked the
Somebody
the
start
executive
playing that
orders.
song "Bomb Iran."
But I really want Trump to win more than anything for these two reasons. I want the left to have to wake up in 4 years and see Donald Trump leave office. Because they've essentially said that he won't. I mean, they've said this guy's Hitler, he's a fascist, he's a dictator. If he comes into power, it's the end of everything. So in the same way that I want to get to whatever the
which
day
is why
is when
there's
it's
been
too late to
multiple
save the planet from
assassination
global warming,
attempts on him.
just so they have to stop talking. Like, either way, they have to stop talking about it.
They're going to keep talking about
I also want to. But the number one reason I want Donald Trump to win is because I want an end. FDR got elected to a fourth term. Let's not elect Barack Obama to a fourth term. Barack Obama has essentially been the power in the Democrat Party for the last 16 years. The reason he was so quick to advance Kamala Harris for this role is because she's a vacuous, brain-dead, probably drug and alcohol-addled non-person. I mean, she literally is the non-person player or whatever.
I honestly don't
the
know
non-person
how
character.
anybody can watch Kamala
Which means
and
that
think she
Barack
isn't
Obama
like
just
on
gets 4
something.
more years of essentially being the most powerful person, not
nothing
vested
she
with the
says
power of
makes any sense
constitutional authority,
whatsoever.
but vested with just the power of influential authority in that party. I want that to be gone. If you defeat Kamala Harris now, in 4 years, the Democrats are going to have to run an actual candidate. And an actual candidate will have their own opinions and their own ideas and won't just be a puppet for Barack Obama and his former staff. That's why Barack Obama doesn't want that to happen. That's why he wanted Joe Biden, even though he hates Joe Biden. But he liked the fact that Joe Biden was already dead.
Yeah.
He likes the fact that Kamala Harris maybe has never been alive.
Yeah.
So it would just delight me if we no longer had Barack
The
Obama.
chief reason I would want to see Trump win, there are many, many reasons. You named most of them. But the chief one is because without violence and without violating the First Amendment, I want the news media to know how much we despise them, how much we distrust them, how much we see them lying. I do not know how to send that message any better than to re-elect Donald Trump and to say, you know what?
Because it means they were irrelevant.
They were irrelevant, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
What's yours?
was the question raised if she loses, would they make her president for the last 3 months? Was
If
that
she
raised?
if she wins, would they make her president?
Well, why would?
Oh, I thought they said if he loses.
Yeah, I thought it was.
No, you're correct. If
Yeah,
she
yeah.
loses, if she
So I had a thought on that it would be in our interest that she were president for 3 months. Then they can never say again the first black woman president. They would have lost that idiotic.
Actually, true though.
If there's something I loathe, it is tribalism. I remember when a beautiful human being, Joe Lieberman, was named vice presidential candidate under Al Gore. I mean, and I knew Lieberman personally. He was talk about an honorable man in politics. Everyone recognized that. I didn't vote for him. My relatives did. And one of my relatives, who was a very, very bright and wonderful human being, said, Dennis, we finally think about it. A Jew, vice president of the United States, and you're voting for the Republicans? And I didn't bother arguing, but I realized I don't think that way. I don't believe I need to look like my leaders.
Unfortunately, it's become way too late. Left versus right. Used to be a lot better.
There is no part of me
But-
that understands why that is a beautiful idea.
But Dennis, don't you think that Valium-addicted, brain-dead, young women of mixed ethnicity deserve to see a president who looks like them?
It's been too long, really. You know?
Isn't it to get certain insinuations out of your commentary?
Isn't it time?
You get the argument, the one that drives me we want a Supreme Court that looks like America, or we want a this that looks like America.
Right.
Wait, I know I'm one of the 10 million people who've asked this question, but it's nevertheless worth asking. Does anybody rooting for their NBA team care if the team looks like him? Seriously, right?
And that's not what they want
I mean,
anyway,
real.
because
I
looks like
just want
America means that
qualified
any
people
institution is 13% black.
that
and they
actually
want
want
it
to
be a
come
lot more than that.
represent us.
But if we're going around the
Like,
table
who
and talk about
cares
why we want Trump to
about
win,
ethnicity, gender, all
we already
that? It's
covered a lot
like,
of the good reasons, but
are you
I
qualified
also
to
think
actually
it'll just
represent
be
us and keep the
hilarious
economy
if
running?
Trump goes 2-0 against female candidates. If the first two female presidential candidates are defeated by Donald Trump,
that would be a good one. Yeah.
That is hilarious.
My answer relates to Jeremy's a little, because that was a really insightful point, Jeremy, when you said, I want Trump to win so that the Democrats, so we can all see the day when he leaves office and that will prove them wrong. And he didn't declare himself Caesar. I want Trump to be president so that he declares himself Caesar and reigns forever, and then Barron will take over after him, and we will have a glorious Pax Trumpana that will augur great.
this reminds me of something.
We're going to take a minute to show you some cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire, and we will be right back. We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new
Dude, once I'm of age, like, actually, I would consider running for president. And if I had enough money.
Might, they just don't have any
Ain't no way.
alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead.
1 second, it might
They'll
cut
like
out
what
for
we
a
make
second.
more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else.
No, where is it? Bruh. Oh, that's a cool image, but no, there's looking for.
It really has been an unbelievable 4 years
Oh, yes,
since
here
the
we
last
go.
presidential election. If you'll recall, 4 days after the 2020 election, we moved the Daily
Bro,
Wire
I
out
just
of
wanna
Los
pull this
Angeles,
up.
which had been my home for 20 years. Drew's home since the mid-1700s. Ben's home his entire life, except for that brief stint at Harvard. And we moved to Nashville, our adopted home of the company, with a great governor in Bill Lee, a great
The Emperor of Mankind.
State government here, a real welcoming red state, even though, of course, Davidson County is a blue county.
For all the 40K enjoyers out there.
On election night 2020, we announced that we were first moving into entertainment, and we've really accomplished an incredible amount since that time. Not only has Matt, I think, made the 2 most important documentaries, basically, of my lifetime. Not only have we made movies with Gina Carano,
15 minutes.
Acquired the rights from Dallas Sonnier and Bonfire Legend to the remarkable Run, Hide, Fight, but we also have made the Pendragon Cycle, which will be launching next year. We brought you BentKey, our children's app, which is one of the things that we're the most proud of. All this work is made possible by our Daily Wire members. We'll be taking more questions from them throughout the evening. If you're not a member, please consider becoming one. We're running a great special today. If you use promo code FIGHT at dailywireplus.com/subscribe, you will get 47% off. 47 because we hope that Donald Trump is the 47th president. I recognize that there is some risk in the promo code, and believe you me, if the night doesn't go the way we want, we will change the promo code very, very quickly.
So we get an update out of Decision Desk HQ. They're putting Trump's chances in North Carolina at 73%.
Oh, that's good.
Whoa, pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Georgia also looking pretty good. Don't want to count our chickens, but
another shout out for my boys in Florida. First big polling miss of the evening.
Yeah, Georgia's been pretty sketch with some of their
Rick Scott at +4.5. They're both going to win by +12.
Whoa, whoa, that's great.
Florida, baby.
How do you feel about Florida?
Yeah,
I love it. It's
yeah.
the best. Let me just tell you how much Florida kicks ass, okay? This is how good Florida is. Florida put up 4 constitutional referendum, abortion on demand, and legalized marijuana, and both went down in flaming defeat because Florida is, as stated, amazeballs.
I want to move to Florida.
I thought the abortion one would go down. I didn't think the other one would go down.
Well, so again, DeSantis got on his horse and he actually did the work in that state. And Brian Kemp, by the way, did that in Georgia too.
Love DeSantis.
Seriously, full credit to
Great
Brian
governor.
Kemp, who Trump crapped upon for literally years. And Brian Kemp went out and he's been stumping for Trump.
Wait,
He's been doing the work. So
it's 2024.
that is
2028.
let's
DeSantis
put it
for
this way, the good
2028.
races go both ways.
Maybe.
They just go one way. We talked
Perchance.
about Donald Trump, forgiving his enemies and people who have opposed him. And it also works the other way. There are a lot of people who, Donald Trump did not treat amazingly well over the course of the last few years who have shown up for him. I mean, we all remember he didn't treat Ron DeSantis particularly well. DeSantis went out and he worked very, very hard for Donald Trump in the state of Florida, and it makes a big difference. When we unify, it's better. It's better.
Yeah, that's right.
Do any of you have a theory? I had him on my show today, and I almost never have politicians on it. I'm not anti-politician. I don't have that silly view. They run the gamut like any other group of human beings. But it's just
who are scum-sucking bottom dwellers.
But it's just not the nature of my show. But I so admire Ted Cruz. He is such a fighter for good things. Is he really in trouble in this race?
Ted Cruz was in trouble in this race. I consider Ted my only friend in government. And it's, again, I think that as far as scum-sucking bottom dwellers go, Ted is top.
Oh, he better not lose.
And a friend of the Daily Wire. And he was in genuine trouble. I mean, for one thing, there has been an enormous shift in Texas. And the shift in Texas is not that they've imported a bunch of Californians. As it turns out, the Californians they've imported are largely conservative. It's that they have this uncontrolled border. They've had it now for so long that it is beginning to erode Texas. It's not, I mean, it is still decidedly a red state, but it is purpling up. And Ted was trailing behind Trump.
I swear
in
sometimes
the
I
state
feel like I
in poll
encounter
after
more
poll.
illegals on a
The
day-to-day
Democrats
basis
decided to
than
run
actual
Colin
fellow
Allred, who's
American
something of a cultural
citizens.
figure. He was obviously a Tennessee
Freaking hate it.
NFL football player. So the kind of guy who could get some sizzle down in Texas, and it became the most expensive Senate race in the country.
That's what he said.
They spent an enormous amount of money trying to unseat Ted. And one of the reasons Ted is vulnerable is because Trump kind of shivved him at the RNC, back in 2016. And because Ted has played so hard himself with people like Mitch McConnell and his colleagues in the Senate that they didn't give him a lot of support from the institution in this race. And so I do think that at the beginning of this race, and even as recently as 6 weeks ago, I think there was a lot of very concerning polling for Ted coming out of Texas. I got to get involved in that race actually in my own way, not as a representative of the Daily Wire, but as a friend of Ted Cruz, and I wrote an ad for him, which I think turned out maybe to be the state level ad that had the most money spent on it out of any race in the country this year. I was really proud of the ad.
I assume you probably saw the ad. It was the ad where Colin Allred tackles a little girl on the football field because he supported transgenderism in sports.
That's right. And it was a brutal ad. I'm not going to lie. But it turns out it was very effective, and the Super PAC spent a lot of money on it, on airing it in Texas.
Yep, there's a little more of the blue for Harris.
I think that Ted has run a great campaign in Texas, and I do not think he goes into the evening tonight in trouble. It would be, in fact, I'll go so far as to say, I think that if Ted Cruz loses his race in Texas, Kamala Harris is going to win the presidency. They're going to win the Senate. They're going to win that.
Yes.
Whereas I don't know that was necessarily the case, even as recently as 8 weeks ago. But he's put in the effort. He's run a great campaign.
Ted's been all over the state.
And Ben campaigned with him.
We
2
must
days
protect
ago.
Ted Cruz.
Massive energy for Ted Cruz. By the way, one piece of interesting NBC exit poll. Again, always with the proviso that exit polls are chicken entrails. But the Pennsylvania Independent Voter exit poll out of NBC News, Trump 50, Harris 44. If that holds, Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. He's going to win the presidency.
Wow.
So, let's hope that holds. Well, meanwhile, Brent Buchanan from Signal, he is with us, and he has some updates from Georgia. Brent, tell us all about what's happening in Georgia as more of the vote is coming in.
Well, we're starting to see some of the northern counties begin to report, which is what we had talked about earlier. And so we look at places like Cobb County, Georgia here is beginning to report. So this is a very large county that in the past has voted for Joe Biden. Let me look at the numbers here. So this was a seat that, or a county that Joe Biden won by 14 points, and you can see that currently
Find it funny that third-party candidates still try.
Here, I love tenths of a percentage. She's currently up by 16 points, or she's up by 16 points in this seat. So one of the biggest trends that we're beginning to see across Georgia specifically is that there are some places where she's doing better. She's improving upon Biden's margins. The vote share is higher. But then you're starting to see some of these rural counties come in also, too. And so we've got Forsyth County here as an example. And this is a county that Trump won by 33 points. And currently he is up by 37. So you can see you've got kind of a counterbalance effect here of 2 northern arc Georgia counties.
Red America is getting redder and blue America is getting bluer, is what this tells me.
That's a really good point. And then you throw in, again, let's go back to Fayette County that we were talking about earlier. This is a county that Trump won by 7, and now you can see how tight this margin is. And so if we're talking about blue and red America, Fayette County is the county in between blue and red America, and it has shifted somewhat in her direction. So overall, we're seeing a lot of the same trends in that the rurals are doing better, but this partisanship gap of if you were in a blue county, you're voting even more heavily blue, at least in the swing states. And again, I go back to what you brought up in the last segment, talking about Loudoun County. That's a really interesting place because they had 220,000 votes in 2020. That's down to about 212,000. So an 8,000 vote drop, and it looks to have almost come exclusively off of the back of Kamala Harris. And so Donald Trump is performing at his ballot share, actually a little bit above the ballot share that he got in 2020 in a county like that. And then you combine that with Florida, which is just wildly red, and you begin to see how the national polling has showed a very tight presidential race. And we saw a lot of this in 2022 also, where Republicans were at +2 nationally on the generic ballot and ended up in that place and then just barely won the House of Representatives. And so I don't think this election is turning out so far to look much like 2020 or even 2016. It's got a lot of 2022 vibes to it, at least that we're starting to see come in. And that's very strong Republican votes, but it's not showing up evenly across the country. And so I'm really interested to see what other states that aren't like a Florida as they come in. You know, we're sitting here at Georgia in total of about 63% reporting. This margin continues to get closer as the votes are counted. And I think this is going to be a really indicative state as we begin to go through the night. But it feels a whole lot like 2022 right now, where Republicans are performing very strongly, but it's not necessarily netting us yet in the places that we need it to net us vote. It's just increasing our margins in places like Florida and Loudoun County that actually don't matter that much overall.
So well, let's talk about sort of the question of voting by race. We've seen some exit polls that show that Trump is performing strongly so far in Hispanic districts. There was an exit poll that somebody had cited earlier that suggested that he was doing well with black men in Georgia. Well, what did the turnout look like? Do we know yet in terms of exit polling or any other data what the turnout looks like racially in a state like Georgia, which is obviously a very heavily demographically black state?
Yeah, a lot of those counties haven't reported yet, especially the rural black counties. So if we come down to some of these counties down here, so Coffee County, we can look at some of the census data, percent black. What's really interesting is that this county actually looks a whole lot, or at least racially, like the state.
What was that sound?
Georgia, it does over-index on Hispanic and under-index Asian, but it gets the black percentage about right when you're thinking about what the voting population is going to be. And then as we look at the results for Coffee County, it hadn't come in at all. So there's just several places where there's not a ton of votes. I mean, they're expecting, 16,000 votes here for Coffee County as an example, but there's just a lot of holes in the map still. And even when we look at places like Fulton County here, 74% reporting. I mean, this is turning out pretty much like you would project. So this Fulton County is Atlanta, and then goes into Buckhead and a little bit further north into that top part there that you see. And so I would say we're still pretty early in the night. If we're going to say that they're good Republican data points and good Democrat data points, if I had to compare the two, I would say that there are more good Republican data points so far coming in, and they tend to look like it's trending even more so that direction.
You know, we do have a couple of calls from the Associated Press. The Associated Press is saying that Virginia is going to go for Kamala Harris, and they are also suggesting that I believe
Virginia.
There's another state they just called for Kamala Harris. Illinois, I believe, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. New Hampshire is the one that was sort of my outlier.
Springfield.
There goes my map.
It would have been fun.
My map was, in my dream map, he wins New Hampshire. They've called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris as well. So what exactly happened in New Hampshire? Because there were some dreams. Some of us had dreams. Those dreams have been dashed of New Hampshire turning red.
Well, again, it's 33% reporting, so we can't really look into it and say what happened. I think it's just if you're looking at states that aren't actually that competitive and have not had hundreds of millions of dollars spent on them, they're kind of performing like you would expect them to perform. Not a lot of money was spent in Florida this go around, and I think that depresses
2
the
minutes,
Democrat and
30
left-leaning,
seconds, pretty
non-affiliated
much
voter
till the
turnout
next
there.
polls.
In a place like New Hampshire, there wasn't much advertising. We did a huge study in 2022 after the election and looked at where large amounts of spending went compared to races that didn't have a lot of spending. And you saw, if it was a red seat and it didn't have any spending, you actually saw severe drops in Democratic turnout because they had no reason to show up. Like they knew it was going to be a guaranteed victory. And so places like New Hampshire are a really good example where not a whole lot of money spent, not even a ton of money in the congressional races comparatively were spent. And so it's just giving you what you would expect it to give you in a final result.
Well, Brent Buchanan will check back in shortly. Our election map coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsor, Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen.
It's interesting that, Trump and
Almost 8 o'clock.
Kamala in Virginia, and the Times is saying that it still leans her way, but they're not saying she.
Well, I mean, they've actually called. I mean, the AP called it.
The AP called it.
I mean, but that's why, again, we're the amateurs. I mean, like, really, if they're calling it, the reason that they're calling it is because the counties that have already reported tend to be the more red counties. They're a bunch of outstanding blue counties. They know how that's
now,
going to go.
Looking at the lib outlets, I'm checking in again with our friends at the New York Times. They are continuing to increase Trump's chances at the presidency. They're now putting it at 60-40 Trump. Their EV breakdown is 279 to 259. Before New Hampshire came in, they had it up to
Keeping
280
my eye
as a
on Georgia.
possibility,
There's
but okay,
I think
279 still. You were
believe
seeing a
it's
little
Georgia.
breakaway here, even
Some
coming
sketch
from
stuff happening, I
the
think.
liberal outlets.
It says it's a toss-up, but it's
their
the
election
meter is
stuff.
moving closer to Lenin.
They've got the needle back. The needle is back. The famous
needle is
needle
back,
that
yeah.
had Hillary Clinton at 99%.
Yeah, I know. That's what I want to get to.
degenerate gambler crowd?
Megan, what are you hearing from the evangelical? We've heard so much about the evangelical.
40 seconds, chat.
Vote, or told that they should vote woke or whatever. What are you hearing?
I mean, that's a very real thing.
Yeah.
It's both from the standpoint of you have pastors, and I can tell you some very well-known, influential pastors, people like Andy Stanley, who he has a church of about 38,000 in Georgia. And he had a book out last year called Not in It to Win It, Why Choosing Sides Sidelines the Church. So I think that has been a major factor. Jeremy was talking about this earlier. The messaging that you're getting from a lot of these pastors that it's dirty to get your hands in politics, rather than understanding that, look, we as a constituency have to be able to leverage our political power for the cause of righteousness. That's not what they're arguing. And at the same time, you also have literally, and you and I talked about this on your show, hard left secular foundations who are funneling money into
Trump up 154,
gambits and efforts
Harris 95.
to try to push this narrative that it's better for Christians to abstain from the political process, that Jesus is neither left nor right. And of course, the implication there is that the left and right are moral equivalents, and they're not. But I think you have a lot of pastors who are unwilling to stand up and seem like they're partisan and push back against that narrative.
This hit a very sensitive subject. I had Jack Hibbs on, one of the best-known pastors in the country, for an hour last week on my show, begging fellow evangelicals to vote. But this notion, Jesus is neither left nor right.
It's
it doesn't
dumb.
matter whether you're Catholic, Protestant, or Jew.
If Jesus was
17
around,
years
he'd
have
definitely
conducted
be
Yom Kippur
more
and Rosh
conservative
Hashanah
leaning.
services in Los Angeles. And
Well, okay,
I
he wouldn't be political, but like,
I never talk politics, by the way. That's one of the reasons I founded this synagogue, was not to talk politics. But I'm obviously conservative in every
like the things he
religiously
commanded
and
us to
morally. And one of
recognize
my
morally
and I
leans
choose
more
them very
right.
carefully, 'cause
Like,
most of the people
no
have heard
killing
me on the
babies,
radio and in speeches,
no pretending
so
to be
I
something
need
you're not,
something really big, but not one that I've addressed.
being
How
kind to
does one
others.
explain when religion, specifically Judaism and Christianity, doesn't make people better? It's always bothered me. The first book I wrote, I was 24 years old, The 9 Questions People Ask About Judaism. And one of the questions was, if religion is supposed to make people better, how do you account for unethical religious people? And that has bothered me since high school. The Bible is so clear that God wants us to be good. My favorite verse in the entire Bible is, those of you who love God must, it's a commandment, the Hebrew is in the command, must hate evil. If you don't hate evil, you don't love God. So
And I sure do hate evil.
Pastor or a rabbi, that's irrelevant, or a pope, to say that Jesus doesn't take sides, he doesn't take sides on whether you cut girls' breasts off if they say they're
real.
That's frightening.
Deliver that message to the evangelicals?
I do. I speak to Christians more than to Jews.
I will say that there is an aspect of Jesus, which is, you hate to use modern political vernacular to talk about ancient religious figures, but there is a liberal aspect to Jesus in the sense that Dr. Jordan Peterson often says that the purpose of the liberal in a healthy society is to speak for the underrepresented, is to speak for anyone who, because in any sort of hierarchy of any kind, there are going to be people who get disenfranchised, there are going to be people
True, that makes sense.
Who the system looks over, and someone has to remind those of us who are in power, or those of us who are ascendant, to remember those people and to care for them. But that's about where the comparison can stop. Religion is fundamentally a conservative exercise because it posits that the greatest wisdom that's ever been presented in human history is behind us.
And right, there's a transcendent, eternal moral order and human nature. And
But
all
at the
that.
same
It's
time,
hard to
liberals
square that with
pretend to
liberal
care about the
project, which is in
underrepresented
itself
and then enact policies
largely a
that hurt
rejection
them.
of
So
religion. I mean, you think of the French Revolution is where we get the terms left and right. And what does that come from? That comes from the National Assembly.
Like, anybody
where
remember,
the Catholics
I think
sat
it
on
was
the right
Biden
and the
saying
atheists sat on the left. And
black
that was
people
pretty
couldn't
much
figure out how to
breakdown.
open up
Speaking of the
laptops or
French
something.
Revolution, our friend Tim Pool is joining us now. And not a moment too soon, because the polls are closing in a number of states just in the last few minutes, all throughout the central part of the country, including Texas, my home state, which you will be shocked to learn is being universally called for Donald Trump. So there were, going into the election, there were all kinds of things that people were, maybe New York will go for Trump, and maybe Texas will go for
Texas
Harris. All that
red.
is wish casting. We still live in a world where gravity works.
Yeah, here's some quick calls. Trump wins Wyoming, Trump wins Kansas, Trump wins North Dakota, Trump wins South Dakota, Trump wins Nebraska, Trump wins Louisiana, and Kamala wins New York. So Donald Trump's big dream of winning New York, well, that one went down in flames. That's a really stupid
rip,
idea.
not
Kamala
racist.
Harris won Texas, and
Kamala
Trump has won Ohio.
Kamala Harris did campaign in Texas.
Did that all just came in right now?
Yeah.
All just, as you were walking over.
Right. Well,
She
how you
actually-
guys feeling? We've been tracking the decision desk forecast, giving Trump about 70%.
Can't
chance to
imagine
win.
how small of a
And it's
greeting
going down
she
a
was
little bit. We're staying
giving
about 2 to
coming
1,
here to
so
Texas.
What do we think?
I don't know, man.
Well, Virginia's tied 49 to 49.
The whole time,
Crazy.
the scariest thing is the quote-unquote shadow campaign. Right? Time Magazine writes that article. 2020 had a shadow campaign. We go to bed, Trump's ahead in all the numbers, and then we wake up and he's not winning. Based on what I've seen on the ground, I went to Philadelphia and there were Trump signs in downtown Philadelphia and the surrounding residential areas. That to me was crazy to see an urban center that was Republican or that people were unafraid. And so that my gut just says Trump's got the edge, whatever that means. But I don't know the Republicans have the procedural capabilities that Democrats have. I think Ben,
Hope
you were
my
saying they're
chat's
way more
working.
professional. That is worrying.
Sorry if you guys
Yeah,
have
so
been
there
talking. I
was some
haven't got
Gallup
anything.
data that suggested that a much higher percentage of Democrats had heard directly from the Kamala campaign than Republicans had heard from the Trump campaign. The Democrats are granular on this sort of stuff. They know how to ballot harvest. They will knock on doors. They'll do whatever it takes to get their people out. Republicans, it always feels like, okay, guys, please go. Like, and the more we just shout vote at people, somebody out there, you'll open your window, you'll shout vote, and some person in Pennsylvania will hear you, and then immediately run to the polls. With that said, I mean, the enthusiasm that Trump, does enable in the voting population on both sides,
194,
but largely on the
95.
right, is unprecedented, obviously, in American history. And you are seeing that show up. If you had to game it out right now, Trump is a slight favorite. I think everyone sort of acknowledges at this point that Trump is a slight favorite, but it's a very slight favorite. So, like the Needle, the New York Times, the famous Needle.
Yeah,
So they right now have it leaning right between it's a toss-up and lean Trump. Like they have it very slightly favoring President Trump. He is very slightly favored to win Pennsylvania. He's slightly favored still to win Nevada and North Carolina, according to the New York Times, right? So I'm not citing a left-wing source right there. And of course, it seems as though we're having a better time tonight than the people on MSNBC are.
Yeah.
From what I'm hearing from I'm getting a lot of
That
texts
was
from
part of the reason my joy. You know, the whole night I watched the left-wing media. It was.
Oh well, we're gonna live stream MSNBC. If this goes the wrong way, we're just gonna put a live camera outside Kamala's headquarters, and we're just gonna watch people scream into the night, and it's gonna be just wonderful.
There will be joy.
There will be
joy.
You guys all know the term.
Oh, either way, there's going to be so
Joy
many
in
mad
others'
people.
misery. So
So
I don't generally have that, but that night 8 years ago.
If they do it tonight, it's like the purge, right? All moral rules are off.
Yeah.
We're just going to enjoy the stuff like others. Right?
I have been very honest with myself for the past several days. I have relatives and friends who are big libs. You know, I'm from New York. I lived in L.A. A lot of Democrat friends. And I won't bring it up with them. And it won't come up at Thanksgiving.
Right,
I won't bring...
exactly.
However, I have two buddies who are New York Democrats. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I am salivating at the prospect of rubbing it in their faces so hard. So they're the only two. I think it's otherwise we have to have a politics of grace and everything. But there will be some Schadenfreude. I think it might be unavoidable.
Well, as a warning to others, we must engage in Schadenfreude. Do not repeat this exercise again. It's like punishing your child. You don't want to do it. You really don't want to do it, but it has to be done.
they did it to us, now we got to do
More
it to
than
them.
that's right. Exactly.
This is why
Tried to be
I really
kind.
hope that Trump wins the popular vote. If Trump wins the Electoral College and loses the popular vote, I know I'm going to go to Thanksgiving, and they're going to say, you guys only win because of some archaic procedure. We're the popular man.
A procedure called the Constitution. You guys only win because of your government.
I want Trump to win the popular vote so I can just say you're wrong about everything and we're right about everything.
Well, it does
See, we can't let the popular vote happen, though, because most people, like,
relatives who are on the left.
stupid. They're stupid.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we have the system that we do. Because we can't trust the majority of people to make the right
this is a
decision.
fascinating question.
Because they won't.
I love this sort of thing
they're
because
stupid.
I always ask people about their own personal lives. I'm fascinated. The only human being I know, and you must understand how many I've asked, including people I meet, which is a lot, on the radio, just people calling in. Literally the only person I know, all of whose relatives are conservative, is my wife.
Wow.
Really?
Yes.
Lucky her.
No kidding. She's going to live till 117. There's she has no misery.
At that point, though, what's the point of going to Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
You know, you can look forward
That's
to
right.
it.
Yeah.
At least turkey's good.
I feel like Biden's having a bad election.
Oh, yeah.
Is this true that Joe Biden was wearing red?
So Jill was. When Jill voted.
Jill.
So for sure, 100% Jill voted for Trump. 100%.
Gotta be.
Jill
Gotta be.
voted.
Right?
She despises Kamala Harris. Like,
At the very
hates her.
least, they wrote in Joe Biden. There is no way they voted.
I heard she wrote in Joe, and
Yeah.
she wore red.
Yeah, that would make the
That's
most sense.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
She wore red. That matters.
Right.
Is that
Also, you
the
can
thing?
kind of feel bad
well,
for
He's wearing the
Biden.
Republican colors, right? Like,
Yeah, no, I didn't know that.
remarkable.
It's like a nudge, you know?
Bro was
But
really
doesn't,
used and then discarded like trash.
Doesn't Donald Trump often wear a blue tie? I mean, I just,
No, he's got the red tie, the
he
yellow
always
tie.
has a red tie, really?
Occasionally the blue. You know, something people forget about election
Blue
night
tie,
history.
yeah.
They switched
it was,
it, yeah.
it was always up in the air. Sometimes, you know, when Reagan won, it was blue was Republican and red was Democrat.
Which is the way it ought to be.
Yes,
They're the
they're the Reds. They're
Yeah.
the Reds. But it was the 2000 election. I think it was Tim Russert in particular. That was really when it started to solidify as red for Republican, blue for Dem. And I totally agree with you, Dennis. They are actually reds, so it fits them. And red is an unattractive color. Well, I'm wearing a red shirt jacket, but I mean that bright red. You see
I
on stop
agree with
signs.
that. I like
This is
red.
burgundy. This is more like a plum.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
In Ohio, it looks like Bernie Moreno
Red's a pretty color.
going to cruise to victory over Sherrod Brown.
Let's
that
go.
was a
Blue is
close-
just sad and
Let's go.
depressing,
Sherrod Brown is
like
going to be ousted.
policies
All right,
that
baby.
liberals
That's
pass.
Yeah, that takes the Republicans to 52 in the Senate.
Wow.
Which is a more durable majority, obviously.
West Virginia was fairly obvious.
Yeah.
When they
Right.
called it, I'm like, I live there. And
Right.
Yeah.
Shane on our show is like, there's no cities in West Virginia. You've got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
No, that's a great line.
Yeah.
So we're being joined right now from Harris HQ in D.C. by our very own Spencer Lindquist. Spencer, how are things shaping up over there?
Oh, this
Yeah, that's
should be
right. So we're
interesting.
here in D.C., right in the middle of the swamp, and people have been really trickling in, Now, most everybody is here at the party, and it is a large crowd. I spoke with some people earlier, and they said they were cautiously optimistic. It was 3 young women who go to school here at Howard, and they all think Kamala's going to take it, but really none of them seemed too confident. So we still have a long night ahead of us before we have any results.
One long night.
Have you been
That'll
able to talk to
probably
any
stretch
attendees
into a
inside
week.
the party?
Because people don't know how to count,
Attendees
apparently.
inside the party, you know, it really is a large crowd. They're listening to music right now and really kind of just hanging out, waiting for these results to roll in. You know, we saw Illinois be called for Harris, a couple of other deep blue states be called for Harris, and they're sitting here watching, kind of waiting for these results to roll in. And people seem to be, you know, they're excited, a little bit jittery even, and cautiously optimistic, I think, is the general tone of those here on the ground.
I don't mind that they're jittery. What do you think is the most likely victory map if she does win, end up winning tonight?
You know, reporters and analysts all week leading up to this election have said that Kamala Harris's most direct path to victory really could lead through those 3 key Rust Belt states, those three swing states. So you've got Michigan, Wisconsin, and of course Pennsylvania, which has 19 electoral votes. And if Kamala Harris won those 3 states, you could have Trump winning North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, even Nevada. And you would still come away with a very, very slim margin, but a Kamala Harris victory nonetheless. So those 3 states really are key, and they're going to be ones that we're going to be keeping an eye on tonight.
And as you've been looking around D.C. for the last day or two, you know, we see reports about shopkeepers boarding up their businesses. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, we were hanging out really right around the White House in downtown Washington, D.C., and there's a number of different businesses ranging from, you know, small restaurants to office buildings, and they were putting up plywood. You know, we saw violence here in D.C. after Trump's inauguration in January of 2017. We saw violence around the country directly following Trump's election in 2016.
Yeah, everybody
So
wants to
there is
talk
an
about
indication
January
that if Trump
6th. Nobody
does
wants to
win
talk
this
about all the
election,
riots
there
that
could be
happened
more
after
left
Trump
wing
got
violence here, and that's
inaugurated
exactly
in
what those businesses are
2020.
preparing for.
If they start boarding up the windows at the White House, please text us. That's the thing. I'm going to want to get a head start.
Really?
Well, really appreciate it, Spencer. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Daily Wire's footprint at Harris HQ was made possible by our friends at PDS Debt. Get a custom plan right now to become a debt-free.
Like, nobody remembers the Antifa riots or anything.
Daily Wire. By the way, a good exit poll alert, this one from NBC News, suggesting that Donald Trump may win up to 45% of the Latino vote.
Wow.
That is a big number. That is a very, very big number.
Mostly Puerto Ricans, though.
Yeah.
What did Bush get in 04? He got a huge number.
I don't know the way they're mentioning the
Somewhere
Puerto
around
Rican
there.
thing.
That was the biggest ever, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, it's a major realignment. I mean, the Democrats, for a couple of reasons, have totally misread the Hispanic population in the United States. I mean, they misread them on policy because they think that they're just a bunch of left-wing San Francisco liberals so long as you keep the border open. But they also, I think, made a huge mistake in 2020, misreading the Hispanic population by using this dumbass notion of BIPOC.
Yeah.
Right. This idea that like every member of minority was the same as every other member of minority. So Asians were the same as black people, is the same as Hispanic people. First of all, Hispanic people ain't even the same as Hispanic people.
Wyoming
Right?
looking
Cuba
red.
is not the same as Argentina, which is not the same as Venezuela. I mean, these are all different countries with completely different histories,
Jersey,
and they think different ways.
Dakota,
and
North
the attempt to
Dakota.
lump everybody. And then I think in 2020, when they were like, "Listen, if you're Latino, you must believe that Black Lives Matter is the most important thing in the world." You started to see the shift then. I think you saw a lot of Hispanics go, you know, no. The answer is no. That's not the same thing.
I think Latinx was probably offensive to a lot of Hispanic speakers as well.
They said
That's
so.
real. I mean, they're like, what does that mean?
Oh, I forgot that was a thing,
We
bro.
do know, though, actually, that the Democrats are aware at some level that Hispanics are not all the same because Obama,
Latinx.
as he was opening up
How was
immigration
that
from everywhere
more
in Latin
considerate
America,
to them?
did close the door on the Cubans. He said, no, for the first time, forget about those Cubans. You're going back, but everyone else, Venezuelans, please come over.
Meanwhile, another NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin suggesting, this is Dasha Burns of NBC News, suggesting that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin.
Wow.
Trump is polling apparently about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Kamala Harris. 4 years ago, he won 8%.
It's
of
gonna
black
be a
voters in
long
Wisconsin.
night.
You're looking at identity realignment happening in real time in this election.
Oh,
cycle.
you
It's
got
amazing.
work
It's the
tomorrow?
final identity that Democrats are just banging on is white ladies, white single ladies. That really, honest to God.
Well, black ladies.
Oh, the single
We
ladies.
call
Oh,
them
the
single
single
ladies.
ladies.
We should say single
Yeah.
ladies are the constituency of the Democratic
That's
Party.
right.
Which is why Kamala Harris has campaigned so hard to get those people out to vote and campaign almost solely on abortion, because she's dropping support like flies with Hispanic men, with black men,
People with capacity for
I wonder why.
It's not. It actually is not distributed evenly. Like among single women, it's not as though everybody of every race who's single. I think that there's. It really depends on how likely you are to get married as a single woman, as a member of those populations. Right? If you're like, this is a question that we were talking about with Jordan. Was married women obviously vote very much like their husbands? Is that because they're being, forcibly abused by their husband, or is it because the types of women who tend to get married tend to be the types of women who vote like their husbands?
And people also marry people like themselves.
Well, but marriage also changes people. I think that's an important part of it.
And children.
But
children change people.
But it's also increasingly a self-selected group, meaning the kinds of people who want to get married are also the kinds of people who are going to tend to vote
terrible at
Republican
speaking.
a little bit.
I want
By
to
the
say
way,
the New York
Kelly Ayotte is now your governor of
At
New
least he
Hampshire.
has
She's a
good
Republican, so
policies.
Trump doesn't win the state, but Ayotte is the governor.
That's the first Republican governor
Since
they've had
Kristen
in
Udall, like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
I do want to say the worst thing that I
just
saw.
want to say that the New York Times needle has now shifted over to leaning to Trump.
It's now lean Trump.
66 to 34.
Wait. What's 66-34?
66% likelihood, according to the New York Times.
Why
and
do you
Needle.
keep saying it's what? No, well, you kept saying. He said it's just slightly. I don't understand. That's not slight.
They're saying leaning Trump, but they're saying the likelihood, given that lean, so it went from toss-up into the lean category. This is all this like stupid needle.
Why
that we
is
all talked about last time.
66 lean? That's all I'm asking. 66 is not lean.
Yeah, that's a landslide
They're
defeat.
saying it's not. They're not saying Trump is going to win. 66%.
No, they're saying it is a 66% chance he'll win.
Yes,
but that's not lean.
No, I mean,
I don't know why that's.
I guess
is 54, 46.
Dennis, the same needle once said that Hillary Clinton had a 99% chance of winning.
My point.
Okay, I agree. I agree with that.
It's
It's just the word lean. Juxtaposed to that.
Because you do think the last time we talked about this needle, it was to watch it just go like, in 16.
I don't want to move too far from this conversation about the gender gap in the electorate without talking about the hands-down, bar none, worst political ad of my lifetime, put out by a PAC supporting Kamala Harris that encouraged women to lie to their husbands. I think divorce
that's
is a grave
disgusting.
evil. Something that we could argue about one of these days. I might divorce my wife if I found out that she lied to me. I would not divorce my wife for voting for someone with whom I deeply disagree. That would be a challenge. You'd have to, because you in a marriage need to have a common set of values and a common.
You should not be lying to your spouse. That's disgusting that the Kamala campaign suggested
Did you
that.
see the
Holy
Whisper
frick.
campaign that the Washington Post was reporting on? They said after that ad went out, women were putting Post-it notes in bathroom stalls saying, "Your husband won't know, your boyfriend won't know, your vote is a secret." I kind of feel like if I went to the bathroom and I saw a Post-it on the wall, I would not consider what it was telling me. But the Washington Post said it was.
What's wrong with you?
That's what women were doing, and if it worked for them, I guess.
This is a reminder, though. I agree with you. That ad drove me so bonkers.
So vile.
But it's so perfectly.
Don't lie to your special ones, Chad.
Exemplary of the Democrat Party because
That's
the
disgusting.
fundamental political unit is the family. It's not the individual, right? The political unit means it's the family. And the Democrats have been so relentless in their assaults on the family, taking your kids away from you, promoting divorce, discouraging marriage, promoting abortion, all down the line, all the way up to, hey, folks, our best argument for victory is you divide up your marriage. And that will divide up the country and we win.
The New York Times, if you follow the New York Times, they run at least 3 articles a week suggesting various kinds of sex that will probably destroy or enslave you, unless you're married. If you're married, they keep saying, you don't have to have sex when you're married. They literally will have these articles.
Well,
but you might want to consider it a throuple.
If you're childless and alone, maybe a decent evolutionary strategy is to break up other people's marriages. I'm dead serious about that. Like you have no idea what sort of machinations people are capable of when what they're fighting for is the probability that they will end up in a couple. Like, there's no holds barred. And it certainly is a useful strategy. If you're not in a couple and other people are, then one of your strategies is to do everything you can to break that up. Why wouldn't you?
Right.
Are you going to solidify the situation? And you might say, well, that's counterproductive in the long run. It's like, well, maybe you're not concerned about the long run if you're that desperate, because desperate people tend not to be concerned with the long run. Like, we do have this terrible mystery that conservatives haven't unlocked, which is the absolutely aberrant pattern of attitudes and voting patterns that characterize single women between the ages of 18 and 34. It's like there's a big problem there, and it's a real mystery. It can't just be passed over because what they're doing is radically different than what everyone else is doing, and it's enough to consistently swing the election.
Tim, we were talking about this last night on your show, this idea that, people like Chelsea Handler and others keep talking about how, they do drugs and
30
sex with
minutes
themselves all day, and they're so genuinely happy. And and my argument was that they actually are happy. I don't think that they're lying. I think that they don't know that there's an entire realm of human emotion that happens in marriage, and then when you have children, that they're not even aware of. They live
a
in
trivial emotion.
Yeah,
and the fact that we're obsessed with happiness, even on the psychological side, is an indication of how trivial our culture is. I mean, one of the
Real.
things that you see quite consistently.
We should
in
not be
psychological
seeking after
research is that
happiness. We should be
children
seeking
without-
after progress.
Couples without children are happier than couples with children. It's like, well, you shouldn't have children. It's like, no, you shouldn't use happiness measurements as your index of outcome. Of course, you're
Yeah.
less happy because your 3-year-old is fragile, and if you have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, it's like, well, you're juggling catastrophes all the time.
Yeah.
Seriously, you don't have time to be happy. It's like, but happiness is a fleeting hedonic emotion, and it's not
It
an
is.
indicator of participation in a process that's going to stabilize your life and the life of your family across decades.
And enrich your life.
It's the permanent adolescence of the coming generations. I look at
Happiness
wolves, I
and
look at
success?
dogs, stories
Yeah,
about dogs came to be domesticated. They say that dogs are
I
effectively
don't
just
think anybody
permanent
who's like trying to argue
adolescent
you
wolves. I
can't
see
have
that's what's happening
both,
to
but like
humanity with the
happiness
current
is more of
trend,
like a
telling
fleeting
people not to grow up, play video
emotion.
games, stay home, stay single, live in your own internal world. But I believe that is spiritual suicide.
That's the Peter Pan story.
Yeah,
right.
it is the Peter
You know, and Peter Pan has Tinkerbell, the porn fairy. Serious, dead serious. I mean, he's king of the Lost Boys, right? Well, that's a form of king. It's not perhaps the kingship that you'd choose, and he forgoes the possibilities of maturity to
truthfully, I
remain
think
in this childhood fantasy.
The only thing
one
our
of
media
the
is telling us-
greatest like
our media is telling everybody to keep
causes
doing
to
it.
happiness
They're
is like
telling you
having
you're
a
selfish if you try to
not causes
live
is
and have
not
a
a good word.
family and experience what you should be doing.
The way to
and also, I believe your moral
get happiness is
which
to like have
is,
a
for those that are
nice
religious,
stable
to be fruitful
family
and
and
multiply. But for the sake of humanity,
work
if you
and
look at it from a more secular point of view, something like
succeed.
Elon Musk, if we do not reproduce, civilization collapses. And they are telling people to just
reproduce.
be hedonistic and to be permanent children.
fulfill like the
I kinda disagree
basics
with you a
of
bit about
life,
this because
basically.
People who do these things, I've known a lot of them.
What
I worked in
people
Hollywood for quite a while.
in this
and I know a lot
culture
of people
seek
live like
after
that. I don't think they're
whatever
happy. You know, I think,
makes
I think
them
they have that kind of
happy,
surface
gives them that
brutal,
next dopamine
smiley
hit.
happiness, but
And
you
it's
only have
caused like
question
depression because
talking
they're
10,
constantly
20 minutes,
seeking
and the depth of
after the next
despair underneath
dopamine
that, it's like
hit.
thin ice over a
Well,
black.
that's why the measurements are out. The measurements
Right,
are terribly
that's
out
right.
of whack. It's
Yeah.
like if you're going to do research on something as fundamental as human well-being.
Yeah, I agree that
We also
like
need to
shouldn't be like
establish-
forcing
we have to
anybody.
establish the definition of happiness,
Right.
which is like these guys are talking about.
And I'm not sure
happiness
they're
as
not
though
they're like
in the way we talk about
necessarily
it in modern
saying they
times,
should
which is some
we
fleeting
should be
little
forcing
emotion or
people
you
to
get
like
tickled or
have a
something.
family
But,
and
you know,
like all that,
happiness
but
we used to understand as rational activity done with excellence.
it's just the
with
degradation
virtue.
of
Aristotle wrote a very good book about this, and so we used
our
to believe
society.
that actually there was an
Yeah.
end to mankind. There was like a purpose for man. There was a purpose for marriage. We could know things by their purpose. That ground has totally shaken underneath us. So when we disagree
Yeah,
on what
you
makes us
are a
happy,
family man.
unfortunately the problem is even more.
I'm not
fundamental.
saying like
we don't even
you should
agree on
have to
what
get
happens.
Maybe this is
married or
actually
anything.
why
Like
I
that's your
always say this in
prerogative.
a way that you, because we talk about this from time to time, and you guys disagree
To
with
not.
me, but, you know, for example, 2023 was the hardest year of my life. I mean, it was genuinely traumatizingly hard, and I still would have told you I was miserable, but I was also happy.
Right.
I was certainly not at my best, but I still would have considered myself a happy person even in my misery. And I think that it may be that I'm just defining happiness differently. I don't think of happiness as
What
some.
was
as a-
what was it about your life that would have motivated you to
Well,
construe your
I suppose that what I would say is that I was fulfilled.
Right. Well, and that's a multidimensional issue, right? I mean, you can tolerate a lot of pain even if your relationships are intact and you're moving towards a purpose that you regard as worthwhile. So one of the things that's worthwhile to understand purely from the perspective of the psychophysiology of happiness is that the positive emotion that's produced by drugs like cocaine, for example, which make you happy, that positive emotion is always experienced in relationship to a goal. right? So that the happiness that people strive towards is only possible psychopharmacologically if you observe yourself moving towards a valued goal. And so that has a number of implications, one of which is no goal, no happiness, right? Or maybe happiness of only the most fleeting and easily substituted kind. We also know from animal research, for example, that it's very difficult, it's very easy to get rats that are isolated in a cage addicted to cocaine. And you
be
can get them
happy
addicted
to like be
rapidly
enjoying
to the point
life.
where they will basically not
Like-
drink water or eat or engage in sex. They'll just push a button to get cocaine until they die. But if they're living in their wild habitat, doing like normative
Life is
rat
gonna
things,
suck,
it's
but
almost impossible to get them
as long
addicted
as
to
you're
cocaine.
fulfilled and have a goal.
And so even at the purely level of pure pharmacological reward, if you have animals in a habitat where they're pursuing their intrinsic biologically determined goals, then they're participating in processes that make them very resistant to alternative forms of fleeting happiness. And we've blown that all apart in our society, and we don't know how much that's enraging. I really think it's enraging young women in particular. We have absolute, so we know that, for example, half of women who are 30 and under now don't have children. Half of them.
Wow.
Right, that we hit that milestone last year in the West. Half of them will never have children. That's the prognostication. 95% of them will regret that. So we're already in a situation where we have doomed 1 woman in 4 to permanent isolation and alienation. Isolation and alienation. And we have no idea how angry they are about that. But like you can be sure that they're angry at a level that's so deep that you can barely comprehend it.
And you're not even allowed to talk about it because you're offending them by saying that the childless cat lady is not in a good position to judge the future. And this thing about time is everything, right? I mean, you have kids and it's difficult, but it's a beautiful experience. It's an enriching experience. And it's the experience that turns life from 2 dimensions into 3 dimensions. And at some point, it's incredibly rewarding to have done it. You know, I mean, I can sit and look at my grandchildren without doing anything for hours. I actually said to my wife, we have to go because I'll never accomplish anything ever again because I'm just happy watching these kids play with Legos. You know, it's like
I'm the rat with a job. And maybe the reason that I consider myself, even when I'm sort of miserable, to be a happy person is connected to the fact that I'm not a fun-loving person. Like I don't get any sense of joy out of drinking booze or going to loud clubs.
Having a good time is not your idea of having a good time.
That's right. That is exactly right. To me, having a good time is being about my purpose. That's the source. And that's why having children has increased my happiness.
Well, you both alluded to something that's fundamentally important on the measurement side, too. It's like almost all the things that people do in their life that they look back on with, let's say, self-assurance and something approximating reasonable pride are things they accomplished under difficult circumstances. Now, those aren't necessarily the things you pick for your hedonic pleasure, but when you look back, you think, well, that was extremely difficult and demanding and challenging, and there was a fair bit of suffering moment to moment while I was going through it, but man, I'm certainly
Turns up 210, Kamala 105.
There's this thing, I call it joy. The poets used to call it gusto.
I assume we're about to hit the blue wave now.
Thinking like, yeah, here I am. You know, I compare it sometimes when you go to a movie and you watch somebody, a character dies and you cry, and then you come out and people say, how was the movie? And you say, it was great.
Yeah.
You know? And I think that life is kind of like that a lot of times if you're paying attention.
Yeah, I think of happiness as if you're doing the things that you ought to be doing, then you're happy, sort of regardless of how you may feel in any given moment while you're doing that thing. And if you're doing the things that you ought not be doing, then you're in despair.
The word for that is joy.
In the moment, and when that question comes up,
joy
I
is
think
not
back
the
to,
same as happiness.
Our first film, What is a Woman, when we went to Kenya to the Maasai tribe, and there's a lot of conversations we had with the tribesmen that didn't make it into film because it wasn't exactly relevant to the topic of transgenderism. But I remember multiple times when we were talking to especially the women, and I would ask them, are you happy? And every single time they would respond by saying, through the translator, they would respond by telling me about the things that they do. They say, well, I'm taking care of my family. I have a family. I have children. I take care of the home. That wasn't even the question. I said, are you happy? And their immediate response is to talk about the things that they do.
I'm performing my appropriate
because for them, there's no the idea that they could be doing the things that they ought to be doing and not be happy. It's like, doesn't even make sense. It's a disconnect.
Well, that also indicates that in our society, we've abstracted the emotion away from its performative foundation.
Yeah.
You know, and we treat happiness as if it's an abstraction that exists in and of itself. And there's foolishness in that. And you also pointed to something
not.
else
It's
that's very
achieved
interesting.
by
When you ask
fulfillment.
people, it's very hard to ask people a question properly and get an answer that's reliable. It's very, very hard to do that. And psychologists have concentrated on doing that for decades. It's a whole field of endeavor. One of the things you discover if you do research into what people mean when they say that they just want to be happy is what they actually mean is they don't want to suffer. So you can imagine that there's two elements to happiness. One is not too much negative emotion, and the other is some positive emotion. And if you push people into a corner, they'll pick absence of negative emotion over presence of positive emotion every time, because pain is extraordinarily salient. And so part of what people mean when they want to be
like
happy,
life would
when
be
they say they want to
boring
be
without
happy,
pain,
is
though,
that
like-
they want to be secure in their foundation, which is
Without the
not at all
struggle,
the
without
same
the
thing
pain,
as
like
pursuing the hedonic pleasure that
Well,
would be
what's even the
duplicable.
point?
saying, okay.
I have to interrupt because there's an election happening.
Oh, yes.
And
Keep
Decision
going.
Desk HQ has called North Carolina.
probably
for
why
Donald
everybody's,
Trump.
like,
So
depressed,
it's a
'cause-
huge piece of news.
Of their
Truly
constant
a must-win state,
like
in my opinion,
attempt
for
to be
Trump,
happy and gain
North Carolina
dopamine
now
releases.
firmly in hand, and
And
another
they
great
get it
so
so much that
victory,
it's like
not only national victory,
they
but
almost
even
don't even
personal
really
victory.
struggle, and
They're
because
also
they're not
deciding to
struggling, they're
prove
not really
that
living
one
Here we
has
go.
leads
All right.
down
in
the
Texas,
depression route.
as we said, while
That's
Dennis
what I
was
think
here,
anyway.
Ted was actually kind of on the ropes a little bit in a very hard-fought campaign, but in these last weeks, I mean, he's done an enormous job down in Texas, an enormous job campaigning, a very smart politician, and he's retained his seat for a third term.
And most importantly, Jeremy, at least from your perspective, your only friend in the U.S. Senate remains in the U.S. Senate.
Not just the U.S. Senate, my only friend in government at any level, top to bottom. And so with that good news, we'll take a moment to tell you about our sponsors. We're so grateful to them. They've made it possible for us to bring you the show live tonight outside of our paywall.
Hashtag
And
not sponsored. Dang, Georgia still hasn't been called yet. That's probably gonna be one of those states that like holds this back like a week. Ugh. I just want to know if I could be able to afford to buy bread again. And they're still running their ads. Remember the $5 footlong days? Back when houses were 200K instead of 500K. I want to move out of my parents' basement, but I can't. You see, like, I get it taking a while, but, like, we have such advanced technology, we should be able to get it done in a night. We can't even do that. Because some of these states gotta hold us back. Yeah. And I'm sure even once, like, they're announced, there's gonna be, like, challenges. It is so freaking dumb. And, like, right as everything's wrapping up, and it's like, whichever candidate loses is gonna make it. You see, the argument against, like, making, like, an app or having, like, just one system in place for it from, like, the federal government, and I understand this too, is the fact that if the wrong people were in power at the time, they could basically hack into the system and rig it, which is why we have it this way. And for the most part, most states, like, they take care of their crap and get everything counted quickly, but then there's, like, just those couple that, like, no, we're gonna take our sweet freaking time. It's like, why? Everybody is waiting. No, you don't need to count all the mail-in votes that were sent in overnight and happened to all be for one candidate. Biden last year, for real.
Exactly the same since the 70s, haven't they? Has there been a single exception? Has there been a time where Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania didn't vote in lockstep with one another since we've been alive, except for?
That is a great question. Sure. But I'm trying to think of a situation in which the election was super close. So in 2016, obviously they went one way. In 2020, they went the other way.
Yeah.
In 2004, they actually went for Kerry, and it was Ohio that won the election for Bush. So when everything is this close, when everything is this tight, I mean, the thing is, when we talk about presidential history, and you'll say, is there a precedent for this? The sample size is just too small. I mean, that's the reality. They'll say, well, this is the first time this has happened in 20 years. Okay, fine. So that's like 5 election cycles. The sample size is super tiny.
There's not 180 baseball games a year.
Exactly.
Let's check in with Brent Buchanan.
So, Brent, tell us about life. Well, what's going on? Well, it looks as though the Sun Belt is locking up for Trump, is what it's starting to look like that. I mean, it's calling Georgia obviously a little bit early, and Arizona really, really early, but it looks like those states are looking fairly good for Trump. What do you make of the Rust Belt and the Sun Belt right now?
Well, let's talk about North Carolina specifically, because this ties back to something that I don't even know what time it is right now, but a few hours ago that we spoke of, and that's turnout potentially and likely being higher than 2020. So if we're looking at North Carolina specifically, in 2020, turnout was about 5.4 million in North Carolina. If you take the percent reporting now, add in those estimated votes remaining, it puts you at 5.8 million. So when we were looking at our turnout curve, we knew that once you got to about 5.6 or 7, that put it in somewhat Kamala territory. And then if you went beyond that, you almost had no clue what was going to happen.
Who's this
well,
Colonel West dude?
What happens when you go above 2020?
He looks like an
turnout, and it
off-brand
benefits Donald Trump. So let's look at a couple counties here.
Oh, what's his name?
I want to start with Brunswick. And so this is a really strong reporting Republican
Why am I forgetting
county.
his name?
And you can see here, let me show you the
Yeah.
historical
Bob
comparison.
Ross, an off-brand
There's
Bob
actually not
Ross.
that much
That's
difference.
what he looked like. At least
if
in that
anything,
photo.
It was slightly closer, but this county actually, as of right now, has netted out 1,000 more votes for Donald Trump than last time, even though the margin's a little closer. And so I think this is really indicative of what happens when turnout goes above 2020 numbers. Let's zoom in here to Wake County, which is the seat of the state with Raleigh. And you can see here that Harris is doing a little bit better. Trump is doing a little bit worse. It's only reporting 75% right now. What's likely going to happen is that this improves for Donald Trump in this final 25% that's coming in. And then if we come over here to Pitt County, so this county is about 30, let's see here, we'll go to the census data for a second. So it's 37% black on census. So it's for a state that is below that overall, this is a slightly more black county than the state as a whole. And then when we look at this historical comparison, what you'll see in Pitt is that this was a margin of about 9.4 for Biden in 20, and that moved to 5.6 margin for Harris. And what's really interesting is that it had already moved 3 points to the right between 16 and 20. And so when you start to put this math together and you see that these Republican counties are performing very well, and even if they don't perform at the same margin for Trump, they're actually netting out more votes into the overall count. And then you look at a place like Pitt County that, as you can see, is blue on the map, but it is less blue, and it is becoming less blue. And I think this is a really, really good example of this educational attainment realignment that's been happening in this country, where if 20 years ago you were a college grad, you were probably a Republican. 20 years ago you were a non-college grad, you were probably a Democrat. Those bases are beginning to shift. And as we look at that, what our experimental exit polling shows so far on our internals is that realignment among non-white voters is even more extreme than the continued shift that we see with white voters. So as we look at these 3 counties here, Brunswick in the south, a very heavy Republican county, netting out more for Trump. Wake County, the rest of this reporting going to be better for Trump. And then Pitt County, this is the 3rd election in a row with Donald Trump on the ballot, where his margin improves, or even his raw vote improves here, you start to see how once we get into this explosive, crazy, wild, who knew we could go above 2020 in turnout, the answer is we're starting to see a trend that it is benefiting Donald Trump.
Who's turning out in larger numbers? Is there a particular demographic?
We don't have that yet. We can look at some of these counties, and that's why I really like Pitt.
Yeah, everybody's
specifically
turning
here
out because everybody wants to be able to
it is more
afford the
black than state
price
as a
of
whole.
bread.
And if this was like 2020, if the
It should
numbers
not
were coming
cost me
back
nearly
like that, I would
$100
say
bucks
that
to fill
I
up
don't know
my
why they
truck,
would have
like-
called North Carolina, but you can look at this as an example and say, okay, I start to see why they went ahead and called North Carolina, despite the fact that it's only 61% reporting right now, because we're talking about 5.8+ million turnout, which is just incredible.
Yeah, so Brent, one of the things that people are pointing out is that it is a very good sign for Trump, not just that North Carolina has been called, but that it's been called so early, meaning that the patterns in data seem to be benefiting President Trump. The sort of theory of the electorate, which was that a high turnout election was going to benefit inevitably the Democrats, is obviously not true. And you're seeing this reflected in some of the data. I mean, the Needle over at the New York Times, the all-powerful Needle, is now officially leaning Trump. A 67% chance of victory for
I really
President
find
Trump,
it
according
interesting
to
that,
the
like, the
vaunted New York Times Needle.
New York
And
Times
they
are
are also suggesting
saying
that
Trump's
President
gonna
Trump
win.
has a slight up chance of basically, Brent, if you had to speculate at this point, we'll just rank speculation. Kamala Harris needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to win this election. Is if you had to ballpark this thing, that is the most likely scenario at this point, is it not?
Yeah, once North Carolina is off of the map, it puts her right into that vaunted quote, blue
Georgia.
wall that in 2020 is what won the election, more so even than Georgia and Arizona. It was going back to winning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And right now, as we're looking at Pennsylvania, you can see that it's a complete coin toss at this point. And what's fascinating is that we're likely to see massive, massive turnout above 2020 for this state also. And so as we compare a place like Pennsylvania to North Carolina, where the increased turnout really benefited Donald Trump, we don't have enough vote in yet in Pennsylvania to say the same thing, but they're both experiencing increased turnout over 2020, but we're seeing slightly different results. I mean, if the theory was simply that more turnout is over 20 is better for Donald Trump, then we could go ahead and call Pennsylvania too. But as you can see on the Decision Desk HQ right here, win probability, it's a complete coin flip.
Well, Brent, really appreciate it. We'll get back to you very shortly with the latest updates. Again, thanks to our friends over at both PDSnet and Lumen for their sponsorship of our program here tonight.
Hashtag not
Yeah,
sponsored.
lots of breaking news. Obviously, Senator Cruz has been declared the victor over there. That means that Republicans have probably a minimum of 52 seats in the United States Senate. It also means that Republicans are doing better than expected so far in the House. So there were serious questions about whether they're going to be able to retain the House majority. So far, it looks like at least a coin flip as to whether they're able to retain that House majority, which is actually better shape than a lot of people were expecting at this point in time. Again, for those who missed it, North Carolina has been called. The map is basically what you thought the map was going to be before this evening. New Hampshire's been called in favor of Kamala Harris. North Carolina's been called in favor of President Trump. The Georgia votes are still coming in, but at this point, you have to
14
say
minutes till we
President
see the
Trump is, in
blue
fact,
wave on the map,
favored
I
in
presume.
Georgia. Arizona, he was leading pretty heavily in the early balloting anyway, so the chances are very good that he is going to win Arizona as well. That means that Kamala Harris right now has to win in the blue wall states. She needs to win all three of those blue wall states. That'd be Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. There's not enough data yet. There's some early Pennsylvania voting data that is coming in. They've got about 2.2 million votes counted there, 2.3 million votes counted there, according to the latest numbers. You're looking at a Kamala with a very slight advantage.
And now we're being joined by our friend Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, nice to have you on the program.
Dr.
How are things
Phil.
going where you are?
Yo! Yo, they got Dr. Phil.
He's
Uh-oh.
speechless. He is speechless.
Are we properly connected? Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep working on getting this connection with Dr. Phil. We don't have audio
No.
yet, but so far things are going better than we had hoped. We have the North Carolina win is the thing that I was the most worried about. So in the same way that Ben had his positive
I wanted
outlier
to
that
hear
if Trump
Dr.
won
Phil talk.
New Hampshire, he thought that would be like kind of the runaway indicator that we were going to have a runaway good night. To me, North Carolina was the obvious. Trump loses North Carolina, it just pretends terrible things. So having that off the table, huge. Having Ted Cruz pick up that seat or hang on to his Senate seat in Texas, huge. The fact that we will almost certainly be able, as Republicans, to hold the Senate, absolutely huge. The House,
we're guaranteed in the Senate. Yeah, the Senate.
That's right. We're now guaranteed in the Senate.
You want a big piece of data? Here's a nice piece of data for you. Again, exit polling, grain of salt, giant grain of salt. CBS News exit poll in Michigan. Younger voters aged 18 to 29 are narrowly going for Trump.
Crazy. That is a crazy.
Unbelievable. That's a crazy stat. That would be a Gaza stat, right? That would be seriously. That would be all of the left-wing insane people on the left who wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because they think by some bizarre turn of the imagination that she's too pro-Israel. You have to be a psychotic nut job to think that Kamala Harris is too pro-Israel. But somehow they've come up with that one, and I'm grateful to them for that. I hope that
Here's
Jill
the
Stein wins
secret.
a million
They don't
votes in the
really
state
care
of
about
Michigan,
either
that she and
country,
Cornel West just
'cause
run
why
away
would they?
in that election?
But also it'd be young men. I mean, young men might be.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that with regards to the increased turnout too. If it's the same young men who are going back to church, who are actually
have the
turning
gender
up to
dynamics
vote.
on that?
No gender dynamics on that one yet.
Yeah, I don't even
but
care about
you have to
either.
imagine,
Like, let them
obviously, that
fight
you're
them
talking
out.
about a heavy
We got our
male
own
turnout there.
issues.
It turns out that there are no white dudes for Harris. There's just white dude for Harris.
White dude for Harris.
Off, maybe technically.
if she keeps her mouth.
Honestly.
Says in line, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I think the last thing Doug Emhoff wants is to be stuck in the White House with Kamala Harris for 4 years. I really think that he's tired of this by this point. The New York Times, that needle, come on, needle. The needle currently has Donald Trump at a 70% chance of victory in the Electoral College, and Harris at plus 0.2 in the popular vote estimate. So there is every possibility here that Donald Trump ends up winning both the popular and the electoral for the first time
How do we feel
for
about
Republicans
Virginia?
since 2004.
How do we feel about Virginia?
I was just going to say, that was just what I was going to say. 62% of the vote is in. Trump is up 2%, and they're still calling it for Kamala.
Again, I'm not an expert on the counties. I would assume that all the counties that they have not yet counted are like Fairfax, like big Dem counties.
Just no, they're not. That's what I'm saying. Looking at the map, that's not what I said.
Okay, so election expert Andrew Klavan is uncalling Virginia.
No, I'm not. I've said I'm not a poll reader. I get it. I'm just telling you what I'm looking at. So.
I will say that MSNBC is already starting to rip on the Electoral College. So
That's a good sign.
indicator. Once they start yelling at the Electoral College, you know that things are not going amazingly well over there. What we are saying is something that was noted earlier on, which is a shift in favor of Kamala Harris in the suburbs, but mildly huge turnout for President Trump. Again, this is the magic of Trump. Okay, the thing that Trump can do that no other Republican candidate of my lifetime can do is bring out low propensity voters. Okay, the Mitt Romney plan in 2012 was bring out high propensity college white voters and get those people to vote in larger numbers for him than they voted for John McCain. And Donald Trump's plan was to abandon all those people and go get the farmers to vote for him. Right. And as it turns out, that's actually his magic. He's like that.
And the Democrats.
And by the way, and Hispanics. Like, again, the Hispanic, we are watching a sea change, regardless of the final line in this election. Some of the trend lines that you're seeing in this election are astonishing.
10 minutes.
I mean, Donald Trump winning, let's say, 20% of Wisconsin, or you say Donald Trump winning 45% of the Hispanic votes. If the entire theory of Democratic politics since 2012 has been we cobble together minorities and single white ladies, and that is our coalition, and then you break minority strangleholds, what are they left with? I mean, as we move forward, they might be able to sneak one out, maybe eke one out, but what does that be tied for the rest of their agenda? And do we think that they swivel more to the center, or do they move further away? By the way, Trump has just been announced as the winner of Iowa, so sad news for the
What's the gap?
I don't have a gap yet.
There's only 12% of votes.
I called it at 10%, but like we'll
Donald Trump winning Iowa may be the political shocker.
I'll tell you
of the 2024 election.
The poll, that outlier poll that said Kamala was going to win Iowa, it did spook me. I don't know.
It was designed to spook.
That was the whole point of it, and it succeeded.
Crazy Trump won, or they called Iowa for Trump.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is in the New York Times needle. The magic needle. Come on, needle. He is slightly favored in Wisconsin at this point as well. Wow. So it's possible that my original map was right, except for New Hampshire. So I'm still rooting for my original map, but now that I've lost New Hampshire.
If he breaks Wisconsin off from Michigan and Pennsylvania, that is a path to the White House as well.
Yeah,
then he's in the White House.
By the way, the Florida-Puerto Rican vote, this, again, just to point out that the media narrative is not real. The Florida-Puerto Rican vote Harris won the demographic 52-43 per the exits, 52-43 among Puerto Ricans in Florida. Biden won that group 69-31. So it went from Dem plus 38 to Dem plus 9.
They thought it was
But
a
that's
funny
how
joke.
Hinchcliffe he wins all of
They
them.
thought it was a funny joke.
And now we're joined
Sick
by
of the garbage.
now we're joined by the host of Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil himself. Thanks
Oh,
for
there
being
we
with
go, Dr. Phil. Let's go.
Hey, good to see you guys. Things are getting pretty interesting, I understand. How's it looking to you guys over there?
You know, I'm moving steadily from cautiously optimistic to openly optimistic, and it's an uncomfortable feeling for me, to be honest with you.
You can see him squirming.
How are you feeling?
Chat,
about
we
things?
got Dr. Phil.
Well, same way. I
With
heard
the Daily
somebody
Wire
earlier
before
say they were
GT6.
nauseously optimistic. So,
You know, Dr.
I
Phil,
think
I
that
have to
kind of
ask.
describes.
You know, I was at the MSG rally when none of us were expecting you to be there. There was, 8 hours worth of speeches. And when you came out, I think it genuinely shocked the crowd. Not because we thought that you were a big leftist or something like that, but that it entailed so much risk for you to come out at this point. You've been a huge figure in media for so many years. What pushed you over the edge?
Well, you know, I wanted to do something that woke people up because I think this has been such a divisive campaign. And, you know, when I came out, I said, look, I'm not here to endorse, just to endorse Donald Trump. I don't like everything he says. I don't like everything.
Yeah, join the
that
right. We
he
have
does.
Dr. Phil now.
And I'm honest about that. I'm honest about that with him.
we got Dr.
but
Phil
I
on the
don't
Daily
like
Wire
bullies.
before we got
And I
GT6.
don't like the way people that vote for Donald Trump are being ostracized, canceled on the internet.
Although we
attacked,
lost Eminem
and
to
all of
the
that.
left,
and
so
I said that's bullying, and people can say, well, Donald Trump's a bully. Well, you know, you got to have an imbalance of power.
I love that
to
this
be
has
a
just
bully.
become like
Otherwise, you're just in a
who's
fight
got the
or an
bigger
argument.
celebrities.
And I said there's a big difference, and I wanted people to understand we've got to start having some civility to what's going on here, and I made it real clear. Whoever is elected president, we have to get behind. It's a bad look internationally if we don't support our president. And I won't like it if it doesn't go the way I want it to go, but that will be our president, and I won't like everything
I'll support
that
our president if they
either of
actually
the
get
candidates
stuff
says or
done.
does, but I'll support
That
America's
helps us.
president. And I said one of the most important days in my life was 9/12/01. Not 9/11, but 9/12, because the morning after 9/11,
Not
we
9/11.
woke up and we were all Americans. And I hope that we don't have to have a big catastrophe for us to have that feeling again.
And Dr. Phil, one question for you is, obviously you really believe in individualism. That's something that ranks very high on your list. Many of the stats that are coming in right now show that we're watching a major political realignment in real time on a racial basis. That this sort of stranglehold idea that the Democrats were going to win enormous, overwhelming sums of minority voters across the spectrum.
I wish
That's
they're
just
not.
not true. The biggest stat of the night so far is Trump winning maybe 45% of the Hispanic vote and up to 25% of the black male vote, according to Kirsten Solstice Anderson, my friend, the pollster over at Echelon Insights. She's done some exit polling suggesting that black men, 23%, are going to vote for President Trump nationally, which is an unheard of number. What do you make of this sort of political
Honestly,
realignment?
though, as far as like
Well,
celebrities
I think you're
go,
saying
I don't
exactly
think
right,
anything
Ben. I
will
think
top
it is a political
Hulk
realignment
Hogan,
because people are saying, look, I'm tired of people
coming out
telling me that because
on
I'm
some of
part
the
of a
rallies.
demographically defined group,
That was probably
that
the
I
most
can't
entertaining.
think for myself. And you've heard me talk
Rallies.
very loud and long about the fact that we have to teach critical
Rotarian
thinking in this
shirt
country
for the
again.
Republican
We've got
Party.
to inspire people to be critical thinkers. That's why I've spoken out so much about these ridiculous campus protest groups that are demonstrating on behalf of Hamas. These are terrorist groups.
Yeah,
and
real.
we're not teaching young people to be critical thinkers anymore, and we've got this
Stop
half
focusing
of
on
America
problems
that
overseas.
are truly identity politics. People are smart enough to think for themselves, and we're seeing it now, where people are rebelling against this expectation that because I'm black or because I'm female or because I'm a certain age that I have to vote with that bloc. That's not true. People can think for themselves.
Well, the Democrats are also, I suppose, running afoul of their own intersectional claims. It's like there are black men, and it isn't obvious that men are doing that well on the Democrat side, and that's because the Democrats don't really seem to like men. And so maybe it's like well,
Real.
they've done everything they could, you might say, from an ideological
I mean, did anybody hear
perspective
about
to
all the
attack-
liberals
to
getting mad
attract
about the
the
Warhammer
black
video
vote,
game because
but
all the men
they've
were
abandoned
enjoying it?
the male vote, and maybe the black men are men first and black second from the intersectional perspective, or at least 23% of them seem to be considering that.
Well, it's an interesting prospect because gender is
Keep
actually real. and
politics
while race,
outside
while
of
race
gender
isn't not
and
real, it's
entertainment.
not fixed.
Yeah.
And so we're told that
It's not definitive.
it's not definitive. Yeah, we're told that gender is fluid, but it's actually race that over time is fluid.
Yeah.
Well, we know that
Men are men.
Barack Obama is going to be very disappointed
I'm a
in black
man.
men because we know that he.
No, the brothers.
Yeah.
Brothers.
Those
you know,
naughty,
and
those
that's
naughty
the thing.
brothers.
Men, Democrats don't understand this. Like, there's nothing men hate more than being nagged. And Barack Obama is literally wagging his finger in the faces of black men, saying, "You need to get out there and vote." That if you want to speak to men and motivate men, that's the very last way to do it.
No, you have to send Michelle to do that.
Yeah.
And she then did, right? She got up there and
Yeah.
she lectured black men about how they were irresponsible and
Isn't
terrible.
she
which,
a
of course,
man,
is
though?
definitely what they want to hear from Michelle Obama. By the way,
Oh, wait, maybe I
CNN
said
is now
too much,
reporting
my
that
bad.
Harris has some warning signs in Michigan. She's underperforming Joe Biden in places like Washtenaw County, which is a very heavily Democratic area. So obviously, as goes Michigan, so goes the country. It's possible.
2
again,
minutes.
fingers crossed.
You know what's strange about the polling, though? What's very odd about in terms of black voters is that Kamala Harris came out and she said that the brothers were supporting her because she had recently been in the barbershop. And she made this claim about a week ago. I did not have the resources to fact check it, though my gut instinct tells me Kamala Harris has never
what
once
was
in her
canceled?
entire life been in the barbershop. And it would
Me?
seem that the hard numbers we're getting here suggest
Wouldn't it be the
brothers
first time I've been canceled?
breaking, at least in a significant way, for President Trump.
And by the way, New York Times needle in Iowa, estimated margin, Trump up 9 in Iowa. So remember that time when he was supposed to lose by 3? That is an 11 to 12-point miss by Ann Seltzer in Iowa. And remember, that was being used as a bellwether to determine whether there was going to be extra turnout for her in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So if he's winning Iowa, Emerson, right, had Iowa at +9. Emerson also had Donald Trump winning all 3 of those Rust Belt states.
Let me jump in here and get you a couple of calls from our desk here because, Chris, you've got a couple of calls for us here.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Merit TV now calling the state of Missouri, and it's 10 electoral votes for Donald Trump.
No, I called her a man, but she is a monkey too. So is Obama. Oh, it's buffering.
See that on your screen here. That's what 20% of the precincts reporting. And also Delaware and its 3 electoral college votes for Kamala Harris. And you see those numbers.
But yeah, she's a.
Dr. Phil, I should also point out that North
Okay, good.
Carolina
You heard me then.
closing that one
I was
out.
worried it
That
cut
was
out for a
leading
second
towards
because
Trump at last report.
spotty
We're
internet.
getting really close to closing out Colorado. And at the top of the hour, which is now just 1 minute away, polls will be closing in Montana, Idaho.
Carolina's done. But yeah, basically, practically speaking, you take North Carolina off the table for Kamala Harris, and she has one path and
And
one
the
path
next
only.
polls
That's the Rust
have
Belt states. She has to win
dropped.
all 3 of them, and right now she.
What if she wins all 3 but loses Virginia?
Well, I mean.
You say I updated that map yet.
Well, right now there are some more CNN exit poll numbers again with the giant grain of salt. This is the bimarital status. Kamala Harris is losing married voters 55 to 44. She's winning non-married voters by 55 to 41, which is actually shockingly
That's
not
closer than I thought it
horrific.
was.
Yeah, you would have thought that was like a 25, 30-point gap, by the way they were pushing this. Meanwhile, the gender gap definitely exists, but it is heavier, according to CNN, for males than it is for females. 54 to 43 for Trump among males. It is 54 to 44 among females for Kamala
My
Harris.
mom
So,
came
again,
up with
this
a
is gonna be-
hilarious theory
If Trump wins, it's because
that
men
Kamala
showed up to vote.
is
That's
actually
really what this is
Obama.
about. Men actually showing up to vote. So the kind of going theory of the Democratic Party is that women are high
Because of
propensity
one
voters,
photo
men are
she
low
saw
propensity
that,
voters. They've constituted the majority.
made her look
women
an
have
awful
constituted
lot
the
like
majority
him.
of people who vote in the last several election cycles. Men showing up en masse to vote is a complete shift in the way that elections are.
Can I just say, by the way, that we tend, when we talk about this, to sound like we're being very hard on women. I'm actually, I believe that it's a man's
I love women. Are
responsibility.
you kidding?
No, it's a
Why
man's
is this buffering
responsibility
so much?
to do things like vote. And we happen to live in this time where men have essentially given up so many of their responsibilities, and in part because they feel disenfranchised, although that's hardly an excuse. men have given up their leadership role in the church,
Did it
which is one
update?
of the reasons that you see
I can't
the
tell.
church in America no longer taking the stands
Oh, it's
for
still buffering. Oh, well.
tradition and decency in the way that it historically has. They've
Probably
given up
show
their
it
responsibility
on
in the
here in a
household, which
second.
is something that the Kamala Harris, at least PACs aligned with Kamala Harris, have been trying to openly exploit their, hey,
no.
ladies, just don't tell your loser idiot
Yeah.
husband who you vote for. And they've certainly given
Oh,
up
no.
their responsibility, their civic responsibilities. You don't.
Yeah.
It used to be that one of the backbones of the country was men engaging in.
Yeah, they all
civic
look like
social
monkeys, I
groups.
guess.
And
Which
that
have
was-
largely collapsed. There's an
have
update coming
largely
out of the RNC right now. Michael Whatley, chairman of the RNC, says there were potential shenanigans in Pennsylvania, and the Republicans have just scored a legal victory. According to Chairman Whatley, Centre County officials were planning to stop counting ballots throughout the night in violation of state law. We, the RNC, threatened to sue. That was enough. Officials have agreed to continue the count as required. Our attorneys will continue fighting to quickly eliminate issues at the polls as they arise.
This is what you want to hear.
Well, speaking of Pennsylvania, our friend Ryan Gerdusky, formerly of CNN,
Let's see if that map's working.
he says that Lackawanna, Pennsylvania, which is the first county in Pennsylvania that is near to completion,
It is
that
not.
has shifted from a Biden plus 8.4 to a Harris plus 3. That is a
Wonder if there's another
5.4
map I
percentage
can
shift
use.
toward President Trump. Again, the trend lines, you hate to read trend lines, but I'm becoming nauseously optimistic, as Dr. Phil suggests.
Yeah, that's not a bad place to be. And guys, I'm going to have to wrap out of here to talk to somebody. But before I do, Matt Walsh, I just have to congratulate you on your movie, Am I a Racist? A comedy
Yep,
to
there's the blue
DEI
wave.
for. What an absolute masterpiece. Congratulations on what a success with that movie. So thank you for that work and
I
congratulations.
really
on
need
the
to watch
success.
the
Thank you so much,
mockumentary.
and we
What's
are in
funny?
fact paying all of our guests to say that. So, if you're wondering.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
by the way,
I expect my $8 by the end of the night.
Dr. Phil, thanks for making time for us on this important night.
Well, thank you guys. We'll be in touch.
By the way,
Thanks so much.
Quick point to make on Texas. We can take it lightly that Senator Cruz won his third term in Texas. Democrats dumped $80 million into that race. And so the fact that they keep pouring money down rat holes in non-competitive states because they get a little bit over their skis is quite a good thing, because all those dollars could have gone to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So
That's
the fact
exactly
that they
right.
decided to spend it there instead is a good thing. The New York Times needle continues to steadily, slowly creep toward the right, meaning more toward President Trump, and it's entertaining to watch. And we're gonna have to at some point split screen what they're doing over at MSNBC and just find out how they're dealing with the emerging evening. The New York Times headline right now is Trump wins Florida and Texas. Other big
Everybody
prizes
pull
still
out your
They're
liberal
not saying
tears
anything about
cups, 'cause they're
North
about to
Carolina
start
yet, although
pouring.
again, very likely that it's going to win. Moreno is up right now in the vote in Ohio by about 5 percentage points in Ohio.
Is the AP here?
Was that?
What are you reading?
I'm looking at the New York Times right now. In Pennsylvania, Bob Casey is up by 2, but only 43% of the vote in, so that is certainly not as positive. Tammy Baldwin up by 1.1, only 37% of the vote in. Again, we're in the real early hours here, and guys, I have a feeling we may be in for a bit of a long night here. The sort of hopes that just because they move so damn slowly in these Rust Belt states. Sean Trend, excellent poll analyst over at Real Clear Politics, says if Trump wins, which looks increasingly likely with every minute, it's going to be with the most racially diverse Republican coalition in a very,
But
very
by the way,
long
Ben,
time.
when you mentioned we might be here for a long night, at least you're not saying we might be here for a long 5 nights. Because if let's say
5 nights
Wisconsin
at
goes
Freddy's.
the way that
I'm
it's
sorry,
looking,
I
even though
had
it's
to.
early, then we know tonight. I spoke with Senator Marsha Blackburn earlier on my show today, and Senator Blackburn's, I said, are we going to be doing weeks of this? She said, Michael, my prediction is by midnight tonight, you're going to get to 270.
That's what I
And I was skeptical at the time, but it is increasingly looking like we very, very much could know the next president tonight.
Well, the good news
Hopefully.
is that Joy Reid is saying that Florida has an extreme right-wing fascist government. And she's well calibrated as always, Joy Reid. She aptly
Yeah,
names the way
we're
she's,
fascist,
the amount of joy in the
apparently.
Democratic Party these days is truly off the charts. It's
You got the whoopee, you got the joy.
yeah, it's really quite wonderful.
I want to circle back to this
People
idea,
forgetting
though,
true
that we had to sue them.
fascism
to force them to
looks
keep
like
doing
the
their
Nazis.
legal job.
Well, threatened to sue.
Threatened to sue them in order to get them to live up to their legal obligation to continue counting tonight.
Nothing wrong with
they
being
don't
patriotic.
care about the appearance of impropriety.
No.
Okay, they certainly don't. And I think, that, again, this goes to a deeper point here. So if President Trump does pull it off, obviously it's the greatest story probably in the history of American electoral politics, because the first time was fluky and weird, and that was an amazing story. Him coming all the way back to win again, only Grover Cleveland, the famed.
Yeah.
And by the way,
has
they didn't try to throw Grover Cleveland into prison 4 times.
Yeah,
Shoot him
Right,
twice.
100%. But I think that we may be in danger of overlooking the actual big story in the magic of President Trump, and that is how just unbelievably much the Democrats suck. Truly, how much they suck. I mean, like the fact that they don't go back to the drawing board. They have Donald Trump, who they think of as the richest environment. Like, he's a target-rich environment.
They wanted him to be the candidate.
They wanted him. They desperately wanted him. They didn't want Haley. They didn't want DeSantis. They wanted Trump. And they got, again, they are just the monkey's paw. Every time they wish on the monkey's paw, it comes through in the worst possible way for them if he ends up. But I think that we ought to focus for just a minute on how much they suck, because we're focusing a lot on President, really, like, as their program, how bad it is, how much of this is not a reaction about how wonderful Trump is, as much as it is just a reaction to how terrible they've been. Joe Biden was a shit president. Sorry to put it that way. He's a terrible president. Kamala Harris, it was a terrible vice president. So,
well, we all
again,
know Biden
like,
wasn't actually
I think that
running,
half the
though.
story here needs to be that, because what I would love is for the Democratic Party to self-correct. It'd be better for the country if the Democratic Party, instead of attributing it to the magic powers of President Trump, self-corrected and said, you know what, guys, we've lost the thread here, and we need to start re-entering the realm of reason.
It's pretty simple. If Kamala loses, and if she's losing a huge portion of the black vote and all these things are happening, it's because the Democrats haven't done anything to make people's lives better, and that's the basic thing you're supposed to be doing, and Trump understands that. It's the basic pitch is, I'm going to make your life better, here's how. And the Democrat
That is
pitch is
just
always
entertaining.
just resentment.
You
and,
love him or hate him, but, like, you gotta
it's
admit,
that
he's kind
emotional
of
kind of pitch.
funny
The question
to watch.
is, who would lead the Democratic self-examination?
He's the
The
Cheeto
New York Times, the LA
man.
Times, the Washington
The Oompa
Post,
Loompa.
Harvard University, CBS. That's the problem.
Well, no, see, I think there is a thing that could be done, and it's the top levels of the Democratic Party. So what they showed in ousting Joe Biden, we all called it a coup because it kind of was, but it kind of wasn't, meaning that's how a functional party works. They didn't like their nominee. The upper echelons of the party ousted their man, and then they put somebody else in because that's the upper echelons of their party. The job of a party is to win elections. If you keep losing elections to Donald Trump, perhaps the upper echelons of the party might want to take another look at how things are going. By the way, here's an interesting exit poll out of New York. So there have been some exit polls on the Jewish vote. Obviously, I have a bit of a dog in this particular fight. The current exit polls out of the state of New York have Donald Trump winning 43% of the Jewish vote in the state of New York. That is by far the most populous Jewish state in the country. I'm disappointed in the Jews who voted for Kamala Harris, but then again, I predicted that Trump's ceiling with the Jewish vote, just because so few Jews actually care about Judaism or Israel.
Oh, wow,
it's going to be
that's
about
a lot of
40%
red for
anyway. So if
Oklahoma.
Trump approximates anywhere in that neighborhood, that's a huge shift, considering that usually the Jews go 70% for the Democrats in any possible election. The New York Times, by the way, has now moved its needle, estimating that President Trump is likely to actually win the popular vote. Again, if he wins the popular vote and the electoral college. If he wins the popular vote and the electoral college, that's the first time a Republican has won both the popular vote and the electoral college since 2004. It has been 20 years. And at that point, panic has got to be setting in for the Democratic Party, especially because they can't even claim this is a low turnout election. This is an extraordinarily high turnout election.
The highest turnout election ever.
Highest turnout election ever is what this is going to end up being.
And you have to remember, the Democrat Party is governed by its minority. The radicals in the Democrat Party are the minority. They are not the most number of people or the most number
But now the Democrat minorities are becoming Republicans, which is even better.
The estimated Trump margin of victory for the New York Times right now, they're suggesting Trump plus 1.8 in Pennsylvania right now, 49% of the vote counted. That is.
By the way, are they? If you know, are they having AI analyze this?
That's a good question.
I have no clue. I have no clue.
Oh my gosh, I swear that AI
bet they
buzzword.
are. And if they are, it actually adds a little more credibility, in my opinion. I'm sorry to say.
Yep. President Trump has won Montana, by the way.
fair.
So that I knew you were waiting on that. I knew you were waiting.
Well, we're waiting on.
How's
We
the
are
Senate
we
look
waiting
like?
on the Senate race in Montana?
Well,
Isn't
that one's done. He's gonna. He's gonna.
She's
Oh,
got
yeah?
it. She's got it.
Can we throw up the current electoral map, because I think this is actually worth taking a moment and seeing exactly where we stand right now. Look at that. There's nothing here that's particularly surprising, but that is actually a very good thing. Lots of states are starting to get called. They're not going in directions that they're not defying wildly what our expectations were. This race was always most likely to come down to what happens in the Rust Belt. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen.
The betting markets for the moment have President Trump a heavy, heavy favorite. So, Polymarket has President Trump at like an 80% favorite. Again, the numbers continue to move in President Trump's direction. If the theory of the Democrats was that high turnout favors the Democrats, they were totally, totally wrong.
Yeah, because
they were totally wrong.
It was interesting what his name Brent was saying before, the pollster was saying before.
Yeah, because
they
like
were right up
everybody
to a
early
point,
voted
and they're
this
not
time.
Right.
Both
They were right if it
sides.
went higher than 2016, and then if it went higher than 2020, it was unknown territory, and it's guys, I guess, showing up.
You know, a friend of mine, a very good financial professional, a very good investor, was pointing out to me last week that he was feeling increasingly good about Trump's chances. Not because of the polls. You know, the polls were all over the place, and you had that crazy Iowa poll that worried us all so much. Not even because of Polymarket or any of the betting markets, but because financial markets seemed to be pricing in a Trump victory. And not only were the rich people putting their money there, but the rich people were putting op-eds in the Washington Post, like Jeff Bezos' op-ed, decision not to endorse. That it seemed as though institutional financial interests, with a lot of information, much more information than any of us, seemed to see a good chance of a Trump victory.
Well, listen, the minute that Jim Cramer said that it was likely that Harris was going to win, it was over.
Guaranteed.
Right? We knew that
should have dumped all our money.
At that point, you just throw your money into the market against Jim Cramer because no one has ever gone broke betting against Jim Cramer. It's the most obvious pick in the entire world. So, again, as these results continue to flow in, it's exactly what you probably would have thought at this point in time. The Democrats had put a hell of a lot of faith in North Carolina, in possibly flipping Georgia. Remember, she's already doing worse than Biden. It's just a question of how much worse she does than Biden. Remember, Biden won Georgia. He won Arizona. He won a bunch of states that Trump had won in 2016. Those states are gradually coming off the table for Kamala Harris at this point.
An interesting thought experiment is, would the Democrats be doing better now if they had just kept Biden
This is
in?
a great question. It's a serious
Yeah, they
question, really,
probably
because
would be,
where
honestly.
she is
Had
picking
Biden
up
stayed
votes
in
is
there,
in the
they'd be doing
suburbs.
so
But
much
where
better.
she's lagging is with males. And it turns out, like, I thought an early indicator in this election that she had a massive problem on her hands was the Teamsters Union. So I don't know if you remember this. They did a poll of the Teamsters Union members when it was Trump versus Biden. And Biden was leading Trump something like 47 to 35 or something. And then they did another poll after they flipped out Biden in favor of Kamala Harris. And suddenly, Trump was beating the living hell out of Kamala Harris, beating her like 60 to 40 among the Teamsters. Why? Because guess what? Every Teamster's a dude. And it turns out that it's not just that it's not they don't want a woman president. They don't want this woman president who seems to scorn men. This entire campaign has been about how much they hate men. I hate to break it to everybody, but if you watch anything about this campaign, it is not just about an appeal to single women. It's about how much they despise men. When they trot out Doug Emhoff and say this guy is an example of masculinity, while he's allegedly beating women and knocking
I
up
have
the
no
nanny,
idea if Ben
and then
Shapiro is
meanwhile
actually
they're
correct
suggesting
here.
that you're
I'm not so,
garbage
like,
if
a
you're voting for
single
Donald
hero
Trump.
sad.
Or when they trot out Tim Walz as an example of masculinity, the assistant football coach who can't even properly use football terminology and who can't even control
Oh,
his
yeah,
limbs
there was
and
that.
breaks into uncontrollable spasms every so often, and his obnoxious wife, turn the page, like, could you have found a more obnoxious group of human beings to set upon the United States? Joe Biden
Good
is
for the
many
gaming
things,
community
senile,
to, like,
horrible at
absolutely
his
make
job,
fun of them for that, though.
obnoxious. He's actually less obnoxious now that he's senile than he was before he was senile, and he's certainly less obnoxious than this crew.
Yeah, I think Biden probably would be doing better for all the reasons you point out, which means that.
Oh, it's gonna be so fun, dude.
Maybe one of maybe the most disastrous political strategic decision
Did anybody hear about
made in modern times was for
the
Biden to challenge
Fortnite
Trump for
map
debate.
that the Kamala campaign put out?
Before the convention, because if he hadn't
Yeah.
done that, then he's still in there.
Yes, but was it
Some
Biden who
parkour
challenged
map
Trump,
or
was it
something
the
with
Democrat
Kamala
apparatus?
signs
Yeah,
like
that
all over
we
it.
better find out or let people know what we already know.
What's so disturbing to me about this issue of men is the closing pitch that you saw
It's
the
like, I
Democrats
doubt
make to
anybody
young
that
men,
really
which was
votes
essentially,
even
here's your
plays
weed
it.
and your porn, go have your
It's
little
disgusting.
pleasure
Yes,
cup.
100%.
And that if that had worked, that would have been the most demoralizing thing, I think, for the future of the
Except
next
for me,
generation.
but I'm special
and
ed, so.
part what I am actually pretty optimistic about is that young men seem to really reject that cynical play for their vote. I mean, this is the first generation of young men that we have seen that are more religious than young women. It's the first that we've seen that are more pro-life than boomer men, than Gen X men. So that alone gives me a lot of hope.
Also, men don't want to be told that their chief priorities are porn and pot. Even if they're potheads and they look at porn every day, they're probably at some level ashamed of that fact. So they don't want that to be their identity.
And, even just generationally, there's only so long people can live without meaning. This
Can you confirm that?
Without meaning. Our bodies don't
Yeah,
mean
Richard.
anything. How can you even say that to someone? Your body has no valence as a
I'm just kidding.
spiritual entity. That you're born a man, but you have no manly responsibilities. You're
If you're
born a
even
woman,
still
but you have
leaning,
no
I have
womanly
no
role.
idea.
I mean, who can live like that?
You're born a woman, and you may not be one. It's beyond that.
It was God's mistake.
But they've done something that's truly amazing with single women, which is that they've, in order to overcome that spiritual emptiness, they've actually treated abortion as a sacrament.
Yes.
Right. It's not like pornography. So for young men, it's deeply insulting because no one thinks pornography is a sacrament. They just know that it's a vice. Everyone knows it's a vice. You like it, you don't like it, it's a vice. Everyone knows it's a vice. Trying to pretend it's not a vice is silly. Everyone knows it. Men feel clear. Abortion also is a vice, but it's been treated as a sacrament. Why? Because what it is a sacrifice you make on behalf of your own individuality. That's the thing that they've sold to a bunch of young women. I think it's a horrifying, I think it's a terrible sales point for every possible reason, but it's a sales point. It is not true for young men. If you run a commercial to young men and you suggest that, young men are going to be stopped from masturbating to pornography, which is they ran a literal commercial along these lines.
Yes.
That there will be a Republican legislator who takes away your phone and stops you. I feel like 80% of the public might be on the side of the guy taking away your phone and stopping you.
Especially the men. The men who are addicted to porn. They would say, thank you. All right, thanks, actually. I'm glad I can't control myself.
Right, and
Yes,
that's not even a
please,
case for
please
making
ban
it
it.
illegal. That's just a case for what people think of the
How
activity.
they
Nobody
view it,
thinks the
yes,
activity is like an affirmative good, like it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And so for Democrats to paint that as like the essence of the human experience for males, will deprive you of the meaning of being a husband. We'll deprive you of the meaning of being a father. We'll deprive you of the meaning of being a provider. We'll deprive the meaning of being a defender of your home. But you can really jack off a lot. That's the thing that we're training. What man in his heart feels like what a great message.
Speaking of vice, though, the biggest surprise result so far for me tonight, and I say this with special joy as an owner and founder of Mayflower Cigars, which is now competing with the Devil's Lettuce in a lot of markets. That
not in Florida,
The
where it's
Devil's
legal.
Lettuce is wild.
That's right.
I thought they were going to vote to legalize the sin spinach throughout the state, and I'm actually floored. That's the only big surprise to me.
Well, because the voters there can look at where it's been. Like I said before, it's about making your life
Dude,
better.
honestly, I
you can
think
look at
we
where
should
it's
just,
been
like,
legalized,
legalize
marijuana,
everything.
or decriminalized all across the country. It has demonstrably made those communities worse.
Yes.
Anyone
In
who's
every
done
Legalize
any
every
traveling can
substance,
see this.
like-
You can smell it. And I say this as someone who I admit that I was in favor of weed legalization only like 2 or 3 years ago, because I bought a lot of the arguments that, well, it's not much worse than alcohol. I don't particularly like it, but it doesn't. But then they do it, and you go around to these communities, and they're just completely consumed by this stuff. It has obviously made everyone's life worse.
Well, it's because they have other
especially the people who
issues.
actually do it.
There's
And
something
so-
else that's happening in Florida too, which is the Republicans who moved there are saying no. We are not opening our you try to get your foot in the door, we will cut off your foot. Like, no. The answer is no. You try
This
to do
is so new. I want you to know, 40 years ago, when I began radio, I asked my audience, which has always been largely conservative, would you rather catch your teenage child smoking a cigarette or a joint? Everyone said joint. I said cigarette. And it was one of the only times where I knew 90% of my audience disagreed with me.
Yeah.
But I mean, they still respected me. and
They're
all
on
that,
the
but they just thought
subject
I'd
of, like,
lost my mind on that
substances.
issue.
I think
was
they
right
should all
then,
just be
and
legalized.
I
like,
am right today. It is so awful, marijuana. The damage that it does to the human spirit. The cigarette does no damage to the human spirit. 1/3 of cigarette smokers will die prematurely, according to the American Lung Association. That is sad.
Well,
but
the problem
I'd
is,
rather
like,
gamble on my
weed
child
is not good
40
when you're
years from
younger.
now being the 1 out of 3 to have lung cancer than losing his spirit, his energy, his drive, his mind at 18.
Yeah.
And so
Just for
here's
the
the
record.
latest update. So according to Nate Cohn, chief political analyst for the New York Times, who does a really good job, it's still very early in Pennsylvania, but in the first few counties where voting is complete, along with hundreds of completed precincts across the state, state, Trump is running ever so slightly better than he needs to win at this point in time.
Which state is this?
That's Pennsylvania. That's in Pennsylvania. Right now, the New York Times is estimating in a variety of states that Trump is likely
say
to
they're
win.
just
They're
ban
estimating
it
that
all
he's
or
likely
make
to win
it all
Wisconsin. They're
legal.
estimating that he's likely to win Michigan. Their
that
estimated
includes,
margin of
like,
victory right now in
nicotine
Wisconsin
and
is
stuff.
1.4 in favor of Trump. That has been moving up steadily. The estimated margin for victory, the New York Times is currently estimating in Pennsylvania, is Trump plus 1.9, which is not an insignificant lead.
Wow.
And again, the numbers are moving in Trump's favor.
By the way,
it's too early to get super duper excited. You'll see the big smile break out on my face when we start to get really, really excited. And then, of course, we have a moral obligation to show our friends over on MSNBC and revel in their misfortune. But
what percentage of votes in Pennsylvania counted?
So right now, Pennsylvania has counted approximately 54% of the vote. In Wisconsin, we're currently at 48% of the vote. In Michigan, we are currently at 21% of the vote. And of the three states, the New York Times is estimating the biggest lead for Trump in Michigan at 2.1%. So again, the trends, still early. It's only 9:22 Central Time. By midnight, we're going to know a lot.
So you're seeing 2.1 for Trump in Michigan?
That is their estimate right now for his estimated margin of victory, 2.1%.
What are you looking at?
No, I guess I'm looking at an outdated map.
Yeah, you need to reload it. Meanwhile, they're putting Trump right on the verge of a lean R in Michigan. They're right on the verge of lean R in Pennsylvania, right on the verge of lean R in Wisconsin. So if the numbers continue to come in the way that they're coming in for President Trump, he's going to be the president of the United States.
So here's one that I'm speculating on. I'd love your input. If he does win, what will they say is the reason?
So they're going to blame it on the American people. They've run out of reasons. So no, really, this is.
I agree. I agree with
that. They will what?
They will blame it on the American people. So
right now, he's got the chance to win the popular vote.
Yes, right. No, that's right. You're exactly right. So they've run out of things to blame except for the American people. So they tried social media in 2016 and it failed. And they tried the Russians in 2016 and it failed. And then in 2020, they said it was the revenge of the American people. The normies are back. Okay. Well, we're going to cut right here to Senator Ted Cruz. He's giving his victory speech. I was campaigning with him 2 days ago, so I feel a moral obligation to give Ted his moment in the sun. Ted ran a great race here.
Dude, protect Ted at all costs.
But a mandate from the people of Texas. And let me be crystal clear about what that mandate means. First,
let's go, chat. We got Ted.
We must secure the border.
Yeah.
Not with empty promises, but with concrete and steel and law and order, and with the unshakable resolve from knowing we are protecting those we love. The cartels who poison our communities, the traffickers who prey on the innocent, their days are numbered. Second, we must unleash Texas energy.
Yeah.
The answer to America's energy needs isn't Venezuelans, oil fields, or the Ayatollah in Iran. But rather it is right here in Texas, in the Permian Basin, and throughout the state of Texas.
Texas got oil.
We will drill. We will frack.
Yeah.
We will produce and we will lead the entire world.
Texas strong.
And we will never again let foreign dictators hold American energy independence hostage. Third, we must defend our God-given rights. Not some of them, not most of them, but all of them. The right to speak truth in an age of enforced lies. The right to worship the Lord God Almighty with all of our heart, mind, and soul without government getting in the way.
Amen.
and the right to protect our families without asking bureaucrats for permission.
Get rid of all gun laws.
But above all, this mandate means fighting.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. That is Senator Ted Cruz, who has won his race in Texas for a third consecutive term. Again, we are very thankful for tonight's sponsors. We're going to take a moment to tell you about them right now, and then we will be right back with more breaking results.
Dude, Ted Cruz is such a treasure, though. We must protect him. Dang, Trump is getting really close. Weird buffering.
Help. Call 1-800-958-1000.
Cloud platform. OCI, AWS, Azure, and Google.
I don't know, we might just see the end of this by 12. Or not like the end, but it'll be mostly set in stone. Possibly.
Republican coalition in the history of the Republican Party, or at least in the modern history of the Republican Party. What we are seeing is a complete failure of the Kamala Harris campaign in terms of getting out minority votes in large numbers. People are not showing up in the suburbs in the way she needs them to show up right now. Right now, the New York Times suggests that President Trump's margin of victory will be 1.5 in Wisconsin, 2.0 in Pennsylvania, 2.0 in Nevada, 2.3 in Michigan, 2.6 in Georgia, 3.2 in North Carolina, and 4.1 in Arizona. Those are all big numbers for President Trump. It continues to, the numbers continue to move in one direction and one direction only. So we are going to continue to obviously watch these numbers as they come in. One of the funny things about the way that X works, by the way, is because X is no longer chronological, you have to check the timestamp on every single tweet. So it's something like Kamala Harris's people are feeling good, and you check the timestamp, it's like 6 hours ago. Like, they're not feeling so good at this particular moment.
Can we go back to a question Dennis asked was an interesting one. Who are they going to blame if they lose? And you were saying, Ben, that they're going to blame the American people.
Yes.
Which I think is mostly right, but specifically they're going to blame men. I mean, that's what it's going to be. They are going to blame men. And you think about
sorry to break in. Decision Desk has officially called Georgia for Trump. So we knew that was done, but that's done.
Who
Okay,
did?
go ahead.
Who
Sorry.
called it for Trump?
Decision Desk. Georgia's been called for Trump. He's got North Carolina. He's got Georgia. He's going to take Arizona. Once again, just to reiterate, it comes down to the blue wall states, and Trump currently has momentum in all 3 blue wall states. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Just got to give the data.
Don't interrupt with presidential election stuff. That's not what we're here for now. You're here to listen to me. When you think about what happened after 2016, immediately you had the women's march, all the crazed feminists. Go into like the Me Too movement, feminists were out for vengeance. And I think if this happens again, that's what it's going to be like on steroids. And it's going to be, this is the men did this, the men's fault.
They called
And
Georgia?
It's going to be kind of like the early 2020s, BLM, blame whitey, except targeted at men, black men included.
Right, but probably
Hopefully my
They will
voice
still
changer
attack
isn't
white
still
men
on.
in particular.
Oh, sure, yeah,
That is
absolutely,
the
of course. White men in particular, yeah.
Actually, I don't think that that's right. I think they're going to attack black men in particular.
Really?
Because, yes.
Everything's called for Trump.
Yes, because I think
Interesting.
that there was no expectation. White men are already evil. Their expectation was that black men were going to get them over the finish line if they just nagged at them enough. and when people feel betrayed by a population, they tend to be much angrier at that population than when they had no expectations. They already knew that the white men are the bad guys. If black men show up 25% for Trump across the country, they're going to lose their ever-loving minds. And here's the thing. They are banking on the idea that women are inevitably just going to continue hating men at the rate that they want them to hate men. I mean, really, that's going to be their program. Their program is if we just yell at men more, and women really, really are afraid of men, and they're scared of men, and all this kind of... But there is this natural thing that happens with men and women. I don't mean to explain the birds and the bees on the air, but it turns out that a huge number of women actually kind of like men and actually would like to, you know, sometimes get married to them and then maybe have babies with them and all the rest of that sort of stuff. And so I don't know how much Prozac you can dispense out there. I mean, I understand that like a huge number right now of Americans generally are on antidepressants, but there's going to come a point where people are like, hey, maybe this isn't the way that we ought to go. Maybe I should try, you know, like forming a normal human relationship with a person as opposed to being so woke online that all of my fulfillment comes from wearing a pussy hat at a march or something.
Well, I was going to say, I think part of what you have happening with young women is there is an actual desire for male leadership, and they're not seeing it. So to me, maybe part of the silver lining that could come out of this is if at least the GOP learns that, hey, there may be something beneficial in not solely targeting our political messaging to wine moms. Maybe if we can actually turn out the male vote, men will step up and take some more ownership for where we're headed politically in this nation instead of deferring to, let's say, Eve.
Okay, by the way...
Not to put too fine a point on it. I think that's a very good point, actually.
By the way, looking at how the various Democratic Senate candidates are performing vis-a-vis Kamala Harris, they are all outperforming her by leaps and bounds. That is true in Arizona, where currently Ruben Gallego is outperforming Kamala Harris by almost 8 points. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown is outperforming her by 7. In Texas...
Wait, he's outperforming by 7 and losing? This is why I keep asking about... Really?
Yes. Because that's a Trump plus 10 state. That's yes, Moreno's going to win that state by probably 2 to 3 at the end. Maybe more. Meanwhile, Colin Allred outperformed her in Texas by 4 to 5 points. Again, what does this show? It shows that she is a weak candidate. She was always a weak candidate. If Democrats were going to swap her out, then they should have actually swapped her out for somebody who isn't awful at her job. How many times? The utter insane confidence that Democrats had to take a person who has failed every time she's put on the national stage and be like, her.
Yeah.
That's the one. On the basis of intersectional characteristics, that is the stupidest thing. Like, just, you go back in your mind for a moment to just before they swapped
really
out
nobody
Kamala.
else, nobody
And they were
better that
talking
the
about getting rid of Biden.
Democrats
Everybody's
could
like,
like
yeah,
put
he's
up.
got to go. That dude he ain't got a working brain or anything. And then they were like, okay, so who could it be? And there was a bunch of talk about, well, maybe it'll be, you know, Gavin Newsom, or maybe they'll try J.B. Pritzker, or maybe they'll get Josh Shapiro, or maybe it'll be somebody who's good at this. And they're like, no, it must be Kamala. And at the time, everybody was like, her? I mean, it was Arrested Development. It was her? Really? And as it turns out, her is the proper response to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris 1.0, giant fail as a presidential candidate. Kamala Harris 2.0 as vice president, giant fail. And it appears, again, don't want to speak too early, if this continues, Kamala Harris 3.0, giantest fail in the history of presidential fails.
I was talking to a friend of mine who does not work in politics. And I said, I don't know. I'm actually starting to feel pretty good about this because I think that maybe
That
Trump
would've
could pull it out.
sucked.
And he looked at me because he's normal, unlike us.
Yeah.
He says, oh, hold on. Wait, Michael, you're telling me that this super unpopular lady that nobody likes, that never got any votes, that got thrown in at the last minute, who says all the things that people don't want to hear, she's going to lose to the really famous popular guy? You don't say so. And at the time I said, hey, you're oversimplifying it. You don't. But if the election continues to go the way that it is looking right now, that might in fact be the postmortem. Is, oh yeah, common sense still holds.
My brother, not a political guy, same kind of guy. And he texted me. I mean, I was blown away to get a political text from my brother in which he watched Trump on one of these comedians' podcasts, and he said, oh, yeah, he's going to win because that's the show everybody wants to watch for the next 4 years.
You know, even a friend of mine from high school, he now lives outside of Milwaukee. He is politically as moderate.
That's the show. Makes me so depressed.
He is the swing voter in the swing state, in Wisconsin.
Politics should not
and
be a
I
show.
was catching up with him for the first time in a year or two. He was over, we were having a cigar. I said, so what's your take? Don't hear what I have to say about politics. What do you say? He goes, I don't know. I don't follow Trump that much. I mostly watch like football. I'm here for a football game. I don't know. I guess just my main takeaway from her is she seems kind of like a dingbat. That was it. That's all he knew about the race.
Seems like a fairly solid take.
Yeah, basically.
I think the Democrats are learning a lesson that I learned from watching Breaking Bad, which is you can never have you got to go the full measure, not the half measure. And they went the half measure because they took Biden out, but they couldn't imagine taking Kamala out too, because she's a black woman. But they all knew they should, but they didn't have the gumption to do it and do the whole thing. And you got to go the full measure.
Or is it this? Did they think Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro, any of these people who were pretty serious?
Preserve them.
Did they think, keep your powder dry, send up Kamala?
No.
No, I think they knew. They knew they needed to put one of them in. They just they couldn't do it.
Here's the thing: they didn't have the balls to abandon their crappy political theory since 2012, which is get the minorities and single ladies out. They didn't have the balls to abandon that, and the only person who was going to bring that they thought was Kamala Harris. By the way, the current New York Times Needle suggests that Donald Trump has an 84% chance of victory in the presidential election. This is all quite enjoyable thus far in the evening. Let's hope that the trend continues. Joining us live from Arizona, our friend Dylan Law Group founder, friend of ours here at DW, Harmeet Dillon. Welcome to the show, Harmeet.
Thanks for having me, Ben.
So we went from cautiously optimistic to nauseously optimistic to a little bit more openly optimistic as the evening is going on. How are you feeling about things, Harmeet?
Well, we've actually started strong and continued strong here in Arizona. We had 3 weeks of early voting, and Republicans outperformed even in Maricopa County and throughout the state. And tonight, the mood has been incredible. We feel really good about certainly Donald Trump winning and many of our congressional candidates. Some of the races are close, and some of the counties did their shenanigans, but we truly had an effort here with outside groups and the RNC and the Arizona GOP's organization with thousands of workers in the field to really get our low propensity voters in. And so I couldn't be more happy because I was here in 2022 and it was an absolute meltdown, crying, totally different scene over here than it is tonight.
So, Harmeet, one of the things that you've been very focused on in the run-up to this election was ensuring election integrity. Obviously, that takes an awful lot of work throughout the election cycle, and it seems to be paying off tonight. You have people on the ground all over the country who are really working to ensure that nothing fishy goes on. Why don't you tell us about some of the stuff that you've been doing across the country in order to ensure that?
So, we're leading up to this election month. There have been lawsuits filed for the last couple of years throughout the country that have focused on the different things that the Democrats corrupted in 2020. And, frankly, shame on our side over the years not spending the amount of money and effort that the other side did to corrupt our elections. But making sure that state laws are followed, making sure that ballots are not counted after Election Day, making sure that we have some kind of security, that ballot harvesting is eliminated wherever we can do that, making sure that outside groups like the Zuckerbucks effort are outlawed in as many states as possible. So for all the sort of static that Georgia gets as not being Trumpy enough, they actually did a tremendous job in reforming their election laws, and that is, I think, you're seeing the net result of that tonight there and in other states. So here in Arizona, we've repeatedly gone to court to tighten up the enforcement of Arizona's quite good election laws, and since 2022, several improvements were made, shortening the time for curing and tightening up the standards. We actually have a lot more work to do in this election cycle because Arizona, for the first time, has some specific standards on matching signatures to the ballots, the mail-in ballots, and so that is actually a great election integrity measure, and everyone's scrambling around over the last 3 weeks and the next 5 days to make sure that people cure those ballots and get them in. So I love that. Here on election night, what we had was dozens of attorneys on site where I am. I'm sort of leading this effort. We have been blocking and tackling since 5 a.m. all day today, literally sending lawyers out into the field and witnessing things that are happening, negotiating, telling election workers they can't, tell people with MAGA shirts they can't come and vote, things like that. We even had a hearing tonight in Apache County very late in the day The Dems tried to keep all of Apache County open later on the Navajo reservation, and we limited it to 9 sites where they had had some problems earlier in the day, and even those late ballots may not get counted. So it is a tremendous amount of organization by the Arizona GOP. They literally deployed thousands of trained volunteers in multiple shifts today in the field. And so that level of organization is like a military operation, and it went off without a hitch. Every single slot was filled, the lawyers in the field, the lawyers here, and everyone is smiling at the end of the day. Everyone worked well together, so I'm so, so proud of being a part of this effort.
That's Harmeet Dillon. She's been doing an amazing job over at Dillon Law Group. Harmeet, really appreciate all your hard work during this election cycle, and hopefully, it's too early to say yet, but hopefully a little bit later tonight, we can all pop champagne remotely and enjoy a big election victory for Donald J. Trump and the Republican Party in the Senate as well as in the House. Really appreciate it, Harmeet.
Thank you.
So, Michigan exit poll among Latino voters from CNN. Trump 60. Harris 35.
Wow.
What the what? I mean, honestly, the shifts that you are seeing in these voting numbers are insane. Identity politics, if Trump wins with I put in proviso on it because, again, nothing sure until it's sure. If things continue the way they are, Donald Trump put a stake through the heart of identity politics, which is hilarious. Okay, that's insanely hilarious. Because do you remember that time when the entire left suggested that he was a vicious, brutal racist?
Mm-hmm.
He was you remember that?
You mean
that was
today?
like today. And remember that time when they suggested he was a white identitarian?
Yes.
Right. Everything he did was all about white identitarianism, despite the fact that white identitarians have all disowned him during this election cycle for being too pro-Jew. And now it turns out that he is forming the single most working-class, blue-collar, multiracial Republican coalition in modern American history.
Well, hold on, Ben.
I'm enjoying it a little bit.
The New York Times now says the needle is saying likely Trump, but then you zoom in on exactly the point you're talking about. It says 88% chance of victory, but all the libs told me that 88 is secret code for Hitler.
Yeah.
So maybe that's it. Maybe it's hidden deep beneath the New York Times saying Trump will likely be the next president.
Again, so much of this has to come down to how bad the Democrats have been. I can't get over how bad they are. I can't get over how bad they are at this. Like, they picked the candidates they wanted to run against.
Wow.
Twice. They did it in 2016, and then they lost to him. They did
Bill
it again.
Clinton encouraged Trump to run in 2016.
Yes. Apparently, Fox is saying that the Harris campaign is no longer responding to requests for comment.
Oh, man. Go, baby.
So that is...
You're drinking already. Pass me that bottle.
Yeah,
I'll just pour a little sip. Just a little sip.
So you guys are going for it a little bit early, but, you know...
Now that I'm on, I'm going for the...
It feels like bad luck.
Ben, let me ask you.
Yeah, last time I had the Woodford. This time I'm going for the Macallan. Is that...
Bad luck for you.
All right, sir.
Okay, guys, there's still an election going on.
Sure.
They're partying.
All right.
Derelict behavior.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
So remember that time... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, so if they can't go to identity politics, is that permanently killed for the Democrat Party? How do they get back those Hispanic men, those black men? How do they move on after this if they don't have that particular play to run?
So I think that the thing that Trump has done that is of electoral benefit but questionable conservatism has been his spending agenda. Right? He took that off the table by basically just competing directly with the Democrats. He's like, I'm not going to touch Medicare, not going to touch Medicaid, not going to touch Social Security, off the table. When he did that, it took away their biggest talking point because there are really only two forms that democratic politics takes these days. One is identity politics, and the other is Bernie Sanders socialism. And Bernie Sanders socialism is only popular in its most populist form, which is you have all these benefits and no one can touch our benefits, and if they touch our benefits, then they must die.
You want to throw Granny off a cliff.
Exactly. And Trump was like, I don't want to touch any of those things. I'm going to leave. Well, the truth is both parties are totally wrong on this, but the dishonesty of both parties means that if you meet parity there, it's very difficult for them to outcompete on a lot of these socially conservative issues. Trump has taken a moderate position on things like same-sex marriage. On abortion, he's basically said we're not touching it at the federal level. So the question becomes, what are the things they're really arguing on? The things they're really arguing on now are things like tax rates, should your child be trans, and foreign policy. And guess what? Democrats lose on all those issues. So it's hard to see how they climb back in other than just circumstance, right? Something goes wrong for Trump. There's an economic crash while he's president of the United States. There's a natural swing back to the other side or whatever. Now, I also think that we're in danger of, earlier I've said we should attribute a lot of this to Democratic failure. But I think that we also have to attribute some of this to the power of Donald Trump, obviously. The man's unbelievably famous. He is like the most famous person in America before he ran for president.
Yeah.
He
most famous person in the world.
In the world. And so you took that person. Can some other Republican capture that in quite the same way? The thing about Trump is it made it almost impossible to full-scale demonize him in the way Democrats wanted to, because everyone was just kind of like, you mean the guy from Home Alone 2?
Yeah.
They were like, he's Hitler. And
Trump
like, wait,
is Elvis.
You mean the one? You mean the one from like The Apprentice? That guy's Hitler? Is your case? Like not Berlusconi? Like Hitler? Is where you're going with this? And so because of that. That gave Trump a bit of a superpower. I don't think that superpower exists for nearly anyone else in American politics. And so the risk for Republicans is that they do to themselves what Democrats did over Obama. They think this is the new natural status quo, as opposed to a thing they have to keep fighting for. And Democrats refuse to acknowledge that Barack Obama was, in fact, one of one.
Yes.
Donald Trump, assuming his victory, is, in fact, one of one. Yes. And all of his detractors, people who have criticized him over things, I've criticized him over a lot of these things. The dude was always one of one.
Yes.
He's one of one. I mean,
he's an American original.
Yeah.
He's the most iconic figure of the 21st century, bar none, without a doubt, no question about it. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick moment and highlight some cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire. We'll return momentarily so I can take a drink of water or something.
Yeah.
Left's grip is slipping, but they won't go quietly.
Oh, 12 minutes before the next polls. Oh, that's odd. I see your active chat, but it's telling me I got no viewers. Hopefully it's all still running pretty smoothly. I guess it just could be a bug. But things are looking up. We might just get the results tonight, possibly. Granted, something random doesn't pop up. Oh, here we go.
This place is so weird. Things just sort of people materialize, and they just like people are just randomly are in and out.
I feel like I never left.
It's a break.
I feel like I've always been in this chair.
I do have to say one thing about the uniqueness of Donald Trump, or against the uniqueness of Donald Trump. He does mark the death, thank God, of the Bush, McCain, Romney party.
Yeah.
Which is dying a death, a well-deserved death.
So this is the thing. Okay, so back when we had the Republican primaries, I used to think, I wish we could have a Ron DeSantis, Gavin Newsom election. I think that's the election the country deserves, because that represents the actual fight we're having. Red state, blue state, how do you want to live? As of about last
That would be
week,
cool.
I don't feel that way anymore. I actually think this is the election we deserve. It might not be the election I particularly wanted to have. This might not be the choice I wanted to face. But because of what you guys were saying about the stake in the heart of identity politics, it's actually really important that Donald Trump, this flawed avatar of American populism, is now up against this
That's pretty
utterly
accurate.
empty vessel for nothing other than this dead philosophy that the Democrats have plunked for.
Yeah.
It really matters that we actually put
Kamala's
that up
honestly
there.
such
put
a
it
laughing
to the
stock,
test,
like-
for better or for worse. And the thing about Kamala, people are always talking as if her problem is that she's inarticulate and that she gets nervous and she kind of flubs these questions. I think
Well,
that's
there's just
way,
nothing in her
way
brain.
too kind to her. If you say somebody's inarticulate, what you mean is there are thoughts, cogent thoughts, going on in this person's head. And somewhere
No,
in
there is
between
nothing
that
up
and
there.
what they're saying, it's not coming out right. It happens to all of us, right? Kamala Harris is expressing herself perfectly. The word,
Yeah.
that potato salad that comes out when she answers questions, that actually translates exactly what's going on in her head. And I think that's really important. And I actually think that Trump, in his way, also sort of represents something, even though he is sui generis.
I think he had to do the thing, and I hope he wins tonight, but even if he doesn't, that party is dead. And I think he had to do the thing that nobody else could do. That you had to be that brash, that coarse, that indestructible.
Tell me what's so bad about the Bush, McCain, Romney Republican
Oh,
Party?
it's easy. I mean, we had Ronald Reagan came out and basically brought us back to conservative ideals, true conservative ideals. And then George Bush stood up and said, I'm a kinder, gentler man. And I thought, what's kinder and gentler
Kinder
than
and gentler than
prosperity and
whom?
peace?
Yeah.
What's kinder and gentler than freeing Europe from the Soviet slave state? What is kinder and gentler than that?
Bombing foreign nations into smithereens to import our...
And then his son came out and did the same thing. It's compassionate conservatism. And when people are in trouble, governments got to move and all that.
That is literally J.D. Vance's economic policy.
Well, J.D. Vance has yet to be tested, but what I think is going to be, J.D. Vance is on the move, but he is not running for president.
Well, the truth is,
I
what
like
you don't
Vance,
like
though. He's
about
pretty cool.
McCain, Bush, Romney was the affect.
No,
Honestly,
it's
like
not
Vance
affect.
over
Not just
Trump.
the affect, it's policy. Too.
Yeah, the
no,
policy.
okay, that is untrue. That is untrue. I'm just going to say it flat out. That's not true.
It is true. He responded.
Mitt Romney was harsher on the border than Donald Trump was during his actual term. You don't remember self-deportation and how people went absolutely
nuts? It's not
Romney,
affect that he didn't want to win because he didn't want to defeat Barack Obama.
Which is
also,
affect. Okay, so
that's not affect.
It is
Also,
affect.
Mitt Romney, we don't know what his policy
Yeah, we don't know what he would have done.
I just want to be clear. There are a few areas where Donald Trump markedly differed from the traditional Republican Party.
Yeah.
On immigration, he differed from the actually post-Romney Republican Party. Romney ran as an immigration hawk in 2012. He did.
Yeah.
This is why Ann Coulter supported him in 2012 because of this. Okay, this
he said
happens
he
to
would
be
be
the fact.
severely conservative.
Okay, but I'm just telling you about. Okay, I'm just telling you.
I don't agree that what you're calling affect is affect. I don't
7
think it's affect
minutes.
to go after the press with a wrecking ball because the press deserves a wrecking ball, and the rest of the
What are the
party
chances we find out the winner on this one?
That is affect.
It's not
Let's
affect.
talk about what he actually did.
It's
So-
not
so
a
actually,
bad thing. I'm not
time
even
is up.
arguing your
I've
point.
lost
I think that the
track.
idea that you do need a harsher brand of
Dang,
thing,
yeah, no.
I totally agree with that. I think that
Won't
the
find out
difference
this time.
between what Bush and Romney and McCain were trying to do and what Trump did is Trump said the left fundamentally broke the country, and now I need to fix the thing. But I'm not sure how exactly McCain is supposed to run with that in 2008 after George W. Bush was president for 8 years, any more than Kamala Harris could run with, I broke the country, now let me fix
so
it.
he might have not
Hold on,
suspended
I want to hear Matt.
Just talk
I
about
wanna hear
Bush.
Matt.
Talk about Bush because he was actually president. The other two guys weren't. And
If
it's not
Kamala
just
actually had a
affect
plan
there.
to
I
like
mean,
fix the
it's what he
country,
actually did.
I would
Let's
be
start with
less
the fact
like hating,
that
but
he
she
sent us
doesn't.
into wars that lasted for decades. So we can begin with that massively expanded
Got no plan.
federal bureaucracy. We can
Blabbers
move to
on
that.
about how
totally
she's
ineffectual in preventing
lived in a middle class family,
illegal,
worked for McDonald's,
invasion
despite
across
McDonald's
the
telling
border. I mean, those are three things.
everybody that
exploded the debt. So there's a fourth.
never
thing.
worked for them.
That fourth one, Trump also exploded the debt, to be fair.
Okay,
You actually on Kamala.
Trump exploded the debt. As far as the wars, I mean, again, there's a bit of revisionist history that goes on about, say, the war in Afghanistan, which was approved with literally unanimity in the entire House of Representatives, with the exception of, I think, 2 votes. Okay, and as far as the war,
No one in this room would have opposed the war in Afghanistan. No one in this room would oppose the war in Afghanistan if Two Towers got knocked down in America today.
When I came back from Afghanistan, I said we should never have gone in. When I didn't oppose it at the time because I didn't know enough about it, and I was angry like everybody else. But when I went to Afghanistan, I came back, and the first thing out of my mouth was, "This was a mistake."
What year was that?
I think it's 20. I'm not sure, 2016 maybe.
Okay, so that's a little late to make that call. That's 13 years late to make that call. You don't get to make that call 13 years late and be like, hey, by the way, 13 years, like, again, this is not.
Let me look it up.
This is not, the only point that I'm making about this is that when we talk about Donald Trump being a radical break from republicanism, he is a radical break in terms of his attitude, which I agree does have ramifications. And I think those ramifications are powerful because what the left needed more than anything else, what the institutions of the left needed more than anything else, was the middle finger. George W. Bush was not a middle finger. John McCain was not a middle finger, and Mitt Romney was not a middle finger. And this I agree with.
2008.
Even beyond all this, you know,
even by 2008, that's well on.
I think
we invaded in 2002. That's 6 years into.
I think we're overthinking this, though. In the GOP, there has been for almost a century now a split between the conservatives, who are a little friendlier with the populists, and the more establishment country club set. And in the 1980s, that split was represented by Ronald Reagan as the conservative and George Bush as the moderate establishment type. The Bushes have been establishment moderate types going back to Prescott Bush, at least. And Reagan was the conservative. I think Donald Trump has inherited the mantle of the populist conservative side from Ronald Reagan. There are differences between the men, but there's a reason they had the same campaign slogan. And I think Mitt Romney was a liberal, fairly liberal governor. They invented Obamacare. John McCain was an extremely liberal Republican senator, and they inherited the Bush side of things.
Also, Jeremy said the last time we were talking that one of the things that a politician has to do is win. Romney and McCain lost, and they deserve to lose. Like when McCain
George W. Bush did not lose.
No, he didn't. No,
He's
didn't.
the only president in some of our lifetimes to win the popular
Yeah,
vote.
I thought he was a truly mediocre president at a time that called for greatness. Which was.
Do you believe that greatness would have been not going into Afghanistan?
Yeah, we shouldn't have gone into. We should have gone into Afghanistan and delivered punishment. But he set out to transform the Middle East into
Also, Iraq
democratic
is the more
nations,
is,
which was
is
nuts.
the bigger issue.
What's that?
Also, Iraq
Yeah,
is more.
Okay, here's the thing. Again, it is easy to do the hindsight is 2020 thing. The only point that I would make.
Because we're judging the president.
Did anyone here oppose Iraq at the time?
I did, but I was 13, so
I was
it doesn't count.
But in what way did that make the world safer? What way did that help America?
Again, that's not my point. Okay, so
not the world safer. How did it make America
The
safer?
reality is that what's bizarre about
I
this
don't
sort
think
of
it's about
populist
making
versus
America safer. It's just they
non-populist
took
break
our
the two.
towers.
So you're defining it as Reagan versus
Handed their
Ford
butt back to them.
or Reagan versus Bush. Okay, the problem with that particular definition is that Ronald Reagan was a peace through strength guy, okay, which means that Donald Trump is a peace through strength guy, which is a traditional Republican principle.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay? And then when it comes to things like, say, traditional values, Ronald Reagan was a less moderate version. George H.W. Bush was a more moderate version on abortion, on things like same-sex marriage, on all those policies. George H.W. Bush was to the left. So again, I think one of the things that we have to point out is that there is a hard distinction between I think it's easy to do this kind of what I think is a mistake. I think it's a category error to simply suggest that he is a policy populist along the lines of Ronald Reagan as opposed to George H.W. Bush.
I don't say that.
He's a stylistic populist along the lines of Ronald Reagan. That I agree with, because the argument that Ronald Reagan was making, as you say, was make America great. It was a restoration after a terrible period in American history. And that is what Donald Trump was as well. And so the real break, I don't think, was between, say, Donald Trump and Mitt Romney. I think it was a break between a party that seemed to believe that we could simply sort of absorb the blows from the left, and then be nice to them, and then every 4 years kind of absorb more blows from the left and then be nice to them, versus somebody who came out both middle fingers in the air and said, like, come get me.
So hold on a minute. Every president has a different job to do, is faced with a different job. Ronald Reagan was faced with the Cold War and turning an America that had become soft on communism and soft on the aggression of the Soviets back into a nation that was willing to fight for itself and fight for the things that it stood for. That was his job. That was not Donald Trump's job. It was his job to do that with the press. And the press, and he was right, they were the enemy of within. He was right, they were the enemy of the people, and he's taken them down. And if he wins tonight, it will be largely because he took them down.
Is it possible, though, that one of the things that makes it so difficult to compare to these previous camps of conservatism, never mind other presidents, but to other different factions within the conservative movement, is that what really differentiates him from all these guys is that he's fundamentally less ideological than either the populists or the country club conservatives, which means that there's not actually a philosophy there that you can contrast to these other philosophies that you guys are talking about.
Next
and
poll's
in fact,
coming up,
that
Chad.
might be exactly what you're all talking about in some ways, in that some of these guys, the Romneys of the world, seem to have felt that their correct ideas were enough to win them power.
I agree with that. So
when in fact,
if you're going to make, so the people have done the King David stuff with President Trump. If I'm going to do a biblical analogy for President Trump, there's a phrase that's used about Noah at the very beginning of the Bible, where it says that he was a good man in his time. Right? And so there's a big debate over, like, what does that mean? That he's a good man in his time? Some commentaries suggest good man in his time means, well, he's even better because he's in a bad time. And then most commentaries say it means that, like, the time sucked and he was better than the time.
Yes.
But if you'd put him in, like, a great time, then he wouldn't have been like a great
would have been kind of in absolute terms.
Exactly. And so I think that Donald Trump was made for his time.
Yep.
And I think trying to take people out of their context and then just compare them outside of that context is wrong. I mean, George W. Bush was defined by the time of post 9/11, and Donald Trump is defined by the fact that Barack Obama wrecked the country. Barack Obama destroyed everything. And then Donald Trump came in, and he said, I've said this from day one, even when I was critical of Trump, he was never the murderer, he was always the coroner. He came in, and he said, this is a dead body here. This right here, this body is dead. And what we need to do is we need to make it not dead anymore. And the way that we are going to do that is by rejecting all of these institutions. He is the man for his time. He is a man of his time, and he is the man of his time. But I think that it's a mistake and a category error to then compare between times, just as it's a mistake.
No, but I think Trump did a better job at what
also
what he was given to do.
I will agree with you that in many ways Trump did a better thing with what he was given than what George W. Bush did, particularly his second term. I think George W. Bush's second term was a failure, and we have yet to judge Donald Trump's second term because he hasn't had one yet.
We have to compare between times, and we always do. We would say about Barry Goldwater, Goldwater didn't lose. It just took 16 years to count the votes. You know, we obviously see that there are these factions and streams. So of course, you know, Donald Trump today on an issue like gay marriage is to the left of Ronald Reagan and the Bushes.
And Obama.
And Obama and Hillary Clinton. That's because the issue was decided at the level of the Supreme Court, and no prominent Republican today in office opposes it. So you have to compare in other ways. But President Trump has been more pro-life than any president in my lifetime. First one to show up to the March for Life.
His first, there's 2 important points there's 3 that we're missing. One is that a lot of our opinions about these other guys are retrospective, not things that we thought in the moment. And we don't yet have retrospective opinions about the entirety of a term of Donald Trump because there hasn't been a second term, which is point number 2. There hasn't been a second term. Second terms are always worse, particularly for Republicans. But even Barack Obama's second term was far worse than his first term.
Not if you get a 4-year break. Then you get to
that's right.
Three,
we say things like Bush got us into these forever wars. And that really is a left-wing
comments
talking
free
point.
Diddy.
Iraq wasn't a forever war. Iraq was
That's
over when
wild.
George W. Bush left office, and the very first thing Barack Obama did was just give up the victory.
Yeah, right.
He gave up the victory, but the Iraq war was over. And had Barack Obama not given up the victory, our view of the Iraq war today would be much, much different. In other words, if Bush had done everything that Bush did, but then Barack Obama had done anything different than he did, our view of that war would be different. And Afghanistan is obviously not an actual nation. It's a completely different thing. You know, there wasn't really a democratic election in South Korea didn't become a democracy
for several decades.
After the Korean War. These sorts of enterprises can't be done in a schizophrenic.
But what was the point of the Iraq War? Who cares? What if we just never gone in? Who cares?
To make the Middle East into a Madisonian democracy.
No, I mean
that's not the reason we.
No, I mean if you want the
actual, Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
Because literally Saddam Hussein refused to turn over any evidence that he did not have weapons of mass destruction because he was afraid he would be deposed. That was one reason. On a geopolitical level, there was also again, this is not to say that it was the right decision. In retrospect, everyone understands it was the wrong decision, but at the time those were not.
It had been U.S. policy for 10 years.
It was also the policy of, by the way, most of Europe. Right? And it also happened to be that if you look at a map, Iraq is on one side of Iran and Afghanistan is on the other side of Iran. And the idea was that this, along with Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, was going to provide a bulwark against the Iranians. And by the way, the counter proposal, which was Barack Obama's proposal, which was relieve all pressure on Iran, has led to a giant Middle Eastern conflagration. So put all that aside. Bernie Moreno just won Ohio, so Bernie Moreno has officially won Ohio.
Okay.
So
what is the late? Can we talk about?
So right now they're saying the most likely state to flip. This is again according to New York Times, is Michigan. It just said Pennsylvania, and they've updated it, so it's going between Pennsylvania and Michigan. But right now the estimate from the Times is Trump 300, Harris 238. This is now well into the likely Trump category.
We are at 70% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump currently has about a 160,000 vote lead in the state of Pennsylvania. We have 61% of the estimated vote total reported in Wisconsin. Donald Trump currently has a slim 50,000 vote lead or so in that arena. In Michigan, about 29% of the vote has been counted. President Trump has currently about a 70,000 vote lead in that arena. So again, Donald Trump is looking quite good right now. By the way, I just want to say the reason that I'm pushing back just against the break with the Republican is because I want to be more specific about our definitions. If what you're saying is we should continue punching the left in the face, I totally agree. If what you're saying is that what we need to do is abandon the right wing on abortion, or abandon the right wing on gay marriage, or abandon free markets, or do any of that's the break that we're looking for, or abandon a realist foreign policy that doesn't agree with neocon, but also doesn't agree with isolationism. Like, I just need more specific definition of what you mean in order to achieve the thing.
What I believe is that we can't achieve any of those things until the press is crushed.
So that I agree. I agree with that. Okay. So we don't agree. We don't disagree.
Yeah.
We don't disagree.
So
I'm not going to let us keep talking about this. Okay. There's an election happening. That's what people want us to talk about.
Yes, I agree.
And this conversation isn't helping the situation.
I don't know about
I
that.
want to go check in with our own Cassie Akiva, who is in Pennsylvania right now, where Donald Trump is starting to eke out a lead. And Cassie, one of the things that's on my mind right now is what impact, in the end, is Israel's war actually going to have on this election? And here's what I mean. Pennsylvania has an incredibly popular Democratic governor who is Jewish. Kamala Harris, instead of choosing a governor who almost certainly would have carried the state that she has to have in order to achieve victory, didn't choose him, only because of the war happening in the Middle East. Is that going to end up being decisive in this campaign?
The answer is yes. In case Cassie.
I think the answer.
That was a setup if ever I heard it.
Yeah, I mean.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hey, Cassie, I just asked you an amazing question, but Ben answered it. So now I'm going to ask you a different question, which is, it's a vibe election. What is the vibe at McCormick HQ right now?
Tech issues tonight are real.
The vibe is really good right now. We have the band coming out to play. Every time Pennsylvania is on the television, the whole crowd goes bananas. There's an open bar here. People are having a really good time. The turnout is looking really, really good right now. The only thing I want to caution is that Dave McCormick has 80,000 fewer votes than Donald Trump right now, which is a little odd. But they're still feeling good. They just came out to the stage and said they're feeling good. They said they're going to give us another update at 11:30.
Can I actually say that even the fact that McCormick is trailing Donald Trump in Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes reinforces the idea that Israel's war may cost Kamala the election, because it is largely secular Jews in Pennsylvania who had a wake-up call on 10/7 to realize that they needed a pro-Israel American president, but still don't want to break with their ideological left-wing political views. And so there was an actual movement to say, split the ticket. Give us Donald Trump to protect Israel and protect Jewish people from Iranian aggression, but don't give up the Senate. We don't want to elect a right-wing Senate. So I don't think it's conclusive, but it's like a real data point, is it not, Cassie?
It's absolutely true. I actually spoke to Dave McCormick about this very point. He said that he really does think that Kamala's choice is going to cost her Pennsylvania. But we also had a chance to talk to Dave McCormick at his childhood gymnasium where he used to wrestle. We have the clip for you here.
This is a race between change and the status quo. I represent change. I'm a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian West Point grad, combat vet, businessman, political outsider. I've term limited myself to 2 terms. I'm going there for the sole purpose of shaking things up and getting America back on track. Bob Casey's a 30-year career politician. He's been in elected office for 30 years. He's the son of a big high-profile governor, and he's lived off his father's name. He's not entitled to this seat. He hasn't earned it. And he's voted on these extreme liberal policies that are simply out of step with Pennsylvania. So I say to people on the campaign trail, if you want change, vote for me.
So McCormick is feeling good tonight. You can hear it with the party going on here. We're going to be here all night giving you updates from McCormick headquarters, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Cassie, thank you. And now we're going to go over to Brent Buchanan. We've set up this amazing data center here that we've never had anything quite like this at one of our election nights before. It's kind of fun, actually, to think back to our first. This is our 3rd presidential election as a company, and the first one, the New York Times was calling 99% for Hillary Clinton at the beginning of the night. We thought it would be a short night. We started drinking early. By the end of the night, I was literally laying in my chair. I don't drink often, and I never drink to excess, except when I'm on the biggest broadcast I've ever been on, which is what happened that night. But it was basically, I went back and looked at footage of it. We basically looked like we were broadcasting from my closet. And now we have this actual data center, and Brent Buchanan here to tell us what's happening from Signal Polling. Brent?
Yeah, so I walked into this building 8 hours ago. I still don't know what time it is. And I was giving
I don't know what
very,
time
very
it is
slight
either.
edge. I was not convinced that the Republican early vote
Probably
numbers were
best
going to
not to
actually
know.
translate to really strong
Could be
overall
here all
turnout. I thought we were
night,
going to
chat.
cannibalize our election day turnout, which is what happened in Virginia in 2023. So let me give you a couple data points ramping up to what I want to say. First, if you look across the whole country, with black voters, turnout is lower, but Trump's margin is higher. That's telling us that a lot of black Democrats actually stayed home. Number two, if we go back to the focus group we conducted, again, that's qualitative, but we had 5 people who said probably Kamala, 2 people who said probably Trump. That in and of itself shows us that there were more people sitting on the sidelines who were not sure if they were going to show up and vote for Kamala. In our exit poll that we're still running right now, of people who said I'm not going to vote or I didn't vote in 24, those folks would have been for Harris by a 13-point margin. Then when we look at the exit poll and look at the data point of who decided within the last week to today, Trump's up with those folks by 6 points. So here's the story of the 2024 election so far. Democratic areas turned out at 2020 levels. Republican areas exceeded their 2020 levels. And then you combine that along with this shift in black vote that's partially black Dems staying home and Republicans increasing their margin with voters of color. And you start to see this picture where I would say I'm up in the 80s or 90s percentile that Trump's going to be able to pull this off. You look at these Rust Belt states, for example, Lackawanna County here in Pennsylvania. I'm going to have to go to the list view because they got a heck of a lot of counties here. So as we look at Lackawanna County, one thing really interesting about this county is that Biden won it by 8 4 years ago, and she's only winning it by 3 at this point. And they had a 2.3% increase in turnout over 2022. When we look at Lycoming County, somebody in PA is probably going to fact check me on mispronouncing that. This is a county that was plus 41 for Trump. He's performing there, but their turnout's even higher at 3.5% increased turnout over their 2020 numbers. Then you have places like Butler, which is an ex-Bourbon county in Pennsylvania, and this was plus 33 for Trump 4 years ago. It's plus 32 now, but there's a 3% turnout change. So you start to see all these places across Pennsylvania where Donald Trump is netting out more votes in the areas where he already performed well. He's netting out more votes in these ex-Bourbon counties, which was the entire Harris strategy, was to go into these ex-Bourbon counties and shrink the Trump margins. And they're not changing at all. They're actually improving for him.
So, Brent, when you're looking, forward at the rest of the evening, I think the big question we all have is when the hell do they call these things so we can all go home? But but as this trots out, why is it that the votes slow so much near the end? Right? There's been like this steady increase in the vote count in places like Pennsylvania. Right now, New York Times saying 73% of the estimated vote total has already been reported. Do you expect that pace to continue? Like, how fast do these things come in generally?
In the Rust Belt states, way too slow. You get this rush. I think we're looking at something like 60, what is this showing here? 64% reporting in Wisconsin. Right now, we've got a strong probability of Trump winning there. And so we're just going to see this estimated reporting number slowly come in, unlike places like Georgia, where we're already seeing 91% reporting. One unique thing about southern states is that because they do provisional, every county and state does provisional ballots, but usually in the South, when you get to 95% reporting, you're actually 100% reporting of everything outside of the provisional ballots. And the provisional ballots are only hundreds, maybe thousands of votes. And so once you get to this 95% in the South estimated reporting, you're basically everything, all the votes that matter are in at that point.
Brent, the most shocking statistic that we've seen all night long is this exit poll from CNN showing Donald Trump walloping Kamala Harris with Hispanic voters in Michigan, 60-35, which is just...
It's amazing.
I mean, to put it technically, I believe the term is batshit lunacy. That's insane. What we're watching, if these numbers are anything close to reality, we're watching a massive political realignment happen right before our eyes.
Completely. And so here's another example of how this is starting to have 2016 turnout, because we're at least margins, not turnout, because we're way over even 2020 turnout at this point. But Eaton County here was +1 for Trump in 2020, but it was +5 for him in 2016, and he's now back to +5 in Eaton County.
Wow, wow, wow. By the way, Ted Cruz did win Latino voters outright in Texas by 6. He lost Latinos in 2018 by 29 points.
Well, because he was running against that Hispanic Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah,
So
that's
that
true.
was-
That's true. Well, Brent, really appreciate the insight. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you in very short order. Our election map coverage, of course, is made possible by our sponsors over at Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen. So, yeah, guys, I mean, it's an astonishing result, what we're watching in real time. Now, listen, these margins are still really, really close. I mean, we'll see. This is all estimated, right? This is us all, getting happy off the New York Times making their estimations.
Right.
And when they say that there is, say, a 64% chance or a 69%, that still means there's a 31% chance it goes the other way. And remember the betrayal of the needle for Hillary Clinton when it was 99% pro-Hillary. Now it's obviously a little bit later in the election at this point.
That's right. Don't forget, the betrayal of the needle against Hillary was always moving in one direction, from the top of the night to the bottom. And this needle has also always been moving, basically always been moving in one direction from the top of the night to now. And it is now pretty solidly in the likely Trump wins camp. Nate Cohn at the New York Times came out and said about 25, 30 minutes ago, for the first time tonight, we are declaring it is our opinion that it is likely that Trump wins.
If you look at those Senate races, by the way, currently, Dave McCormick is in fact leading Bob Casey by almost 100,000 votes. Again, Pennsylvania does not look like, if trend continues, Pennsylvania does not look like it's going to be particularly close. It looks like Trump is going to walk away with it by at least a couple of percentage points.
They're saying there aren't enough votes left in Philly to point it out.
In Michigan, Mike Rogers is currently leading Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. By the way, Mike Rogers makes it 55. Mike Rogers makes it 55.
Huh? I felt pretty good about Mike Rogers.
Yeah, Mike Rogers, he made a late-breaking move, and I was a little skeptical of Mike Rogers because he spent so much of the time trailing. Right now, he's up about 50,000, 60,000 votes on Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. In Wisconsin, Eric Hovde is currently up by about 26,000 votes or so on Tammy Baldwin with 65% of the vote in. Now, got to give a shout-out to the worst candidate of the cycle, our girl Carrie Lake over in Arizona, who is just getting destroyed by Ruben Gallego in a state that Donald Trump is going to end up walking away with, which, again, moral of the story,
Things are looking
do
up,
not
Chad.
pick bad candidates for higher office.
We might
It
get
turns
that
out when you
wench
pick
meme
good
for
candidates,
another
you do
year.
betters. And when you pick not
4
great
years,
candidates,
another
you do
4
worse.
years.
Well,
Jeez.
speaking of good candidates,
My
we're
brain's
joined
already starting
by
to shut
the
down.
newly re-elected senator from the great state of Texas.
Oh, let's go, Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz. Senator, thanks for being with us.
It is great to be with you guys. I'm bummed that I'm not there and I can't see you, but I feel confident that there is good scotch and good cigars that are involved.
You know us so well. Big night. You started off this election in a tough race, what I believe became the most expensive Senate race in the country this cycle. And as recently as 8 weeks ago, facing real headwinds. And you've put in an enormous effort in Texas and secured a huge victory tonight.
Well, I got to tell you, our win in Texas was just breathtaking. Right now, about 76% of the votes have been counted. We're up 10 points. We're up nearly a million votes right now, and there's still a quarter of the votes to be counted. I mean, it's incredible, and I'll tell you what's really encouraging also. We're making massive inroads with Hispanic voters in Texas and South Texas, and I got to give a shout-out to Ben. So Ben came down to the Rio Grande Valley with me, did a campaign event there, and Michael, this is going to break your heart, but Ben is a friggin' rock star in South Texas. I mean, it was like Elvis walking in the room.
Senator, how much
and
have you
my
been
campaign
drinking
team was
tonight?
like, how is this Ben Shapiro in the Valley? I mean, it was, I mean, they were practically like throwing roses at him.
It was awesome, and what a live audience. And Senator, I mean, it is amazing how you've shifted the vote margins in the state of Texas. The exit polls right now are showing that you're going to win the Latino vote in the state of Texas outright by 6 points, where in your last race, you lost the Latino vote by something like 28 points. And that is a 34-point shift if that holds. You're watching a complete political realignment of the map, Senator.
Look, and it's encouraging for the country, and I actually have to give a shout-out to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who all they had to do is open up the border, invite, like, narco-terrorists into the country, and people are like, you people are friggin' nuts.
Yeah.
And I think actually South Texas is a generational realignment. I think we're going to see, I'm going to make a prediction in the next year that we see a bunch of elected Democrats in South Texas flip over and become Republicans. And they're already conservative, but they've been Democrat for 100 years, and I think this election is really going to shift the math for Texas, and I hope nationally it's going to help shift the math in a significant way for Hispanics across the country.
So, Ted, Fox News is now reporting that the Harris campaign has stopped giving all comment to the media, which is always the sign of a winning campaign.
Dang.
So I do wonder if Kamala is behaving like Hillary, if she's drunk as a skunk right now and screaming at her aides. I don't know. But it does make you speculate.
Senator, how important was holding the Senate and flipping the Senate in this election?
Look, massively important, and I'll tell you, you guys are fresher on the numbers. I was just listening to you talk about it. I've been on stage until 5 minutes ago, so I've missed the last hour of developments. I know they've called Ohio, and right now the numbers in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, those are really encouraging, and hopefully Montana, I expect they're going to call that pretty soon. Look, I mean, you're right. We could easily be at 55, which is a sea change.
That's right.
And really a big deal.
Wow. Senator, do you have any sense, I assume you've been focused on your own race and this massive win. Do you have any sense on the House right now, how Republicans are feeling? I mean, in a way, if we just get the presidency and the Senate, I'll be happy enough and I'll light this cigar. But it seems like with this kind of momentum, we might do well in the House, too.
I think we've got a good shot at it. I've seen no numbers, so I don't, that's not based on developments tonight. But my view has always been that the White House and the House are positively correlated, and that if Trump is turning out big numbers, look, to win the House and grow our majorities, we've got to win some tough seats in New York, some tough seats in California. And based on the early results, I think we've got a real shot at it. But, you know, look, I think the odds are looking very good that come January, we have a Republican White House, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate.
Wow.
And if that's the case, we need to roll up our sleeves and get to work because we had a lot of work to do.
That's exactly right. Senator, I know that you didn't make time for much press tonight. We really appreciate you making time for us. You've got a big party to get back to and a lot of hands to shake. But congratulations again. Cigars on us.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look, I love you guys. You are extraordinary. And by the way, congratulations on getting your movie trailer. What was it, on Rachel Maddow today on MSNBC? Okay, that was pretty wild.
We try to have
you
a good
got
time.
to tell me, did anyone stream from that? Did you get any MSNBC people logging on saying, I got to see the movie?
Nary a single one, Senator. Nary a single one. Least efficient marketing campaign in Daily Wire.
Well, I think they all know the answer, which is they think everyone's a racist.
Yes, that's exactly right.
So I'm going to put out a live request to everybody in production. Well, Senator, I know you're busy. Sorry.
Senator, get back to your party. Tell everybody how
guys are awesome.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
Ted. So I'm going to put out a request to our production team. We need to find out, when do we get to live stream MSNBC? When do we get to watch the good stuff?
It's like
Okay,
when you
guys,
start playing
come on.
A friend of mine
You know what we want.
A friend of mine just bought a subscription about 25 minutes ago. He felt it was now in safe enough territory that it was worth the $50 or whatever in order to watch them live, at least on a free trial.
This is like, when can you start playing Christmas music?
Yeah.
It's like,
It seems like the answer may be tonight.
Right now.
MS3TK, right? We're just going to sit here. It'll be a shot of us from behind just critiquing Rachel Maddow and company. Again, the numbers continue to come in favor of President Trump. He is currently up by approximately 60,000 votes in Wisconsin. He is currently up by, at last count, 170,000 votes in Pennsylvania, and he is currently up in Michigan by somewhere on the order of 116,000 votes.
Interestingly enough, both Pennsylvania and Michigan may be the two states in the country the most impacted by the massacre on 10/7.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, by the way, you want a great stat? Here's a great stat for you. You ready for this?
Yes.
So, the Biden administration, because they're incompetent and horrifying at everything, and because Kamala Harris is incompetent and horrifying at everything, they've achieved the signal feat of alienating both Jews and Muslims.
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
It looks very much as the Detroit Free Press reporter Niraj Wariku reports that Kamala Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn.
Whoa.
It's an area that is 90+% Muslim that Biden won with 88% of the vote 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And that vote is instead going to the best Jew of all, Jill Stein.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's
Well, this is actually something
you
that
can't be psychotic enough for the psychotic, you stupid asses.
Well, this is
Turns
also
out.
there's another point here, which is that the war is great in theory for a certain group of people, but it's terrible in practice for every single person involved. And so, in Pennsylvania, you have a large Jewish population who's rightly outraged about what happened, and I suspect that in places like Michigan, you have people who are outraged that the people actually dying in the war are their kin. And what they would like to see is some kind of American leadership that helps, well, A, they could have prevented this, which you had in Donald Trump, to his credit, or could bring this to an end, which I think you will also have in Donald Trump.
You know, when I was at MSG, I saw sitting 40 feet away from people, 40 feet away from each other, a woman in a hijab, and then just across the way, guys holding up an Israel flag.
Yeah.
This is so funny. They're so close to each other. Why are they both here? Did one of them get tricked or something? And you think, no. It is actually rational.
How close together were they?
They were pretty close.
That's like the width of Israel.
They're roughly the river to the sea.
This is tangentially, you know, we've got to talk about this yo voy a votar por Donald Trump situation that's going. I mean, like this Latino vote that has, if this turns out to be the actual result, that in itself, along with perhaps the shift in black men, will represent something so significant. And what's crazy to me, and I'm only even now in real time coming to realize this, is really what this represents is that Latinos are assimilating.
Right.
I mean, basically what we're saying, and this is true also of the, you know, hijab-wearing woman and the Jew at the MSG rally, and you know, all of these different people that we've seen, you know. Again, we've said this a million times, so we don't have to reiterate it, but Trump is imperfect, and yet he represents a certain bullish Americanism that everybody responds to viscerally. And one of the things that has come under question with the influx of indiscriminate illegal immigration is how much racial diversity can that Americanism actually sustain?
Yeah.
And now, if it turns out that Latinos are flocking to Trump, it will turn out that, in fact...
Well, speaking of assimilation, Michael Knowles is going to leave this broadcast and go over to Timcast. Our friend Tim Pool is broadcasting live from DWHQ, and Michael is no longer going to be a member of this team.
He will reassimilate.
He will reassimilate
How do you like that
into
transition?
that team.
And I will cease to be an Italian and become a Hispanic.
I've been
like in that one movie.
Like in that movie, actually. During the 2016 election, actually.
That's right.
That yo voy a hablar con Tim Pool. Adios, adios, amigos.
Do you get one of those little black hats?
You know why this is, honest to God? It's because Donald Trump, you know, they're always calling him a racist.
Hold on. Look at this shot.
Look at how good.
Look at Michael walking.
This is movie making.
Wow.
Look how beautiful our studio is.
Hello, everybody. Do you realize how close these people are to us? I had no idea. It seemed like they were in a completely different room. Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
This is big. Last time when we were doing this in 2016, we were in Jeremy's broom closet, where there was mold, there were rats scurrying about. Now this is big, and it's all because of the Daily Wire Plus members. We really appreciate you. If you haven't joined yet, now's the time to do it. No one's quite popping champagne, but everyone's getting a little excited, and here we are. Is this, oh my man, don't tempt me. You know, the Churchill is magnificent of the Mayflower cigars. I'm not ready to light them up yet. Are you guys celebrating yet? Oh, hey, what's going on? Are we? Did someone just put a little tappy in front of me?
Absolutely. Yes, do you have a glass?
I could use a glass.
Where do the glasses go?
Where are the glasses?
Are the glasses back there?
No. We have fresh cups.
Somebody
the wonderful people at the Daily Wire brought in a bunch of fresh glasses for this delicious Kentucky bourbon that I insist you partake.
If you look, I was going to wait to celebrate, but that was before Tim brought out like a $2,000 bottle.
Well, you might as well light up a cigar while you're at it.
Exactly. I'm tempted to do it.
You look great, by the way. You look great.
Thank you.
You
know,
he looks all right. Dapper is the word we use.
Okay. This is my Mayflower Cigars smoking jacket, which is sold out now, so no one can get it, unfortunately. But we're doing it with Shepherd's, which is the men's clothing company that is owned in part by Harrison Butker. And I just feel that right now, it feels good. I don't want to get out in front of my skis. It feels good.
I hear
Cold
you.
orgy.
No, I'm there with you. Can I get a cigar?
You can.
Oh
Especially
my
you.
gosh.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Wow.
Listen, I'll take whatever ones I can get.
Things
This is
starting to
the
get
art of the
closer.
deal. I was asked earlier.
It's the blue wave
The light,
comes
the
in.
dark, the big, the small.
What's the difference? I'll get one of the light ones.
The light one is the Mayflower Dawn. Is it Dawn in America?
You have to
The
get
dark
up
one
and
is the
get it.
Mayflower Dusk.
Do you
You
expect me to
clearly don't
deliver
watch
it to
this
you?
podcast because I do, and I know the things
That's
and the smoke.
Did you want to advertise it instead of it?
Yeah, that's what we're waiting on. Something to celebrate officially.
I'm so ashamed that we let him not only go over there, but take us all on that journey
On set,
of
yeah.
hearing him
We're gonna do it
peddle
on
his
set
cigars.
If I didn't own a piece of that company, I'd be so upset right now. So yeah, things are continue to go well. It's a good night. It's a so far, God willing. It is an excellent evening, and the Senate races are continuing to look good. The House races right now, House is still up in the air. About 165 Republican House seats that are going to be retained. About 110 for the Democrats, and Democrats need about 43 in order to take the House. They've won 4 so far. Republicans need about 27. They've won 2, so it's still very early for a lot of the House races. But as Ted Cruz suggests, if Trump does well, if the Republicans do well in the Senate, there's every indicator that they're going to outperform. Republicans are outperforming, by the way, including New York. He's going to win 30% of New York City.
Really?
Trump. Yeah, he's going to win 30% of New York City.
Cabot, you said you had some interesting information for us.
Yeah, a few things here. One, CNN just did a very dour report from Harris headquarters. They said that it was, quote, completely silent at her watch party. We also saw an email from the campaign manager for Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon, telling the campaign staff to, quote, get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So it seems like they're telling their campaign staff, all right, you can go home, you can sleep. A few other interesting notes. Bitcoin just hit a record all-time high.
Yes.
74,000. Dow futures have also soared 600 points in the last 2 hours. So clearly the crypto and actual markets are thriving now. One more interesting exit poll that we haven't talked about yet, and this might be the sweetest of them all. For voters who said that democracy in the U.S. is threatened, Donald Trump won those voters by 7 points.
Told you so.
Really?
Unbelievable.
That is a CNN exit poll.
Wait, why did you think that was going to happen?
Because they asked the question if democracy is the most important thing, and I said, well, that doesn't mean they think that Kamala Harris is the best thing
Is the
for
representative of
democracy.
democracy.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a stupid question.
Come on, right? She really is a deranged psychopath.
Well,
right?
there's
like,
that,
she's
you know.
contemporary weirdo. Like, this is sort of.
It's also good.
Back
It's also good for Drew to be right about politics once every 4 years.
I have been right every show, every day. I have the receipts, every Daily Wire. I've told you exactly what's going to happen as it's happened.
This is what it was like to grow up with. By the way, my whole childhood was this.
Grow up with a man you're not related to?
Yeah, I know. I would just drop over his house.
Strangely, for 18 years of my life, this complete stranger would come over periodically and say, "I was right.
I did
You didn't believe
me all the time."
I will say that we haven't talked enough about crypto. I started off the morning saying if Donald Trump wins, Bitcoin will hit $80 this week.
Why? Why?
Because the kind of people who engage in the crypto markets are necessarily renegades. They're necessarily anti-establishment. And I think that just like so many aspects of our economy have been artificially suppressed by the horrible threat of more regulation, worse fiduciary policy over time, the crypto markets in particular are so afraid that the left is going to regulate them out of existence. Just like social media is so afraid that the left is going to regulate them out of existence, just like Elon Musk is so afraid that the left is going to regulate him out of existence. And so I'm thinking now, I mean, it already hit $75,000 today. It could hit $100,000 by the end of the year.
I will add,
Donald
I
Trump
went,
wins.
I went to a lot of Trump rallies this cycle. The single loudest moment of any Trump rally that I heard was not a Trump rally. It was Trump speaking at the International Bitcoin Conference here in National, when he promised to protect cryptocurrency. He was going to fire a number of FEC or SEC employees. When he made that promise, it was the loudest applause that I heard of the entire cycle. And one more note I'll add on that trip: we met a former NFL player at that conference who took his entire salary in Bitcoin. He's now a mega, almost billionaire. Michael Knowles told him, I'm not invested in Bitcoin. And he pulled out a card and said, Michael, this QR code, I will give you your first Bitcoin. Here is a QR code. Just scan that. It'll contact me, and I'll get you set up. I talked to Michael a few days later at the office. I'm like, did you get your first Bitcoin? And he's like,
are you kidding?
Oh my gosh.
So we got to ask him about that. We got to ask him, did he actually find that card and redeem?
So as of this evening, he left $75,000 on the table.
That's
and by Christmas, he could have left $100,000 on the table for free.
Someone at that conference picked up that QR code. And
unbelievable. Listen, while Michael Knowles has terrible judgment and Andrew Klavan's only right every once in a while, our sponsors are right all the time. We're going to take a moment to tell you about one of them right now.
It's off.
Trying to get hopes to it, but things are looking good, chat. Might be almost done with this long, horrible 4 years. Oh, man. I wonder if any more states have been called. Oh wait, Washington was called for Kamala. Ugh. How's Nevada doing? Bruh. Arizona. Oh, that's kind of close. Oops.
Our very own Mary Margaret Olahan. Welcome back to the show, Mary Margaret.
Hey guys, it's great to be here with you.
How are things going down there? What's the vibe in the room?
Well, everyone down here is very excited. We've been talking to a lot of people on the ground, a lot of these Trump supporters, former White House employees, former White House staff, people who hope they may be future White House staff, and everyone across the board, except maybe some of the liberal media here, thinks that Trump is going to win. So everyone we're talking to is rejoicing. They're really excited. Multiple people told me they think it's going to be a big blowout. It's just very high enthusiasm. And as you can see behind me, they'll show on the screens Fox or CNN when they're announcing which state went for which candidate. And whenever a state goes for Trump, there's a huge wild applause. And then there's booing when it goes for Harris. So it's fun. It's exciting to be here.
Now, where you're standing right now, you're literally surrounded by liberal reporters. How are they holding up?
Yeah, so this has been fun. You know, if you look around, we are surrounded. We've got, directly to my right and left, we've got Newsmax and Fox News. But then, of course, ABC is a couple of rows down. And then we got CNN over here. Some glum faces around us, I can tell you. There's some people who were smiling earlier in the evening that no longer are. It's kind of funny to me, too, to be here when surrounded by a lot of people that I've seen online for many years. People be very aggressive, very antagonistic about Republicans or Trump, and who are now here in real life, and they're talking about the news, and it's kind of funny, actually, to see them in real life.
One thing with the Kamala Harris campaign, they've all but said that we will not hear from the vice president tonight, but I suspect that even if we don't get a call tonight, we may still hear from Donald Trump. What do you think?
I think we will hear from him, whether or not we get a call up on the race. A lot of people in the crowd are telling me the same thing. You know, Trump loves his supporters. He loves his team. So we think he's going to show up here whether or not we get results. And as you can see behind me, there's a podium. All his supporters are here and excited. So I hope he comes. I'd love to see what he has to say, even if we don't get results tonight. But I will tell you, a lot of people in here are thinking that we're going to hear the results of the 2024 election tonight. That's, you know, speculation on a lot of their parts, but that's just the vibe in the room that's growing and growing. And I really hope we do, too, because it would be fun to have the results and move on with the next future president of the United States and learn how we're going to make America great and healthy and prosperous once again.
Mary Margaret, thank you. We'll be checking in later in the night. And of course, Marsha Blackburn,
right,
senator from Tennessee, recently reelected, of course, won her race and said to our own Michael Knowles that she predicted we would have results by midnight tonight, which is only 2 hours.
By the way, Daily Wire's footprint at Trump HQ was made possible by our friends over at PDS Debt. Get a custom plan, become debt-free right now at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. By the way, my fellow Jews coming through over in New York. Yeah, boy. There it is. They're showing up in Westchester County. They're showing up in Nassau County. Donald Trump is currently winning 33% of New York City. 33% of New York City. Not the state, the city.
Does that bode well then for Pennsylvania? Because
Yes.
there are a significant number of Jewish voters.
So when I campaigned with McCormick, we did one particular event in somebody's backyard with a bunch of Jews there who cared about Israel. They were fired up. There was one lady who was like, listen, I don't know if I can pull the trigger for Trump just because of all his various excesses and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, you don't have a choice. You need to pull the trigger for Trump. And I think that is coming out loud and clear right now. Gotta tell you, the number of friends that I have in Israel who have been texting me all day long, asking me if I thought Trump was going to win. And I was like, listen, I'm cautiously optimistic. I think he's going to win. Like, so there was a poll in Israel of who they wanted to win, and that poll found that by a margin of something like 70-6, they wanted Donald Trump to win. I mean, because they know which administration is likely to allow them to, kill the terrorists and face down Iran, and which one is likely to side with the terrorists and stop them from killing the terrorists. So, listen, the world is going to be a much more peaceful place. Nate Cohen just put out this statement 24 minutes ago. There's still a lot of vote left in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philly. But for Harris to win, she would need to outperform Biden's numbers here in 2020. So far, she's underperforming Biden's results just about everywhere in the country. Okay, that bodes ill for somewhere. By the way, I cannot wait for the books to be written. I cannot wait. Joe Biden is going to rush to a biographer. And he and Jill are just going to shit so hard all over Kamala Harris and everything that has happened. It is going to be wildly entertaining. The amount of rage Joe Biden must feel right now. And the beautiful thing for Joe Biden, and it's wonderful, truly wonderful. It's like the best day of his life right now. Because the truth is that had he run, he probably would have lost to Trump. But he didn't. He got ousted for Kamala Harris. So now he gets to claim for the rest of his life that if he had been left in place, he would have beaten Trump, and they unfairly ousted him after the most successful first term in and then he's going to get to just crap so hard over this lady he hates like fire. I mean, he hates her with the fiery passion of 1,000 burning suns. Jill Biden, same thing. She's wanted to strap Kamala Harris to one of Elon Musk's rockets and fire her into space for years. It's going to be like the recriminations here are going to be so wonderful and so well deserved by all involved. And I'm here for every single moment of it. Every single moment. I mean, I got to say, like, I thought the writing on this season of Trump was overdone. I really did. I thought this season of Trump had gone off the rails. I thought that God in the back room writing that script, he's like, you know what? Not just one assassination attempt, two. We can go back to the well. We need a second assassination attempt. Like, what if the Democratic candidate died on the stage? Like, well, that'd be cool. But what if we like totally swapped him out for her, and then what if she picked like this weirdo who has floppy arm syndrome from Minnesota? Like this writing is just bad. It's just not good writing. I'm sorry, it's overdone. It's like it's like some of the worst soap opera stuff I've ever. But I got to tell you, they really nailed the finale. They are nailing the finale. It's unbelievably good. I'm loving every second of it. I cannot wait for the online extras. I'm subscribing. I'm like the merch. Oh, the merch. Are you kidding me? The merch is going to be unreal. It's going to be so good. And I got to tell you, the turning point of this election is when Donald Trump and I stood by the grave of and there's a picture of me and Donald Trump making prayers, at the grave of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. That's the moment when this election was decided.
Of course.
Pure Zionistic laser power. That is when this election turned. Boom. Check out the polls. October 7th, 2024.
I will curse those, right, who curse you?
Yeah. Correct. There you go. God coming through once again. I had a going theory that I told some friends before this, that God definitely wants Donald Trump to win. I've been saying this for a while, that God clearly wants Donald Trump to win. There's only one reason God turns Trump's head right at the last minute, and the bullet misses him by this much. And then the other part of my theory is that Donald Trump was trying to thwart God. And as it turns out, the good part of my theory is that God always wins. You can try and thwart God. You can say, I am not called, I am not worthy, and God will still choose you. And that's how this will go. And so, yeah, you know what? You can see the smile on my face. I'm getting a little confident, guys. I went from cautiously optimistic to nauseously optimistic. And now I'm just, pretty optimistic at this point. I got to say, I'm enjoying the evening. The enjoyment portion of this evening has officially begun. It's now a Jewish holiday. That's right. It went from tragedy to triumph. That's right. It's time to break out some symbolic rituals. It's time to eat some kosher food. It's time to imbibe. And it's time to speak some Yiddish. Yeah, baby. Suck on that, Nick Fuentes.
The Hebrew hammer.
Yeah, Hebrew hammer. Yeah, that's right.
You're terrifying when you're happy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh man.
It's amazing to think that Donald Trump could win without the Nick Fuentes vote.
Man.
The map is just looking better and better.
It is.
Look at Michigan.
Okay, so if it goes the way we think it's going, those first 100 crucial days the agenda, tariffs. What
Don't
else
give a
do you
shit,
see?
man. Don't care at all. Do not care. Sorry, still basking. Gonna take a little while. Gonna need a moment with this one. The first 100 days.
Yeah.
So the first 100 days, here's what's actually going to happen. So what's actually going to happen is the people who are deeply involved in staffing, other than sort of Don Jr. You got Howard Lutnick, who's deeply involved in staffing up the administration. I think that the early sort of front runners for some of these positions, Tom Cotton for SecDef. I think Mike Pompeo might be considered for Sec State again. If not Pompeo, you might take a look at Marco Rubio, senator from Florida.
15 minutes
You're looking at
before the next poll drop.
For Secretary of the Treasury. That
I
one's
think
kind of hard. Obviously Musk goes in. He's going to perform some government function.
Yep.
Maybe. Musk doesn't want to be in the government.
No, not in the government, but like his special
one right
advisor.
before the last drop.
There's some of the investment class
Probably
that I
in
think
the
you'll see
stream around
likely
12.
nominated for the some Trump's New York investment friends.
Hopefully
for
we'll
Secretary
know
of
by
Treasury, kind of like
12.
Mnuchin went in as Secretary of the Treasury. The thing is, Trump has a team that already worked, and so I think a lot of those people end up coming back. I think David Friedman for UN ambassador, possibly Morgan Ortagus for UN ambassador. Like there are a bunch of people who are really good who are going to come in, and they're going to start cleaning it up. And it'll be interesting now with a very robust Senate majority is what this is looking like. At the very least, a robust Senate majority. Yeah, I think he's going to get most of his picks through. So it depends on sort of which place you choose to focus. When it comes to domestic policy, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. That is task number one. They're going to make those permanent so that those just don't sunset, right? Because he has to guarantee that he doesn't screw up the economy. The next thing that you're going to do, he's going to slap a bunch of tariffs on China, which he's going to do, I think, forthwith, and I think he should do because China is a cheater and China is an intellectual property thief, and they happen to be run by an evil dictatorship. So that'll be very good.
Remain in Mexico.
Yes, obviously on the border, remain in Mexico immediately goes back into place. Reinterpretation of asylum law goes immediately right back into place. Prioritization of deportation of criminally legal aliens goes back into place with widespread deportations of those people and massive new investigative authority for ICE. On foreign policy, I think Israel is going to hit Iran's nuclear facilities between the election and Trump taking office because I think that Trump doesn't want that on the table when he gets into office. And with the Israelis knowing that they're going to have a friend back in the White House as opposed to an enemy, they probably go hard and they go fast and they go now because Trump is telling, Trump said it openly. He said, I don't want this happening while I'm president. They're like, okay, sure, no problem, man. We'll take care of business right now because we know that you're not there to cut us off at the knees. So I would be shocked if Israel doesn't go quite hard over the course of the next couple months. One of the under-noticed stories of the day, because we have a thing going on, is that Prime Minister Netanyahu fired his Minister of Defense in Israel, Yoav Gallant, who is widely considered on the right in Israel to be sort of a pipeline to the Biden-Harris administration. And so he's putting in some more of his own people, which means he's likely to go quite hard, quite fast. That is going to bring peace to the Middle East. And Donald Trump is going to bring Saudi into the Abraham Accords, undoubtedly. That is a thing that Donald Trump has already been pre-negotiating. That is going to happen. That's why he wants solidity in the Middle East. He wants Israel to finish up whatever they're doing security-wise. He wants them to finish up in Lebanon. He wants them to finish up in the Gaza Strip. And then Donald Trump is going to work. He has all those connects already made. That's all going to come into play. As far as Ukraine, Trump and Vance have already said, contrary to popular opinion, both Trump and Vance have said they will continue to fund Ukraine sufficient so that Vladimir Putin does not walk into Kyiv. But they are also going to be realistic about what the prospects for what the final settlement in Ukraine looks like, which is the solidification of the borders of Donbass and Ukraine, some sort of commitment to neutrality, but with some sort of additional funding of military resources sufficient to deter a further Russian invasion. Things are about to get
How long
a lot
do you
better.
think that'll take on the Ukraine-Russia front?
That's up to Putin.
Yeah.
That's up to Putin. I think Putin, this is one of the dangers, is that if you keep signaling that you're a little weak on it, then Putin probably keeps trying to push and push and push, hoping that you'll just go away and then he'll walk into Kyiv. But here's the thing about Trump. The one thing Donald Trump does not like to do is lose. He hates losing. And he knows that if Putin is seen walking through Kyiv, he looks like a loser. So he doesn't want that. He doesn't want the photos of Vladimir Putin walking through Kyiv in the same way that he wouldn't have wanted the photos of the Taliban walking through Bagram Air Base, right? So he's realistic about all of that. So those, I think, are the things that are probably front burner items for President Trump. And then there are going to be some fixes around Obamacare that will take place. He's not going to do anything on abortion. I mean, he'll put in place, all the executive orders that Republicans always do, right? No foreign funding of foreign abortions, the so-called Mexico rule. He'll put that back into place. But I think all of those are not only doable, I think they're eminently doable, and I think he gets all that done inside the first 100 days.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to take a break while we wait for the next results to come in and tell you a little bit about what's been going on at Daily Wire Plus.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering
Chat, I'll be right back. I actually need to take a break. It won't be too long though. Alright, chat, final stretch. Hopefully.
Verse. The white turnout in that county did not change from 2020. So think of this as like a U. And then if you have super, super white counties where almost nobody but white people live there, they didn't move much from their 2020. It was these counties that were about 75 to 85% white that had the largest shift towards Trump. And if you go back and look historically, they had the largest shifts in 2020 towards Biden. And so it's not this homogenous, all non-whites are moving more towards Trump, all whites are staying where they are. It's this unique patchwork that's occurring in turnout, depending on what type of diversity there is within your county, but it's all benefiting Donald Trump and white, black, brown, everything in between counties right now.
So, Brent, technically, when you read all the data in, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does Kamala Harris suck as a candidate? And would they have been better off keeping the corpse of Joe Biden in place to actually run? Because the recriminations here are going to be so delicious, I will feast off of them for years to come.
Running, honestly.
Well, I prefer scales that also have negatives, so let's go with like a -4 on that -10 to 10 scale. But yeah, and one of the things that we pointed out when they decided to take their democratically elected nominee and swap it out with somebody who did not get a single vote, we said that this is really going to hurt her with union voters. And you saw this in the Teamster vote, where Joe Biden had a slight lead on Trump in April among Teamster members, and then he overwhelmingly was defeating Harris. And that one data point shows you the weakness that she was having. And these Rust Belt states here, from Wisconsin to Michigan, even all the way over to Pennsylvania, very, very heavy union households. And so even if the Democratic Union voters stay home or they swap their vote, it causes massive disruption in the electoral margins between these candidates, as we're seeing right here play out before us.
Brent, right now, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have more than 80% of the vote in. And Donald Trump in both states has above 50% of the vote. I mean, in the case of Wisconsin right now, Wisconsin, according to Decision Desk, 84% of the vote in. Donald Trump, 56 to Kamala Harris's 42. And that's with RFK Jr. still being on the ballot. I mean, we're getting dangerously close to actually being able to call Wisconsin. And if we call Wisconsin, we are essentially calling the race.
Yes.
Yeah, we also have to assume that a lot of the results that are going to come in are from cities not favorable to Donald Trump. This is just what historically happens. I really hope this is blowout territory so that there's not issues related to, well, what votes were they trying to go find and shove into the count. This is one of the reasons you should be like Florida and report the vote within 2 hours, and then there's no question as to how the election played out. But it's getting really, really hard to see where Kamala Harris can pull out any of these 3 Rust Belt states at this point.
Well,
I also have a piece of breaking news. The Republicans have flipped, wait for it, the governor's mansion in, wait for it, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I saw that.
We actually won that, yeah. So yeah, this is great. So Brett, thank you so much. This has been wildly enjoyable. And next time we check in, I hope it will be just as enjoyable or even more so. I'll be eating a different candy, so try to think up a joke about those candies and how we will connect, for example, M&Ms to the situation in Pennsylvania.
All right, time to hit the Google.
All righty, folks. This visit to our election HQ has been brought to you by friends over at Lumen. Go check out Lumen right now. It is a great device, and I will need it a lot after eating this entire bowl of Jelly Bellies in celebration.
One hates to get cocky because we have seen stranger things happen, but this is looking more and more like Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States.
Well, so let's get pessimistic for a moment, just out of curiosity. I mean, her number of confirmed victories is increasing.
Yes.
Trump's still nicely ahead. If you had to be pessimistic and how could things still go dreadfully wrong, or is that out of the realm of
The only way
possibility
they go
at the
dreadfully
moment?
wrong is if she suddenly, like, massive vote dumps in Philly, Detroit, and Madison, Wisconsin, Philly, Detroit, Milwaukee. It's the big cities. And I said this early on, actually, so all credit to me because I said it early on in the night. But I said in North Carolina that if she did not win North Carolina, the entire election was going to come down to giant voter turnout in 3 big cities.
Yeah.
I did say that, like, within the first 20 minutes of this broadcast. I'm just going to point that out. I was going to point out so far, the only thing I've gotten wrong is New Hampshire. Just going to say it.
You went all in on New Hampshire.
You went all in. I do have to say that Arizona is very close with 55% of the vote in, which that's still early, but it's essentially a toss-up, 49-49 for the 2 candidates. So if you're going to get pessimistic, could we end up losing Arizona and sort of unraveling our map a little bit?
Not going to happen. We're going to win Arizona. Arizona is solidly in red territory. According to the New York Times, Arizona is a high likelihood, a very, very high likelihood of a Donald Trump win at this point. Again, it would be kind of shocking were he to lose. They have him up by a projected almost 4%.
It's at least safe to say we're going to have a winner. I mean, this probably will not drag on for days.
No, I think that there's a very good shot that we will have a winner in the next 2 hours. I mean, if it continues at this rate, I think there's going to be a temptation by some networks to start calling some of those Rust Belt states. If people want to be super cautious, you're probably talking about late morning, tomorrow morning, or early afternoon. But by tomorrow night, President Trump, I think, will be pretty obvious.
If they call one of these Rust Belt states,
it's over.
They've called the election.
Yes. Because Arizona is definitely going to go in Trump's category. All he needed was North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and one of the Rust Belt.
So now the Democrats are going to have to complain that the problem is the popular vote.
And there are, but
you got to get rid of the popular.
I thought you were
and
just
the
going to
electoral
stop
college.
that the problem is the people.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to go back to that point, but that is what it's going to be. Get ready for it. They are going to rage
1
against the dying
minute.
of the light, and it's going to be worse for them. They're going to have to go deep into the crevasse of fail before they start to emerge, like in something like reasonable order.
So what do you expect will happen now? Let's assume the best for a moment, so to speak, that the Republicans control the presidency and the Senate and the House, and that means you have these really quite radical people, Musk and Kennedy in particular, now taking up dominant positions in the White House. They're threatening the big pharma industry, so that's a major threat. They're threatening big agriculture. Legacy media is like stone dead. The education establishment is in serious trouble. The military-industrial complex is unlikely to be happy. Like, what do you guys foresee happening? That's a lot. Well, and that says nothing about the CIA and the FBI, let's say. Like, it doesn't seem to me to be realistic to presume that such people are going to just take this sort of thing lying down.
No.
And that says nothing about the leftist radicals who are quite nicely organized after all the pro-Hamas protests. Like,
So
what do you see happening here?
I mean, there will be resistance inside each of these agencies. It's why, the attempt to move a lot of these employees to so-called Schedule F is going to make a huge difference. This is something that the Trump administration is going to try and do. They're going to take the permanent political class, and they're going to say they are now fireable under the articles of the Constitution. The president does have unitary executive authority to fire all of these people.
Schedule F meaning what? What
Schedule
happens?
so right now, by union contract and by regulation, if you are considered a non-political appointee in the executive branch, there's a procedure that you have to go through in order to be ousted from your job. If you are redesignated as a Schedule F employee, that means you're effectively an at-will employee of the executive branch, and the president of the United States can summarily fire you. And so that's going to go forward pretty quickly. Again, I think that there are certain areas. It'll be interesting to see what RFK Jr. is actually given. So I think RFK Jr. ends up in charge of like Ag and HHS and FDA. No, I think that he probably ends up as like Department of Agriculture guy, like Secretary of Ag. Maybe you put him in charge of FDA. But I think that again, it's not as though you have.
I'd give him HHS, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with HHS is that's really more about the application of Obamacare and Medicaid than it is about like the health things that he cares about. He cares more about FDA kind of stuff, like vaccines or like food and water, right? Like that's more FDA type stuff. Maybe EPA. I think that EPA would be a problem for him.
Are we
because
going to keep Rachel Levine in place? Is my question.
Yeah.
Doctor.
Only if she
Admiral Doctor.
Only Donald Trump will bring him on the carpet and force him to admit he's a man, and then say.
Then he can stay.
Then he can stay.
For those of you who haven't noticed.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting to see also, because here's the thing. Congress is still a body in the government. The president doesn't just get to make all the rules, and neither does anybody in the executive branch agencies. So if RFK decides to get like super radical about things in a way that Congress doesn't like, Congress can take power back from the executive branch, or these things can get challenged in court. I think the biggest holdup to Trump in terms of whatever his agenda is going to be the courts. Right? There will be a lot of legal cases that are filed against all of this, and then it'll get held up, and the Supreme Court is not going to take all those cases. A lot of this stuff is going to get held up. Listen, it's very hard to do radical change inside the United States government, and I think that that's overall a very, very good thing. It does mean that there are a lot of barriers to entry in terms of the stuff that Trump is going to try to get done. Like when they say that Elon Musk is going to come in and cut $2 trillion in spend. No, he's not. I mean, that's actually not possible.
It's
not possible to cut $2 trillion.
This is also why if we have Congress and the presidency, you have to ruthlessly move your agenda forward and start stacking wins and stack them quickly, because we know that that's the situation Trump had in 2016, the first 2 years, and the fact is not a lot was achieved with all that power for 2 years.
And hypothetically knows more about what he's doing this time.
You would hope
be
so.
prepared to hit the ground running.
And also any like traditionally Republicans have always worried that, well, if we advance our agenda too quickly and too ruthlessly, then the other side will be mad. And then when they're in power, think of all the terrible things.
But this is actually what Project 2025 was about, was Heritage attempting to lay out a roadmap for how to effectuate policy rapidly in the first 100 days. And Donald Trump, as a matter of political expediency, distanced himself completely.
That's why Trump, as soon as he wins, he needs to say, never mind, I am doing Project 2025.
Well, actually, and by the way, in 2025 made a tremendous mistake in not issuing some kind of small Bible of what it said, because it was so long that the Dems could say anything they wanted about it. Nobody knew
it was
really.
repealing the infield fly rule. But I will give you a little insider. I think I might be the first one to break this story. When Trump shot down Project 2025, that was fair enough. Is our real radical agenda Project 2026? That one makes 2025 look like child's play.
By the way, I mean, it is worth noting here that undoubtedly Clarence Thomas will end up retiring from the bench under President Trump in this next term, and that is because he's 76 years old. there's a good shot that Samuel Alito, who is 74, will also end up retiring from the bench, and new justices will be appointed in their place, which will enshrine, in fact, a conservative majority on the court for years to come. Because, that was a scary thing. I mean, Clarence Thomas is the best justice on the Supreme Court. He's still obviously very much with it in mind. He's also 76 years old, and he's not going to play the Ruth Bader Ginsburg game where you end up, God forbid, going under a Democrat. And then
let's not knock Sam Alito, though. I mean, I'm kind of actually partial to
Sam's
Sam
great.
Alito.
Justice Alito's fantastic. I mean, again.
So both those guys, though, are a little bit
long in the tooth. Long in the tooth. Yeah, by the time that Donald Trump leaves office in this next term, Samuel Alito will be 78 years old. Right? You're starting to get into the territory where you really want to think at 77 about whether you want to be the person who ends up, moving into a Democratic administration. I think one of the things that's worth noting here is that, we can be the number one thing that Donald Trump is going to do is be not Kamala Harris. Right, he is going to stop dead that agenda from moving forward, and not doing the thing is like 80% of what he needs to do. It's very hard to think of massive like the things I would want to do, right? Like restructuring the federal entitlement programs that are clearly going to bankrupt the country. It ain't going nowhere, and it's not going to happen. Right, like we're just gonna fly right off that cliff.
It's going to happen, as you say. It's going to happen because that's happened.
Right, exactly. I mean, reality will hit and we'll fall off the cliff, and then austerity measures or inflation or high taxation will happen. I mean, all those things will happen. But the one thing that Trump really can do, the biggest thing he can do, is radical deregulation. The radical deregulation will happen.
Which he started to do already.
Right, now he's going to go to, he had a ratio of 2 to 1, right? For every new regulation passed, you repeal 2. Now he says it's going to go 4 to 1, right? For every regulation that is created, 4 will be repealed. Right? All of these are really good and really important things. As far as what happens in Congress, the answer is that, the government is a giant tractor, and it just keeps on moving forward almost no matter what. So if you're hoping for Donald Trump to come in and lower the federal debt by leaps and bounds, that's really not.
No, he's never said he's going to do that.
Correct. That's not the thing you should hope for. What the real theory of Donald Trump, and this is where he actually is, like W, unfortunately, actually is this area, is that he believes you can outgrow the debt. Right. That if you have enough economic dynamism, eventually you'll generate enough revenue that you can pay off all of that sort of stuff. So again, that's the stuff that's sort of on the table. Again, I'm just giving you the latest vote totals. So right now, Donald Trump continues to be up by about 100,000 votes, with 77% of the vote recorded in the state of Wisconsin. Meanwhile, in the state of Pennsylvania, very, very narrow lead in the state of Pennsylvania. President Trump is up by approximately, well, actually not that narrow. My math is bad. He's up by about 170,000 votes in the state of Pennsylvania, with 85% of the vote counted. The New York Times is estimating that he will win the state by somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.1%, Wisconsin by 1.8%. Over in Michigan, 48% of the vote counted. President Trump's lead continues to grow there. He's up by about 130,000 votes. They're estimating that he'll win that state by 2.2%. So those are the latest results over there. Is Nevada closed yet? I'm not sure that Nevada's closed. I think Nevada's still open. So that, or if it can't still be open, it's got to be closed.
Right.
But it closed not all that long ago, so I don't think that they're actually doing like the full count yet. New York Times doesn't have a count on Nevada at this point.
The polls close at 10 Eastern, so yes, they are closed.
Yeah, they closed, but they're not going to be any results in Nevada for a little while yet. But it appears that it may not matter at all. Arizona, Trump's estimate, 3.7% up. When all is said and done, 53% of the vote count is in. It's pretty much dead even, but the areas that have come in are areas, Tucson, Phoenix, right? All the big sort of Democrat areas have already come in for Kamala Harris. So again, a very, very shockingly good evening for President Trump. Spencer Lindquist is reporting already that people are leaving the Kamala Harris watch party.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Dang.
Oh, they're walking out just like Jill did as soon as she realized that Joe was no longer president of the United States. Republicans are approximately, according to Ryan Gerdusky, formerly of CNN, I'm just going to keep saying that because it's hilarious, they are 1.5 percentage points away from flipping the New York 9th Congressional District, which is a 62-36 Joe Biden district.
Wow.
Which is really, really funny.
New York 9, where is that?
New Jersey 9, New Jersey 9.
New Jersey 9, okay.
Yeah. So these are these are truly hilarious results.
How good is Joe Biden feeling right now?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean,
that's where I want the camera. That's where I want the camera.
It's a mixed evening, you can imagine.
I don't think it's mixed for him. I think he's feeling.
You think you think it's just positive?
Oh yeah.
If you got knifed in the back by someone that you brought up, you know, and,
Yeah, but
and they
there's
push
still
you to the
there's
side.
still that knife wound.
Yeah, and you're still out. Yeah.
No, but,
true.
but
I
here's the
get
thing.
your point.
He's got to
though.
feel a little relieved because it could be him getting his ass kicked right now on national
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah.
And that's a really bad way to go. The better way to go is to be knifed in the back and then claim that you were wrong the rest of your life, which is like that's a really great way to go.
And then
right
you
now,
can say for the rest of your life that, see, this is why you shouldn't have done that.
I mean,
He can say for the
luck to
next
Joe-
like 8 days
Right, for
that
the
he.
next-
Good luck to Joe, because this is the first time Joe Biden's prostate's working in the last 25 years. Tonight. I mean, like he's got to be really, really.
Wow.
You know, he's.
I didn't need that.
Yeah. It's getting late at night, man. You know, we've been here for 9,000 hours.
I'm looking just.
You know, Cenk Uyghur is crying.
I'm
which is
checking.
sad.
I'm checking out the networks. David Muir looks sad. He looks very sad.
Cenk Uyghur is basically
Especially
in
tonight.
tears now.
Yeah.
It's the other thing.
And by the way, I got to note that Orange Hitler over here got awful lot of not white people to vote for him. This Orange Hitler
sure
fellow.
did.
This Orange
Yeah,
Hitler fellow.
the whole intersectional thing really collapsed in a pile of dust and rubble.
I mean, that dude had like 5 Hitler mustaches. Like, not just one, like all over his face, just Hitler mustaches everywhere. And we were told that he was, you know, he
what are the poor Hollywood stars going to do?
Oh my!
I mean,
I
they're
have to-
pretty
So
much
they're gonna
done.
move. They're gonna move.
They're going to move. That's right.
Yes.
Oh yeah, move to Canada. Then they can find out what the
We've made our
progressive
trade.
agenda
Jordan,
really
come
is
on
like.
in.
Yeah, go to Canada, you people, where your money's worth half as much.
And we can't put it past these people because we're talking about how they're going to react. They are going to say that Trump is an illegitimate president.
You think
Like,
so?
no, they can't anymore. They can't. They can't. They're going to say the American people are illegitimate, and that's what I'm looking forward to because now the battle's out in the open. Seriously, I'm looking forward to this. That's the
You think
battle
they'll
that's going to be next.
accept? They'll be able to accept that he just won.
Well, if
Without
he wins-
Russia, you know, something.
Yes, because
They're running out of scapegoats.
correct.
Well, of course they are.
Yeah,
Right, never
no,
had
so
it.
that's
There
a
is only
problem.
one
But
scapegoat left, and it's the scapegoat that Joe Biden said out loud, and that is the American people are
Yeah.
trash. That's going to be the angle.
Yeah.
But look, but
That's what we're
Democrats,
doing in Canada.
They have not accepted a presidential election they lost this century. So
Yeah, but who? I mean, you tell me. Who do you think that they blame? I mean, they can blame podcast land. They can blame me and Rogan and you and
Well,
like
they
everybody else.
already set
They
that
tried
up.
that, but
New York Times.
But you know, but the press is not going to back them on this. There's going to be a change. I mean, I really do believe this. The press, in order to sell the Russian collusion story, you needed the press all on board. The press look like fools.
Well, they're also dead. Like the Rogan interview with Trump and.
was more
and-
important than-
oh yeah, that was
Yeah.
the end of the legacy media.
Yeah.
As far as I mean,
know,
they were
though-
already on the outs, but what is left of them?
Yeah.
They've lost all their credibility. They have no audience, right? And it's highly likely, I think, that what Musk predicted will occur, which is that the broadcast networks will lose their license to broadcast, and they'll be relegated to the cable networks. And they should. They deserve it. There's absolutely no reason why they should occupy that.
I can tell you what the move is, though. Because you're right, they've lost their audience, and so what's their move? Their move is to kill us, which they already telegraphed. The New York Times, the Washington Post had that piece with your face on it, Ben, and then the New York Times hit all of us. The New York Times, this popped up in my Google.
I actually was not in that article.
You were.
Yeah, I wasn't either. They
I
sent me a letter and
I
everything.
was weirdly in it. I was the centerpiece of their header.
But they didn't mention you
never
either.
mentioned because I said, "What did the headline was in the podcast election? Falsehoods fly, misinformation flies, and YouTube lets it happen." So it was a picture of me right there in the middle. I said, "What did they get me on?" I think I've been very precise about what I've said. I looked; they didn't mention me, but they want to take down the Daily Wire.
Clearly.
They want to take down the other podcasters.
That's not working out so good.
It's not going to happen. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to
working out
happen,
so
at
well.
least with Trump in charge. If the Republicans have the Senate, it's not going to happen for them anytime soon. But I think that is their play. Okay, we're starting to lose. Well, we got to clamp down on the guys.
But
who are
I know
breaking our
you're
monopoly.
a big fan of the Inquisition, but it actually didn't stop the Reformation from happening. And that's what they're doing. It's the same game plan.
That's why we had to kick it into overdrive after you guys started that Reformation.
I think that's all over. I can't see that.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
under Trump, it's a very, very hard road for them to hoe. So this is why I think they are going to just be stuck with Trump is toxic. The American people are toxic. It's mostly males, but like I don't.
Men are toxic.
Men are toxic.
It's not going to be
That's-
American people. It's going to be
Men,
a
but
group. Men, white men.
It's going to be men. But again, I think that too many white women went by majority for Trump. So I don't see how this works out for them. I think they're going to have to be. Honestly, it's going to have to be that circumstance turns against Trump and they take advantage of it. That's the only way they get.
Maybe they sort themselves out. I mean,
that's
we
what-
have
I think
seen
there's a
some
po- I
move
think that's a
towards the
possibility.
center.
No, but here's my problem. I don't know what that looks like.
Oh,
Okay, Okay, because they can't, as long as Trump doesn't touch the entitlements, there's no place for them to out-compete him.
Yeah.
Okay, if they say that we just want to spend more money on shit, they've been saying that this whole election cycle, and it doesn't make a dent. On social policy, they went so far to the left that even if they come back to quote-unquote moderate left, nobody trusts them anymore because they blew it all. I mean, they wanted to trans kids in the classroom. They couldn't stick with gay rights. They went to, like, transing kids in the classroom. If they go back to gay rights, Trump's already there holding a flag, man.
Yeah.
He took same-sex marriage. I disagree with him. He took it out of the Republican platform. I mean, that just is what it is. He has occupied. This is the part that's hilarious. I did say the whole election cycle. Donald Trump occupied the positional center of this race.
Yes.
He forced them to the left. Donald Trump is the most centrist political candidate since John McCain in this country, other than on immigration. That is just the reality.
You can tell that by all the Democrats who are running with him.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. By the way, you want a great stat? Here's a great stat, folks. You're going to enjoy this one. Which state is currently running closer? New York or Florida?
What?
New York is currently running closer than Florida. Kamala Harris has a 12-point advantage in New York. Donald Trump's a 13-point advantage in Florida.
Well, Joy Reid just called Florida a right-wing fascist state.
Yeah, baby. Oh,
You know,
yeah.
you can tell Florida's doing something right.
That's my state. Gotta
Dude,
love
things
it.
are going well for the Oompa
I'm feeling the
Loompa.
joy. That's awesome. Woo! That's good
Florida
stuff
seems
right there.
great. Everything about Florida seems great except for the weather.
And the alligator.
And the alligator.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Might
the thing is, when
actually
you're in
have the
Florida,
results
because
in
there's no
by
state income
tonight.
tax.
Maybe,
You can afford
possibly.
to buy a summer home.
There's no state income tax in the great state of Tennessee. either.
There you go. Yeah.
And it is true. So
Nor is there an alligator.
I will acknowledge, so David French is wrong on nearly everything, but he makes a good point. If present trends continue, this Trump victory will swamp all the micro-explanations. Shapiro's VP would not have changed this. Keeping Arab Americans in Michigan wouldn't have changed this. It's all the big stuff. Defeat in Afghanistan, a porous border, inflation, and Biden's refusal to acknowledge reality and step aside in time for Democrats to have a real primary. That's factually true.
I think that's
true. That's true.
Who wrote that?
French, David French.
Oh,
I mean,
David French.
He's wrong on a lot of stuff, but he's right on that.
No,
Say,
I know it
we've
won't
talked
be
about
like
how the left will react
official,
to
but
this.
there's a chance we
On the
could
right,
basically
if
know
Trump
who it
wins,
is
I mean, this all holds.
by the end of the night.
I certainly
Possibly.
hope. One of the things I'm most excited about if Trump wins is that I hope that this will become a time on the right where we can actually have some unity among conservatives, which is, I guess, easier to do in victory. But it's the last 4 years of just ripping each other to
Conservatives
shreds.
love doing that. You get 100 conservatives into a room, they're going to find the one thing they disagree
Right.
on. It's like high school. It's worse than high school.
Yeah.
They're all going to just have
Yeah,
these
they
petty
did.
little nitpicky things. They're all going to ankle bite whenever anyone has any success. But now, one hopes now, if the night continues as it is going, Trump has the big success,
right?
And so maybe we can all at least, say we got.
And we're gonna need that if you want to take advantage of this and move the ball forward and advance your agenda. It's like we all got to be on the same page.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we got to be able to achieve that for an extended period of time.
You're going to have people on one side trying to bring back Bush, McCain, Romney, because that's what they're so angry about. You're going to have that very, I think, very small but vocal thing on the other side trying to turn it into like a fascist hate you, And the thing is, those guys are going to have a big voice online and in the Wall Street Journal. But I think if you ignore them, they just don't have the power anymore. The power is now
The
in
great
the working class
lesson.
center. Yeah.
I think the great lesson to achieve what you want. People have to stop thinking if I differ with you on one thing, we have nothing in common.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been
I don't understand
hearing
that
and
mentality.
it
is as
no
it's been a motto
more
of my radio
probably in
show
the next
for
few
40
days, but
years. The
sounding
only
like it's
candidate
leaning way
you will
more
ever
towards
agree with
Trump this time,
entirely is you if you run.
based
There
on
is
the
no
way
one
things are
else.
going anyway. But
And
things
yet
could
people,
change.
People say, "Oh, he said that.
Yeah.
He's out of my life."
Forever, he's dead. Yeah.
Right. By the way, you might not even agree with yourself all the time.
Yeah.
People's views change.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Even
right.
with President Trump, he has become more fluent in speaking as a conservative since he ran in 2015. And, it shows on the trail.
So what does the pro-life movement do next then, as they're looking at this Trump administration that managed what we think will be the Trump administration that managed to win while tacking to the center on that issue, changing the language of the GOP platform? How do they now navigate a world in which the GOP doesn't necessarily entirely back their policies, and yet they
maybe.
also have Dobbs?
I think that's overstated. I think, Jeremy, you made this point very well earlier in the show. Trump got a lot of flack for taking the abortion ban out of the GOP platform. I think the reason he got flack for that is because people refuse to acknowledge that the Dobbs decision didn't just move the ball down the field for us. It did do that. It fundamentally changed the field. It reset the field. Previously, before Dobbs, calling for a national abortion ban was not only a just thing to do, it was politically advantageous to Republicans. It ceased to be politically advantageous after we had lost every ballot referendum that we had put up for pro-life. So, I don't want to just flack for Trump here and say that I would have said exactly the same things he did or whatever. He initially said he would oppose or support the pro-abortion amendment in Florida. Then he came around, he said, no, I'm not going to support it. He's changed his language a little over time, but we are in a completely new ballgame here.
Right.
And so the goal is to protect innocent life. That's the goal. We're going to have to change our strategy up a little.
I think what it means is obviously the fight is state to state now, and it's an incremental fight, and that's something that pro-lifers and
it'd be nice if we could stop killing babies, but
there's always this argument, especially among Christians, about incrementalism. Is that really the way to? Of course, that's the way to go. That's incrementalism. Just means that
the only way to move.
Right. You're going to take the best possible thing you can have now is what you're going to take.
Right.
That's just life. That's every day, every moment of life. You choose the best possible thing you can have, and that's going to be the fight going forward.
That's of course right. The problem with Roe v. Wade is that it allowed Republican politicians to lie to pro-life voters for 50 plus years and say that they were abortion absolutists when the vast majority of them weren't, but they could never be called on it because Roe was never going to be overturned. And then the unimaginable happened and Roe was overturned, and suddenly you're realizing that these politicians were always just being politicians. Life was an easy layup win, that they were never going to be responsible for advancing in any way. And
40
what I
minutes.
truly believe is that the fight for overturning Roe was a
Before
long
the last
fight
polls close.
that took a generation and a half to win. And the fight for now the actual fight against abortion was not the fight against Roe v. Wade. That was the fight against Roe v. Wade. The actual fight against abortion is going to be a generation and a half of fighting in the culture, which we have not done at this level before, of technological advances, which some Christians will find distasteful, but will actually help over time reduce.
Dude, I really don't understand Christians that don't like
national revival,
technological
which will be
advance.
an incredibly difficult thing to accomplish, but
It
has been
makes
going
me
on
scratch my head. Like, really?
since
You really
the
that
beginning
scared
of time. There's always
where
been
technology can go?
a cycle of
You're gonna make it seem like
falling away from God and drawing nearer to God. Like
you
that's
gotta
that
be
is
against
part of
it
the
for
human
religious reasons.
Civilizational experience. I actually think that all the trend lines actually work in our favor over time to do away with this complete horror called abortion. Again, no one is more pro-life than me. There are things that I believe about abortion that I cannot say on the air because we would be deplatformed. I'm a complete and total abolitionist radical.
Real.
And yet
Same.
I do live on a planet where I know I'm not trying to preserve, ever. I'm not trying to preserve my positive view of myself. I don't care if you think I'm a bad Christian. I am a bad Christian. That's what it means to be a Christian. When you think you're a good Christian, I don't believe you understand Christianity in the first place, the premise of which is all sin and fall short of the glory of God.
guy's
You can't
real, though.
make me feel guilty. I know how pro-life I am, and I am just telling you, no matter what any politician tells you, abortion is not going to become illegal in this country in 2024. It's not going to become illegal in this country in 2028. It's not going to become illegal in this country in 2032. That is not how that fight is going to happen. That is not the timeline on which that fight is going to happen. You're going to have to actually get your hands dirty and win incremental gains at the local and state level
on everything,
every day,
on every subject. By the way, I asked Matt. I know you want to say so. I'll make sure you get. I just want to.
West
it just occurred to
Virginia.
me. I asked Matt in the other room, "Who's the second unhappiest man in the world?" And he immediately said, "Second happiest. Happiest is Trump. Is Trump." And he got Joe Biden. So I have another riddle for all of you. And this is the world. So I'll give you a hint. It's a non-American. Who is the least happy person outside of Kamala Harris at this time?
Non-American.
Non-American.
Non-American. So Barack Obama, clearly.
Oh.
Who we mean.
The Ayatollah?
Correct.
The Ayatollah. That's right.
This is his nightmare. Because he can't do what he wants if there's a President Trump.
Right.
I asked Neil Ferguson, one of the greatest living historians, who I don't identify. I mean, he's conservative, but he's not political particularly. He was at Harvard, and then he's married to Ayaan Hirsi Ali. He's an extraordinary man. I asked him on my show, and I had no idea what he would say. This is 3 years ago. Would Putin have invaded Ukraine if Donald Trump were president?
No,
I give
he
you
wouldn't
all
have.
my word. I did not know what he would say. But I wanted to know from one of the few historians I respect what the answer was. There wasn't a gap, and he said no.
Certainly not.
Yeah, of course not.
And the same thing with Khamenei, with regard to Israel. He could do whatever he wants because the Democrats were in power. And now, if Trump is elected, this is a new ball game in the Middle East.
You know, I think this thing about...
Wait, I promised her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, now I'm taking it back to abortion, and it
No,
feels like we've moved on.
No,
but,
that's...
No. We do that, yeah.
but my question is, does the pro-life movement learn how to leverage their political power again? Because I think when you look at so many of the rank and file, they look at something like that as distasteful because they have now spent decades looking for, I'm just trying to elect someone who agrees with me, as opposed to, I am learning how to wield sticks and carrots. And how do they get back to that?
Part of the thing about Roe v. Wade is that it legitimately changed the culture. It legitimately changed. A generation grew up thinking that this was an urgent human right to kill your baby, and that this baby was not an individual person, and there's no logic to it, and it has no excuse, but it is
absolutely
what people believe,
depressing.
where they live. And so I think people like Lila Rose, people who've been sincere fighters, really did change over their tactics over time to address that culture. But now they have to address it at its deepest level. And I'm sorry, that's going to take things that conservatives are bad at. It's going to take art. It's going to take, a new kind of way of talking. It's going to take sympathy with people that we don't have sympathy with, and forgiveness for people who we wish we didn't have to forgive. Today on X, there was a beautiful video of a woman talking about how the father of her baby wanted her to abort, and she said, no, and I'll never sue you, just go away. And then the doctor said, this baby is going to be deformed, you should abort. She said, absolutely not, I'm not going to do it. Had the baby's now 5 years old, beautiful baby, completely undeformed. And she told her story. I mean, I was sitting there going like, oh my God, it was a beautiful. And I retweeted it, and people started posting things like, did she have to use the F word so much?
Yeah.
And did she have this, that's where we got it. That's what we have to get past. And we have to get past that and understand that that's a hero. She grew up in a culture that didn't teach her not to say the F word, and we've got to change it.
I just want to say that the pro-life fight in the trenches doesn't change at all, because like in the trenches, and I do want, this is important to say, because like I said before about how all the conservatives like ripping each other apart for the last 4 years has been very troubling, and I hope we can get past some of that.
Let's see if there's any
some of that has
changes
also
on the
been
map.
the way that some people on the right have turned against pro-lifers and pro-life activists.
Not
and
really.
talked about them like they're nothing but frauds.
Yeah.
They haven't achieved anything. And it's like, you say that
Now
because
it remains
you've never been
annoyingly
around these
slow
people, you've never
for the
been in the
rest of the
trenches. But
frickin' night.
the actual, the real pro-life fighters are the ones that are at the clinics, okay? And they're going to the clinics on Saturday mornings, and they're talking to the women who are going in, and they're running like pregnancy resource centers. And that's the actual movement. Like, those are the people that are leading this movement. And their job doesn't change. I mean, their job is exactly the same as it's always been. And any victory, and I agree with changing the culture and art and all that stuff at a higher level needs to be done. But those people in the fight against abortion are the anchor of the movement, always have been. So that's, I also have grace, because a lot of those people tend to be more of the absolutists, and they have trouble with the incremental approach.
Yeah.
And I believe in the incremental approach, but for them, like, this is their life, and they've given their life to it, and that's why they have trouble sometimes doing what they see as compromise when they're in this every day. So I understand that.
Like overturning Roe
That
was
weird.
always going to lead to an increase in abortion. Roe was in some ways a bulwark. Well, I'm sorry, Roe was in some ways actually a limiting factor for abortion in many parts of the country. And now that it's gone, what we're seeing is that yes, some states like Florida are able to have great abortion law, and some states like Minnesota are going to be like, bring us your 5-year-old and we'll deal with this problem for you, because Roe had limits on trimesters, and of course they found
probably
ways
shouldn't
around
have
all that, but it was
over-exaggerated
a
it that
limiting,
much.
a national,
Maybe,
broadly applied.
so maybe, therefore, law may not be the best vehicle. This is my position. My position is that there are two better vehicles than laws, because there will always be states that allow it, and that will obviate the power of the law. One is persuasion. I will just say my PragerU video on abortion, which begins with, I am not addressing the issue of legality, only the issue of morality, is gone viral. It's like 10 million views, at least. And without once saying a word about legal or not legal. But when you make which I think is an unanswerable case for, how could you argue that if a mugger shoots a woman who is pregnant and kills the baby, he goes to prison for murder?
30 minutes.
But if she wants the child killed, then it's a non-issue. It's not tenable morally. The other is, how about this, if you're going to pass a law, and this law I would be for, informed consent. That's all. If you go for an abortion, we want you to know what is involved. Here is a film on what the fetus is, what is happening right now. Then make up your mind and make that film unemotional, as objective, as scientific as possible, informed consent. It'd be very hard for liberals to argue. Leftists will always argue against it. But I think liberals will say, well, we'll make that trade, you don't ban it, and we'll give you informed consent laws. How's that possibility?
I don't know that it would do what we think that would do, only because if you look at what just happened in Washington, D.C., and you see these women marching through the streets now, banging on their drums in this very sort of sacrament way as they're talking about abortion, I do think there is a part of the pro-life movement that talks about women like we don't understand what we're doing when we do that.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe there's a little naivety when they look at women like that, like everyone is a 17-year-old girl who doesn't fully understand how this functions. And I think most women today, we do know. And there does need to be a certain movement towards talking honestly about women's understanding about the evil practice they're engaging in.
What I think is that we're not going to know how to abolish abortion for at least 40 years.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be truly a generation.
Yeah, it's gonna
doesn't mean we're not
just
going to
be
gain
an
all kinds
unfortunate
of
thing we're gonna
victories
have to
along
deal
that
with
road.
for a while.
We'll get it obviated in states. We'll get it outright banned in states. We'll find technological solutions that help us with the persuasion argument. Already ultrasounds are very powerful tools for helping convince women that there is a path beyond abortion. I think there will be all kinds of victories between here and there. But just like we didn't know that a pro-choice, lifelong New York Democrat was going to give us the justices that overturned Roe v. Wade, we don't know sitting here today how we're ultimately going to win this fight. We just have to keep fighting it. Right now, we have to go say thank you to some of our sponsors who made it possible for us to bring you this broadcast
Hashtag not
tonight,
sponsored.
and we'll be right back.
Oh. Almost 25 minutes. I'll probably close out the stream after the last polls. Hopefully we'll have a good idea of who won by then, but who knows. Oh, Hawaii was called. I didn't notice that. Unsurprisingly, blue. Arizona almost looks ready to be called. Whoops.
Times with 53% of the vote in Arizona. Donald Trump is leading by 13,000 votes. Very, very close, but obviously we're still early in the count. Now, Maricopa County is saying that it could take them 10 to 13 days to tabulate the vote.
This is insane. It's
Oh,
insane
my gosh.
and completely unforgivable. And I hope a court goes in there and tells them they can't.
Can we start like a Daily Wire fund where we pay to ship all of Florida's election workers
Yes,
to Maricopa County?
I have to say that Ben is. It certainly seems Ben is right about one thing. Jonathan Capehart of PBS just said that he's mystified that Trump is gaining support. Who are we as a country? I'm not sure I like it, he said. You know what, Ben?
Blame the people.
Blame the people, yeah.
In Pennsylvania, 88% of the result is now in. Donald Trump leading 51% to Kamala Harris's 48%.
So why are they announcing that we won't have results in if 88% are?
Pennsylvania was saying before we even got to the day, that we would not have results.
So is that the place where the court ordered them?
They ordered them to not stop.
Ordered them to not stop.
Okay, so we may have Pennsylvania.
It is.
And at the rate it's going, he has won Pennsylvania.
Dennis Prager just called it. We can go home.
Good point. I was a question. I don't know. I thought I had a question mark.
As you know, these votes come in from different precincts that have different sort of demographics at different times.
Right.
So it's not as though it scales from here to there equal to how it is now. I mean, you can see the slowest places are usually the bluest cities, and the bluest cities bring in a big batch, and it can wildly swing these.
And are they calling the Senate seat in Pennsylvania?
That's a good question. Have we called? No.
Also not.
Yeah, we've not called the Senate seat. Michigan, who also is saying that it could be tomorrow before the votes are in, currently 58% reporting, but Michigan's looking very good. Donald Trump, 52% to Kamala's 46%.
Dude, if they can
and Wisconsin
comfortably call
right now,
Pennsylvania
83%
tonight,
of the vote is in. Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris 51%,
Trump will pretty much have
47%.
won.
Minnesota, which Donald Trump is not going to win Minnesota. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings here. That Minnesota is, only barely free. But Minnesota also says they probably can't count them all today. How could you possibly expect us to count them all today? And they're all Democrat votes, so they have no reason.
Yeah. So I wonder if a proposition, at least that's how we do it in California, if a proposition in all 50 states were on the ballot next time the people vote, counting will never cease until a decision is arrived at in our state. I think most people would vote for that, even Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
You agree?
Oh, yeah. I think just about everyone thinks that this should happen quickly, except the people who have a vested interest in it not happening quickly.
And who might that be?
Decision Desk saying, our partners at Decision Desk saying 86% of the vote is in right now in Pennsylvania. Trump leads 50.9 to 48.2 Kamala. So, I mean, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania right now showing Trump leads. His lead in Wisconsin, I think, fairly substantial with 84% of the vote in. Still early, only 61% in Michigan. So early to know. There's a couple of other, Maine where they can even split some of their votes, I think. So that's going to be a slow one. But again, what do you do about the fact that Maricopa County thinks that it takes 13 days to count their ballots?
Yeah, what do they claim they're doing for 13 days?
Bro, they're just sitting there on their phones.
I don't know.
They say they're not allowed to start counting until they have reached that point where the ballots are still allowed to come in. So they, I guess, by law, cannot start counting until that point.
What?
Which seems ridiculous.
That seems like a state in need of a new law.
Yeah.
And the ballots are allowed to come in until
Goober.
I'm not
until the Democrats win.
Right. I mean, there's been a debate over whether it's like 3 days after. Yeah. So, I mean, that's how you're getting a week out from.
Do we know the college student vote?
We don't, and I don't know if you were out here when I said this, but my big fear going into this election, I thought that Kamala had a path to winning 50 states. I didn't think it was going to happen. But with the ubiquity now of mail-in ballots, they can turn college campuses for the first time into ballot harvesting operations. They obviously were not able to accomplish that in time for this election. If they had, it would have been an unbelievable swing toward.
If it was a Republican law, then
well, the young people.
Republicans
the
are
young people who vote
stupid.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not from that state or that county, so.
Assume that they would. But again, that's assuming that you're not creating these ballot harvesting operations that almost changed the nature of voting from being something that you have to proactively do.
Still goober, though. It should not take you 13 days to count votes.
They are going to wisen up and try to do this in 4 years. And we've got to get incredibly serious about what we're going to do about it.
Would Ron DeSantis have won?
Had he been the nominee?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that Trump has some very unique assets going into this race, and he has some unique liabilities going into the race, too. I think that there are a lot of people who said that if you go all the way back to the spring, there's an enormous body of people who said that they wanted to vote for whoever wasn't Joe Biden or Donald Trump. I think that there is that sentiment in both parties. Now, as it turns out, anyone who isn't Joe Biden actually didn't. It turns out they didn't mean anyone, right? They picked someone who was so obviously unfit to be president that I think they're not.
Oh, hell no.
Could anyone have won against Kamala other than Donald Trump? I'm not saying that.
The reason I posed it
DeSantis
is because we raised the issue of Republicans and infighting and so on. So I admit that I have contempt for the never Trump Republican, never Trump conservative.
Pretty hard to hold up.
And I know almost all of them personally, so this is painful. But to prefer the left to Trump is a derangement. However, I wonder
Trump derangement syndrome.
If for every never Trump conservative or Republican, is there an only Trump conservative or Republican?
Yeah.
And I must tell you, I have just as much.
No, I honestly prefer his vice president
as
over
for the
him.
never Trumper.
Vance is pretty
Michael
cool.
Knowles' hardest hit.
Yeah.
I do think, of course, that there are some only Trumpers, and they can be very loud and obnoxious on the internet. But I don't believe that that's a sizable contingent. I think that people want the country to work, and they believe that Donald Trump's going to give them that, and so they become very passionate for Donald Trump. As for the never Trumpers, I didn't vote for Donald Trump in 2016, and my argument for not voting for Donald Trump in 2016 was Donald Trump said a lot of things that were incredibly alarming. Did he mean them? My problem with never Trump in 2020 and 2024 is that they essentially ignore the fact that Donald Trump was, in fact, president.
Yeah.
So when I was making my decision in 2016, Donald Trump said things that very much worried me, and I didn't know if he meant them. By 2020, I knew that Donald Trump didn't mean them.
Right.
That Donald Trump's worst rhetoric, whatever it is, being funny, insult comic, hyperbolic, aggressive negotiation.
I thought he did
sometimes going
everything
straight
that
from
he
the
said he
id
would.
and not going through a
2020.
filter. But that actually
Could be
doesn't define
wrong.
his behavior. He was actually a fairly moderate administrator of the government. He was a fairly moderate CEO. I don't mean moderate in the sense of like political left-right. Moderate is in the middle. I mean moderate like he didn't do radical things. He governed moderately.
Yeah, true.
Now, he still says a lot of things that I don't like.
Real.
But now I have a box to put those in. I sort of understand what they are. I don't understand how people can ignore the evidence
Right.
of 4 years of the man being
Right,
president
right.
and still have the fears that I had in 2016. Well, he says he's going to put somebody in front of a firing squad. Yes, and he's not. I know for a fact.
And that's a phony argument. He
Of
did
course,
not
he
say.
did not say that.
Yeah, okay.
But even if he had said it, it
No,
would
no,
have been
you're right.
incredibly
You're 100%
distasteful,
right.
and he still
Exactly.
wouldn't have meant it.
Right.
Whereas the left says all kinds of horrible things too, and they do act on their worst rhetoric.
Right.
They actually put into practice when they say things.
Two
like,
assassination
I think that
attempts later.
A person who was born with a uterus and breasts should be able to remove those breasts as a teenager because that person is a man. They mean it, and then they go mutilate our daughters.
That's right.
That's not, and I have, just like I had a record of Donald Trump being president by which to measure now his words. I have the Obama and Biden administrations to judge them. They mean it.
I also think that the never Trumpers at this point, like a lot of them are just leftists, and I think maybe they just always were. But it's not just that they're opposed to Trump. I mean, this crew that we're talking about, many of them have fully adopted leftist positions on like everything.
Brett Stephens is whom I know well, and we've debated, and it's painful, but he writes terrific columns for the New York Times as a conservative.
Oh, 50 minutes.
And then when it comes to Trump, I feel that this good man loses his mind.
Yeah.
He's not a leftist.
Many such cases.
But some of them are. I mean,
someone like Bill Kristol.
Bill, absolutely. Or any of them who say that they're
Where'd
voting for
where'd he go?
Or now Kamala Harris, they become leftists. That's right. Did David French say that he's voting for Biden?
I don't know if
I
David
think the
French
Daily
said he's voting
Wire's
for Biden.
editing
I don't
team
think
is,
that
or
it's
not
a fair
editing team, but
characterization of, say, Jonah or David
the
French
behind the
to say that
scenes
they've
team is
become
getting a
leftist.
little
No,
tired.
but Jonah not. Huh?
Yeah, David French said he was voting Kamala.
Jonah has not endorsed.
He is but here's the thing: David French is voting for the left, and I have a major problem with it. That is not the same as saying that he is a leftist. What he is
well, yeah, a lot of liberals vote left.
What he is unmade by Donald Trump.
Yeah,
that's right. It is.
He wrote, to save conservatism from myself, I'm voting for Harris.
Yeah.
That was the.
But Trump is
which is bizarre.
Which is insane. That's
yes.
I've never seen anything else like.
Yeah, transitioning team. Dude, I'm already so tired I can't even think of words. I probably should have grabbed an energy drink before I started.
I think
but I
Hey, guys,
didn't.
I'm going to interrupt this because we're going to Mary Margaret Olohan at Trump HQ, where I think we're about to hear from the man himself. Mary Margaret, what's happening?
Let's go. We're going to hear from the Oompa Loompa.
Hello, they're playing the Trump music. I think he's coming soon. This is really exciting. They're playing the YMCA song. I don't know if you can see in the background.
Woo.
The crowd is getting really hyped.
Pump.
It's very full. I'm holding my ear because it's so loud in here. I can barely hear you guys. We already know that Trump and J.D. Vance are en route to the election night party, and I think they're about to appear behind me.
Dude, I honestly
This
like
is very exciting.
Vance so
Pretty much
much.
everyone in the room has said that they think
Like,
that
listening
Trump
to
is
him
one, but
speak
obviously
is
we haven't called it
infinitely
yet.
better than
I don't
listening
know
to
if you can
Trump.
see behind me though. You got Trump on the screen dancing. He's doing his classic YMCA dance. He's recently added his signature golf swing move, but this is classic
Johnny
Trump,
Carson.
classic Trump rally. A lot of fun.
Well, New York Times is now saying a 93% chance of a Trump victory. So it does seem like, you know, one hates to say the writing's on the wall and get cocky when there are still votes that need to be tabulated. But I wanted to come to you because I saw Trump on the screen. I wasn't sure if he was actually on the stage. We'll definitely want to come to you when the president walks out on the stage. What are you hearing about from people there? What are the top issues that seem to have moved voters?
Well, you know, obviously the economy and immigration are the issues that we hear about the most. But I actually just talked to Callie Means, who's one of the big proponents behind Make America Healthy Again. And he's telling me that, you know, this is an issue that's really motivating voters to the polls, especially suburban women. He thinks that's a whole hidden vote there that Trump really tapped into. And also the trans issues are really pushing people to the polls. And I'm told that's the 2024 sleeper issue, even with women. So, you know, the left talks about how Trump has no chance with women, especially on abortion. But then we have these other two issues, specifically about the health of American people, of kids, and then transgender issues, of course, which we all know and the Daily Wire has covered so well.
Yeah, healthcare is
pushing
unavoidable because of
irreversible gender
Obamacare
procedures on
and
kids,
Medicare.
allowing men and women's sports. This is, you know, things that Trump calls quote unquote crazy, and he's really tapping into what the American people are feeling. You know, this is not normal. This is absolutely crazy, and I think that very phrasing has pushed people to the polls. I mean, I was talking to Terry Schilling earlier. He's the president of the American Principles Project. He told me they put $18 million behind ads telling the American public how radical these transgender messaging is. And he said it worked. He said he got so many people to go out to the polls specifically on trans messaging. So I, for one, as a culture
Hot take,
reporter, I'm
we
really
shouldn't
interested
let
in
people
seeing
who
the
can't
aftermath
decide
of this
their own
election
gender vote.
and seeing the Democrats who learned their lesson and understood that they pushed too far. This is too radical for Americans. Americans do not want men in their daughters' bathrooms, and they don't want kids undergoing this type of thing. So those are two big issues that I'm told that they're driving people to the polls, and I believe it. These are things that are top of the mind for Americans, and I'm very excited to see, like I was saying, the aftermath of this, and to help understand what went into these decisions for Americans and how we can learn from that in the future.
Mary Margaret, Fox is saying that Catholics may swing Michigan for Trump. Tell us why Catholics might not. Why would Catholics not be open to a Kamala presidency?
Well, there's a lot of reasons Catholics wouldn't want Kamala for president. I mean, mainly her support for abortion. She supports unrestricted abortion, and what that means is abortion up until or after 9 months. Democrats like to say that that's a fake thing, but unfortunately, there's many, many states in the United States that allow abortion after birth, which, of course, is infanticide. It's not actually abortion. So, we got some applause in the background here. This is about the Georgia results. Fox is saying Trump has 50.9% compared to Kamala's 48.4%. Crowd really likes this. Very
that's
excited.
With 90. By the way, that's according to Decision Desk HQ. That's with 95% of the vote in. We have Donald Trump carrying Arizona 50 to 48.
Dang.
Wait, what did she just announce? Georgia?
Georgia, yes. And Mary Margaret, also from Decision Desk, we're now at 88% vote count in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's lead holding 50.8 to 48.3.
Dang, they may be able to call this
This is getting so exciting here. I mean,
that'd be nice.
I think we're going to see the end of the election tonight, which is
Or maybe not tonight, but like later tomorrow.
I don't think. I mean, I was planning on being here potentially.
Granted, the courts don't let some of those counties that want to take 13 freaking days to count all the
mean that
votes.
Andrew Klavan was correct, and that is such a rarity. Can't imagine it's actually what happens. Mary Margaret, we're going to come back to you when.
Jeremy,
no, please. Go ahead.
Well, what you were saying about Harrison, Michigan, I just did want to point out, Gretchen Whitmer had a major faux pas there recently where she did that very weird TikTok video where she pretended to be giving
13 days.
To a podcaster who was being very
We got to take 13
days
to count.
That contributed to Michigan Catholics not going for Kamala in this election, but that's
because we failed out of high school.
On that in the end, because it was a very weird move.
And then we're put in charge of counting.
Mary Margaret, thank you. We're going to come back to you if the president takes the stage. And right now, we're going to welcome back Ben Shapiro.
What's up, bitches?
Yeah.
It's
already...
too late. I've said it. It's too late. It's been said. I can't unsay that which has been said. Time
I'm too
doesn't work
tired
that
to
way.
hear
It's too late.
Ben Shapiro.
About the
You're
trans
proved right
thing
about
too.
people blaming America. The left is already coming
Oh, no.
That's funny.
And it's good. You know what?
Yeah.
Blame more. Cry
Yes,
harder.
yes,
Cry harder.
yes, blame us all.
Cry harder right in here. Just do it. Right.
Matt?
She mentioned the trans thing, and I just wanted to follow up on that. It is a really interesting thing in this
Yeah,
election.
Ben Shapiro really
I
came
know
back
people watch football
aggressively.
on Sundays that Trump was
I'm too
running
tired for
ads,
this.
during football on the trans issue like hard. I mean, you'd see these ads 3 times in a football game, hitting Trump on trans surgeries for immigrants and for convicted criminals specifically. Those are the 2 big ones, and then men and women's sports. And then there was the tagline at the end, Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you, which I thought was really clever. So
That's actually a
do
clever
think
slogan, though. I'll give him that.
That issue has proved to be a major factor in this election. I think even more than I think in the midterms 2 years ago, I expected the trans issue to be a bigger factor in the midterms. And it wasn't. I think it's almost like we were 2 years ahead.
Oh, my head's getting out.
I think there's something else that happened there.
Yeah.
Which was, you were right. It would have been, except basically, politics is a crazy off. Okay? And the craziest thing you can do is say that boys are girls or girls are boys. But it sort of offsets that when you raid the loony bin for your candidates. If you run Herschel Walker in Georgia, it turns out that you can kind of offset some of the crazy by putting out your own crazy. This time, they're in a bunch of great candidates. Everybody knows Donald Trump already. And so the issue could really kind of sing to the American voter. And it is the apotheosis of what the left wants to do. I mean, you made that so
Pennsylvania's
clear. in your
90%
wonderful
in,
movie,
dang.
What is a Woman? Available right now at Daily Wire Plus. But because
wonder
of
if they're
that,
gonna
I mean,
call
I really
it.
do think that made a sea change in the way that people viewed the issue in the country. I really think the documentary had a lot to do with that.
I do too.
Worth pointing out the contrast between the party we just saw with Mary Margaret down at Mar-a-Lago and the Harris party in D.C. The New York Times reporting the Harris campaign just
Of course
shut off
it's
the sound on
Arizona.
the TVs at her watch party and replaced it with
Dang.
music after a guest on CNN said tonight,
I
quote,
can't wait
"felt
to
more like
listen to
2016
Kamala's
than
tears
2020."
later.
Yeah.
So no more.
Oh, dang, it's still
They're playing the
close.
funeral march over there.
Arizona.
Yeah, the New York Times pointed out there's still no sign of Kamala Harris at her rapidly thinning watch party at Howard University, her alma mater. She could be speaking to a nearly deserted campus if she does not appear soon. Well,
yeah,
world's smallest violin. It's really tragic. I mean, it's definitely true about what is a woman, and since I am perhaps the only person here who's not an employee of the Daily Wire, maybe it could make sense coming from me to say I actually think that "Am I Racist?" could have significantly altered this election. It's possible that what you did in that movie, which was simply to reveal what people think. I mean, you guys were talking
I
earlier
doubt that
about
movie made
when
much
Trump
of a
says these
difference. It
crazy
was just
things,
funny,
kind of
from what I
gradually
heard.
learning he doesn't really mean them, and when the left says crazy things, they are really just coming right out with it. This race stuff that they've been pushing since Trump was in office the first time is so noxious to the American sense of
5 minutes
that just
remain
reminding
before the
people
final
that it's kind of
polls
faded
close.
since 2020, I think. He had sort of lost the immediacy of that when it was such a fervent issue. And bringing that back to the fore and reminding people that this is still what the Democrat Party believes. They still think this country is fundamentally flawed in its conception, and particularly along this issue, which is very sensitive for Americans. I think that might have swung a significant number of voters.
I mean, we can talk serious things, but I need to experience the pain of those who have failed this evening. And thus, joining us now from Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., is Spencer Lindquist. So, Spencer, how's the mood been there in Washington, D.C.? He asked with a smile.
Well, right
Liberal
behind me just a moment
tears.
ago, you would have seen people streaming out in waves. You're not seeing that as much anymore because most people are already gone. Just a moment ago, the co-chair of the Kamala Harris campaign, the co-chair of the campaign came out and said that Harris isn't going to be speaking tonight. He said that there's still some votes left to be counted.
Oh, big
of course, we're
shock.
getting pretty high up there in a lot of these states with the reporting numbers. He said that she won't be speaking until tomorrow night. So there was already a lot of people who left. Really, when North Carolina was called, was a big inflection point. The mood had already soured quite a bit by then. And after
Kamala,
that,
what
a
a
lot of people started
whiny
flooding
little
out, and now we're
coward.
left with barely anybody here.
Well, I mean, I guess the real question is, will Beyonce be performing? Because, that obviously has been the big draw at these campaign events. It certainly is not Kamala Harris. Probably people feel privileged that Kamala Harris actually didn't show up tonight, which would have even brought down the mood further. So I guess nothing's happening there, right? Cedric
Guys,
Richmond,
Beyonce and Eminem singing along with Kamala before GTA 6.
What are people even doing there at this point? Playing tiddlywinks, planning a riot? Like, what's happening?
Beyonce wasn't here personally, but they were playing some Beyonce. They were playing some music. And I will say, there was a moment between the news broadcasting and between the music where there was just a moment of silence for a second, where there was
3
a gap
minutes
between those two
remain.
programs. And I turned and looked at the crowd. Dead silence. It was completely silent. So we went in, we talked to a few people, and everybody was just on pins and needles. The people who are walking out, I think I was probably 0 for 8 or maybe 0 for 10 on trying to get people to talk with me, because the people who were leaving were in a very somber mood. You could just see it on their face and in their body language. And inside, they really weren't feeling much better.
So, Spencer, I hope that you're staying in a safe area of the city, because I assume that we can expect riots in the near future. Obviously,
We're going to be
Washington
drinking a
was boarded
lot
up
of liberal
in
tears
preparation
tonight.
for Trump supporters rioting in a city where there are literally no Trump supporters. Has there been any? Are they just so depressed that they don't even have the spirit to do that which most motivates them and burn down buildings?
We'll see. We did see some buildings being boarded up earlier. That was yesterday. And we saw that really in downtown, in the area surrounding the White House. So we're yet to see exactly what's going down in the downtown
They're already
area.
preparing to
But
riot.
of course, as the night
Goodness
goes
freaking
on,
gracious,
and as
they
we
cannot.
see exactly these results roll in, that might change.
Bro.
There might be some action downtown. So if there is, of course, we'll be covering it.
Well, Spencer, I look forward to seeing you next, dodging brickbats as well as horrifyingly peaceful fires over in Washington, D.C. Daily Wire's footprint at the Harris headquarters was made possible by PBS.
January
Get a
6th was
custom
so
plan
violent.
from
2
PBS
people
that
died.
becomes ad free right now
Meanwhile,
at
liberals, whenever they lose an election, literally
Daily Wire.
burning
this has
cities
become such an
down.
enjoyable evening. I mean, truly, just really, really enjoyable in such a wide variety of ways. And there are new numbers, each more astonishing than the last, all so wondrous. You know, it's like Christmas, and I'm Jewish. And I gotta say, I'm looking at right now some of the latest numbers that are coming out, and they're just wonderful. 61% of the electorate said that American support for Israel was not strong enough or about right. So that makes perfect sense why Kamala Harris decided to pander to Hamas. It was a 2-to-1 proposition, and she took the 1. But why did she lose, they asked? And it's true on so many of these proposals. Like,
Anarchy is how we got here, bro.
Every single like the
world started
law
off
is
as
things where it's like
an
80-20,
anarchy,
where you're on
and
the
then we
side of
built
80,
societies.
and then you focus on those issues. And she went out and found 20 and then got on the back of that. I mean, it truly is an amazing thing. Meanwhile, as mentioned, the Harris co-chair has emerged, a man speaking for a woman, just like a sexist would, Cedric Richmond, has emerged in order to explain that she, in fact, will not be emerging tonight to say anything.
But I do respect your desire. I do respect your desire to go back to the chaos
bringing back the corpse of old Joe to try this
of
once
anarchy.
Again, I don't think anyone expected that at this point, this early in the night, except for Andrew Klavan, who's honestly, his opinions can't be taken that seriously.
6,
He's giving predictions
5,
like Nostradamus.
4, 3,
since time of Nostradamus. So it's very difficult to take all that particularly seriously.
The only negative aspect of this whole
Final
evening,
polls are finally closed.
I'm concerned also that we don't. I'm concerned we don't have enough leftist tears tumblers on this table.
They're overflowing. I do feel like there's a serious lack. Production team, get on it. We need clips. I need a steady supply of clips of the weeping and the gnashing of the teeth and the sackcloth, as well as the ashes. That's what I'm here for. That's what our people are here for. Give the people what they want is the first rule of broadcasting. Get on it, production people.
I can't wait for all
the current
the
vote count right now in the state of Wisconsin, with 85% of the
I know.
estimated vote total
Close the
reported.
guidelines.
Donald Trump has 1.468 million votes. Kamala Harris 1.348 million votes. He's up 120,000 votes. He's expected to win that state by 1.8 percentage points. Take a look over at Pennsylvania. You now have 92% of the estimated vote total reported. Donald J. Trump, your 47th president of the United States. I'm just going to say it. It's happening, folks. It's all happening. Donald J. Trump is at 3.3 million votes. Kamala Harris at 3.08 million votes.
safe to call Trump the president
92% of the vote
at
counted.
this point.
Over in Michigan, things are
Unless
even
something
worse
crazy
for
happens
Kamala
while we're
Harris.
all asleep
Over in
tonight,
Michigan,
but
they have 63% of the estimated vote total reported, and she's
just
already
like
down
last time,
220,000 votes in the state of Michigan. He's
where we
currently
went
up
to
over
bed with
6%
Trump
on
as
her
the
in
president
state of
and
Michigan,
woke up
with
and Biden was
63%
suddenly the president.
reporting in Michigan. He's expected to
But
win
no,
by about
nothing really happened, did
Still
it?
the New York Times needle update.
Would you like to hear?
We're all
I would
crazy.
really love.
There wasn't thousands of votes that randomly appeared out of the blue.
It is 90, over 95% chance of victory
Uh-oh.
for Donald Jamoglius Trump at this point in time. And
COVID
it
was
is-
such a weird era.
And
Forget how odd
it
that
is
those
wildly enjoyable. As you may have
2-3
noticed, even the
years were.
punch-drunk portion of this evening's program, it is indeed midnight. It is the witching hour here.
There's a
at the
difference
Daily Wire in
between
Nashville. For
like
those of you on the East Coast, it's
not
up at 1
waiting
a.m.,
and like
enjoying yourself. Just
waking
enjoy
up
it. Just
and
bask
suddenly
in the magic that is
seeing
this
on the
evening,
news
because
that
indeed,
like
there are very few nights
boxes full of thousands of just
the massive
Biden
suffering of
votes
your enemies.
were on the
It's-
doorsteps
it's
of these
really- it's really quite great.
counting
Speaking of the birth
places.
of your children, I texted my wife
But no,
and
that
said,
never
"I
really
think
did.
I
That never
legitimately
really
might cry
happened, did it?
if Trump wins."
Because you
We had
know.
our first son 8 months ago, and she said, "You did not cry when your son was born 8 months ago."
Well, I mean,
He was born to an uncertain future, and now his future is
Also,
secure.
to be fair, you worked harder with regard to this than you did with regard to your son being
You know what,
born.
that is
So
true.
there is that. Well, we are
But
now
that was
being
just a
joined
weird,
from like an election headquarters where people are having
3
a good
years
time.
anyway, so-
Cassie Akiva joining us from Dave McCormick's election party in Pennsylvania. Welcome back, Cassie. Are they preparing at this point? It's a little nervous about opening the champagne. What's going on over there?
Thanks for having me. Right now, Dave McCormick just left the stage. He came on with his wife. They sort of declared victory. It wasn't exact. They were bragging about how they'll be in the Senate, but he said that the night's not over, but he's extremely confident. They're celebrating here. The party does not seem to be winding down, but things are looking very good for him. He's up by 100,000 votes right now. They're extremely confident.
Dave McCormick is an excellent candidate. I was proud to have campaigned with him last week in Pennsylvania. He's absolutely awesome. So, you know, the mood in the room, obviously, Cassie, must be great. Everybody is looking at these results. Yeah, I assume everybody's just going to stay there until somebody makes some sort of call, or is it just going to be an all-nighter for everybody?
It might be an all-nighter for us tonight, but we're going to be here covering it.
Should I pull an all-nighter? Oh, no, it's buffering.
He's going to bed right now, but he's definitely having fun. He's mingling with people. He's really good at that. We were on the campaign trail with him, and he's really having a good night. And it's worth mentioning, he was down 10 points in the polls this summer.
Yes, he was.
This is a huge victory for him. He really turned it around. He said that he has the best campaign staff in the country. I'm starting to think he's right with that big victory there. So
I mean, it is worth pointing out here.
Results, but it's looking good.
You know, Cassie, as you point out, early on in this race, if you remember in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump kind of didn't know what to do with Kamala when she first was swapped in, and it was McCormick's campaign that was putting out excellent
Yeah, I
ads
probably
about
will
Kamala
too. I
Harris,
was
like,
camping
right off the top.
all-nighter.
It was an incredibly professional race from Dave McCormick.
The
again,
traffic died down
demonstrating
like
that when
after
you run
the
good
beginning
candidates
anyway,
in swing states, you can
because I think
indeed
everybody
win.
just kind of
You know,
collectively
Cassie,
was
you-
just
you
like,
don't
all right, let's
think
just
he is
wait
a
till
pro.
tomorrow to see
Dave has been
everything
really
that
great with
happened.
getting his family involved. We saw his
But-
wife talking, his brother. He has 6 daughters, so he really knows how to speak to women. I think that's really helped him here in Pennsylvania. He's been bringing out the crowds. He really campaigned super hard. And even his election night party here, it is full. It is rowdy. People are not leaving. It
I
is
personally
late,
think it's safe to
and,
call the
I think he's gonna have a good
Orange
day tomorrow
Man
as well.
our next president, but
Cassie Akiva over at the McCormick
see
headquarters
if
in
we wake up
Pennsylvania.
tomorrow.
I'm sure we'll be back with you sometime this
Good night,
evening, but things
everybody.
are looking really great. Thanks for your hard work on the ground over there.
Thanks so much.